Chapter 1103. 1103 The Chaotic Heavens Divine Warrior. In the hustle and bustle, time passed day by day. The sacred city was even more lively and there were more and more people. However, Lu Ming's days did not change. Other than cultivating, he would bring his people to stroll around the holy city. This mansion is so strange. It's covered in dust, but it's sealed by a large array of inscriptions. In the northeast of the holy city, Lu Ming led his group for a stroll and came to a huge mansion. This mansion was very old and majestic. It occupied a large area, but it was obviously uninhabited and sealed by a large formation. This was rare in the holy city. Lord, lower your voice. This mansion is a taboo. On the side, Sun Lin's face was solemn as he whispered as if it was a taboo. Forbidden? I'm curious, tell me about it. Lu Ming asked curiously. This. Sun Lin hesitated and stammered. Speak. Lu Ming's face darkened. All right, Commander, I'll tell you through voice transmission. This is because this mansion is the mansion of the Chaotic Heavens Divine Warrior, Xiaowan. Sun Lin sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Xiaowan, the Divine Warrior of the Chaotic Heavens? The Chaotic Heavens Divine Warrior who caused the chaos in the ancient Saint Dynasty 30,000 years ago? Lu Ming was shocked. That's right, it's the Chaotic Heavens Divine Warrior's mansion. Sun Lin said. Oh, Sun Lin, you seem to know a lot about the Chaotic Heavens Divine Emperor. Then do you know why he betrayed the imperial family and the Xie clan? Lu Ming asked. This, Lord Commander, I've also read about it in an ancient book by chance. It said that Xiaowan, the Chaotic Heavens Divine Warrior, is an anomaly in the Xie family. The royal Xie family has a noble bloodline, and the bloodline that they awaken is pure and holy. However, there is a very small chance that someone will awaken a bloodline that is completely different from others. It's the complete opposite, an extremely dark bloodline. Such a person is called an anomaly by the royal Xie family, and will be looked down upon and ridiculed. When the chaotic Sky Sovereign was young, he grew up in all kinds of mockery and bullying, so he was filled with hatred towards the royal Xie family. However, the chaotic Sky Sovereign's talent was terrifyingly strong. The more bloodlines he awakened, the more terrifying his talent became. He was simply unparalleled in the world, so he was later valued by the royal Xie family and entrusted with an important task. After that, the Chaotic Heavens Divine Warrior even broke through to the divine realm. His combat strength was extremely terrifying, and he was able to suppress the other divine warriors. At that time, the Chaotic Heavens Divine Warrior finally erupted. He led his subordinates and started a rebellion. They fought the royal family and the Xie family until the heavens and earth fell. Although the Chaotic Heavens Divine Warrior was suppressed in the end, the ancient Saint Dynasty suffered great losses in that battle. Countless spirit gods and supreme beings died, and even many divine warriors died. From then on, their strength was greatly weakened, and the other forces took the opportunity to split up. To form the current situation. Sun Lin told Lu Ming about the records he had read. Lu Ming was deep in thought. The experience of the Chaotic Heavens Divine Warrior was so similar to that of Xianxia. The bloodline that he awakened was called an anomaly by the royal Xie family. It was just a bloodline, yet he treated it like this. It was simply ridiculous. Xiaowan, the sovereign of the Chaotic Heavens, had unparalleled talent. If no one had laughed at him or humiliated him when he was young, why would he have rebelled after he had become powerful? If not for the betrayal, the Xie family of the ancient Saint Dynasty would not have ended up where they were today. I've heard that the current 16th princess has also awakened a mutated bloodline. Sigh, what a pity. The other members of the royal family have always looked down on mutated bloodlines. After the incident with the chaotic Sky Emperor, the fate of those with mutated bloodlines has become even worse. Before the appearance of the Chaotic Heavens Divine Warrior, if any of the royal family's variant bloodlines revealed their supreme talent, the royal family would still nurture them, just like the Chaotic Heavens Divine Warrior. However, after the Chaotic Heavens Divine Warrior appeared, any of the variant bloodlines would be directly suppressed. The stronger the talent, the more they would have to suppress it. It's simply a taboo because they're afraid that another figure like the Chaotic Heavens Divine Warrior would appear. Sun Lin continued. Gotcha. Lu Ming could not help but clench his fists. No matter what, he had to save Xianxia. No matter how difficult it was, he had to go through it. Thereafter, Lu Ming left the place and did not ask further. Time passed and soon, there was still half a month to go before the million-year national sacrifice. After this period of cultivation, Lu Ming's cultivation had also progressed and he had reached the middle stage of the second level of the spiritual god realm. It's too slow. It's too slow to rely on absorbing spiritual energy to improve cultivation. Lu Ming sighed. However, he had no choice. He did not have many raw gemstones on him. The amount of raw gemstones he needed to increase his cultivation in the spiritual god realm was simply terrifying. However, the will of heaven and earth and the will of water had broken through and reached the fourth level lower tier. Now only the will of earth had not broken through to the fourth level lower tier. On this day, Lu Ming had just ended his cultivation and was about to go out for a walk when someone came to inform him that something had happened. Someone had killed someone on the street and the battle was still ongoing. Who is it? Lu Ming asked. I heard that he's a disciple of the heavenly martial sword faction. Tai Xing replied with an ugly expression. The heavenly martial sword faction was an overlord force, and an extremely powerful one at that. What should he do now? They knew that as the various overlords gathered in the sacred city, something would happen. What do we do? Of course we'll handle it fairly. Lu Ming said. Fair and just. Commander, the other party is the Heavenly Martial Sword School. Tai Xing called out worriedly. What's wrong with the Heavenly Martial Sword sect? Don't forget, this is the Holy City, not the Heavenly Martial Sword faction. You guys follow me. Lu Ming shouted coldly and strode out. The others had no choice but to follow. They stepped on the air and flew and soon arrived at the scene of the incident outside a restaurant. At this moment, the restaurant was already surrounded by people. Lu Ming appeared in the sky and looked down. On the street, there were two people lying on the ground, blood flowing all over the ground. Their throats had been slit by a sword and they had long since stopped breathing. On the other side of the two corpses, the battle was still going on. 3 white-robed disciples of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction were attacking 3 people. An old man and 2 young men and women. However, these 3 people were no match for the 3 disciples of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction. The 3 Sky Martial Sword faction disciples were all 5th-level Spirit Embryo Realm experts. They were very young and belonged to the younger generation. To have such a cultivation at this age, he was obviously one of the top geniuses of the Heavenly Martial Sword sect. As for the old man and the 2 young ones, the old man's cultivation was at the 7th level of the Spirit Embryo Realm, but the young man and woman's cultivation was only at the 1st or 2nd level of the Spirit Embryo Realm. The difference was too great. Although the old man's cultivation was profound, the 3 disciples of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction were all top-notch Heaven's Pride experts. It was common for them to fight above their level. They completely suppressed the old man and didn't have the power to fight back. You're really looking for death. How dare you talk about the Heavenly Martial Sword sect behind our backs? One of the disciples of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction sneered. Your Heavenly Martial Sword sect is too overbearing. You don't even allow others to chat? Wu Qingkong and the others were killed by Lu Shaoqing in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion of the Xianxia Academy. It's a fact that the whole world knows. Are you going to kill everyone in the world? The young woman said stubbornly. Chapter 1104. 1104 directly suppressed. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. From the simple conversation between the two of them, it was not difficult to guess what had happened. It must be the young woman and the others talking about what had happened in the Xianxia Academy and the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. In the secret realm of the Saint Mansion, the 2 strongest Heaven's favorites of the previous generation of the Heavenly Martial Sword sect were killed by Lu Ming. The 2 strongest Heaven's favorites of this generation were also killed by Lu Ming. They were lucky to survive because of the life talisman. This matter had already spread far and wide, and Lu Shaoqing's name had shaken the entire central continent. The young woman must have been talking about this matter, and if the disciples of the Heavenly Martial Sword sect heard it, they would naturally take action. Shut up. How dare you bring this up again? Who knows what kind of despicable methods Lu Shaoqing used to harm the senior brothers of the Heavenly Martial Sword sect. How dare you all spout nonsense here? You're courting death. Kill. A few disciples of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction shouted, and their attacks became even more violent. Stop. The law enforcement army is here. Lu Ming stepped on the air and shouted. The three disciples of the Sky Martial Sword faction turned to look at Lu Ming, their eyes full of contempt. The Heavenly Martial Sword sect is handling matters. Unrelated people get lost. A disciple of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction shouted coldly. He was extremely domineering. They didn't even care about the law enforcement army. It's that awesome commander of the law enforcement army. Does he dare to touch the disciples of the Heavenly Sword faction? That's impossible. No matter how powerful he is, he might be able to deal with a small force like the Huang family. However, this is the Heavenly Martial Sword faction, a top overlord force. Unless he has a death wish, he would never dare to touch a disciple of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction. That's right. Didn't you see that the disciples of the Heavenly Sword faction didn't even care about him? At that moment, many people in the crowd recognized Lu Ming. However, no one thought that he would dare to touch the disciples of the Heaven Martial Sword faction. A small law enforcement army dared to touch a disciple of the Heavenly Sword faction? Wasn't that looking for death? Kill. The three Heaven Martial Sword faction disciples ignored Lu Ming and attacked more and more fiercely. Their sword chi was like a rainbow, and the 7th level Spirit Embryo Realm Elder was at a complete disadvantage. He couldn't resist at all, and his chest was slashed by a sword light. A deep sword mark appeared, almost splitting him in half, and blood flowed out. Young lady, young master, leave quickly. The old man roared and exploded with all his might, trying to get the young man and woman to leave. Leave? Today none of you will be able to leave. If you dare to spread rumors about my Heavenly Sword sect, you will all be killed. A disciple of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction shouted coldly. His figure flashed, and like a sword light, he bypassed the old man and attacked the young woman. No. The old man roared, but he couldn't even save himself, so how could he help? The young woman's face was as white as snow. She was only at the 1st level of the Spirit Embryo Realm, while the other party was at the 5th level of the Spirit Embryo Realm. In addition, he was a Heaven's favorite with powerful combat strength. She couldn't block him at all. Die. The disciple of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction had a ferocious look in his eyes. His sword light was like lightning as it slashed towards the young woman. However, the sword light stopped halfway. Because the wrist of the person holding the sword was caught, the sword of the Heavenly Martial Sword School disciple could no longer cut down. The person who grabbed his wrist was naturally Lu Ming. At the critical moment, Lu Ming appeared in front of the young woman and blocked the sword of the disciple of the Sky Martial Sword School. When he saw that it was Lu Ming, the disciple's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He shouted, "How dare you, a mere law enforcement soldier, interfere with my attack? I'll kill you as well." With a burst of vital essence, the sword chi from the disciple of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction whistled. He pointed his fingers at Lu Ming's throat like a sword. Bang! Lu Ming kicked the disciple's stomach. The disciple screamed and his body flew dozens of meters away. He fell heavily on the ground. You dare to fight back? The disciple of the Sky Martial Sword faction shouted in disbelief. Lu Ming actually dared to hit him? He was a disciple of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction. Idiot! Lu Ming said faintly. This person wanted to kill him just now. Wasn't it normal for him to retaliate? Could it be that this disciple of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction was so superior that no one would dare to fight back when he killed them? Was his head kicked by a donkey? At this moment, the other two disciples of the Heaven Martial Sword faction stopped their attacks and looked at Lu Ming in a daze. A mere law enforcement army, an ant-like thing, actually dared to beat up a disciple of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction? They had yet to recover from their shock. The surrounding onlookers were also dumbfounded. After a long time, someone finally reacted. Whoa, this awesome commander is really awesome. He even dared to beat up the disciples of the Heavenly Sword faction. That's right. This is beyond my expectations. He's too bold. He's bold, but he's brainless. How should he deal with the aftermath? Lu Ming's action caused a wave of discussion as it really shocked everyone. Previously, no one had thought that Lu Ming would dare to make a move. However, the truth was beyond their expectations. Brat, you're looking for death. At this moment, the other two disciples of the Sky Martial Sword faction finally reacted. One of them shouted and became one with his sword, turning into a sharp sword light and charging toward Lu Ming, trying to kill him with one strike. Bang! However, he was met with Lu Ming's kick. This kick was the same as the previous one. It landed on his stomach. Fast, accurate and ruthless, the disciple let out a blood-curdling scream and was sent flying far away. He fell beside the previous disciple and also fell flat on his face. The two of them were in the same position. The crowd gasped. Lu Ming was really audacious. If he had accidentally hit the disciple of the Heaven Martial Sword faction just now, it was completely intentional. He was not afraid of the disciple at all. In the crowd, the law enforcement soldiers who came with Lu Ming broke out in cold sweat. They had caused a huge mess. They sighed in their hearts. The remaining disciple of the Sky Martial Sword faction was shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying. With just a simple move, he had killed a fellow disciple who had a similar combat strength to him. He did not dare to make a move at all. Kid, how dare you hit the Heaven's favorite of the Heavenly Sword faction? You're dead. Not only you but the force behind you and your family are all dead. They'll all be annihilated. Just you wait. You're just a mere law enforcement army, you lowly thing. Just you wait. The remaining disciple of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction shouted ferociously, then turned around and wanted to leave. Did I let you go? Lu Ming said calmly. The disciple of the Sky Martial Sword faction froze. He looked at Lu Ming and said, "You? What do you mean by that?" He was about to leave and Lu Ming still wanted to pursue the matter. Nonsense, you want to just walk away after killing someone in my territory? Who do you think I am? What's the law enforcement army? Lu Ming shouted and stepped forward. Don't come over, I'm telling you, you're dead. The remaining disciples of the Sky Martial Sword faction shouted. However, when they saw Lu Ming approaching them, they were so frightened that they trembled all over and could not even speak properly. Who? Lu Ming kicked him directly. Legendary Paths of the Dragon Lord. Chapter 1105. 1105. If Lu Xiaoqing can do it, so can I. This kick was as fast as lightning. Before the other party could react, Lu Ming had already kicked him in the stomach. He flew out screaming and lined up with the other two people before him. He lay there looking like a dog eating shit. Ah, you bastard. You're dead. The elder of the Heavenly Sword faction and Wu Qingkong and Wu Tsong are here. They're not far away. The news will spread soon. You're dead. One of the disciples of the Sky Martial Sword faction shouted and threatened Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming strode over and left a footprint on his face, causing his face to rub against the ground. Wu Qingkong and Wu Tsong? They were killed by Lu Xiaoqing in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. If not for the Destiny Talisman, they would have died long ago. I'll wait here for these two pieces of trash to come. If Lu Xiaoqing can kill them, I can kill them too. Lu Ming lowered his head and looked down at the three disciples of the Sky Martial Sword faction. His cold voice spread throughout the entire area. Everyone was stunned. This commander was too awesome. He was actually waiting for Wu Qingkong and Wu Tsong to kill the elites like Lu Xiaoqing. Lu Xiaoqing was a peerless heaven's favorite, an existence comparable to the five magnates. How could you, the law enforcement army, compare to him? However, he had to admire Lu Ming's courage. Lu Ming stepped on the face of the disciple of the Sky Martial Sword faction and waited. The other two disciples of the Sky Martial Sword faction lay there, not daring to say a word for fear of being trampled on. However, they hated Lu Ming to the core and wished they could tear him into pieces. Tai Xing and the others broke out in cold sweat. Tai Xing quietly walked to Lu Ming's side and said, "Commander, wasn't this too much? What if the experts from the Sky Martial Sword faction come? What are you afraid of? We're from the Law Enforcement Hall and we enforce the law on behalf of the Sage Emperor. What's there to be afraid of?" Lu Ming said casually. Tai Xing and the rest were speechless. They could only brace themselves ears and wait with Lu Ming. What happened here also spread like a whirlwind. What? There was such a thing? There's such an awesome commander, let's go and take a look. When many people heard the news, they didn't believe it at first. Then they were extremely curious and wanted to go and see. Many disciples and geniuses of the Overlord forces were shocked when they heard the news. In the past few years, the power of the royal family had been deteriorating, and the law enforcement army was like an empty name. The geniuses and disciples of the overlord forces could do whatever they wanted in the holy city. The law enforcement army did not dare to control them and tried to curry favor with them. Now, someone actually dared to beat up the Heaven's Martial Sword School's prodigy. This piqued the curiosity of many people and they all rushed over to watch. In the 8th prince's residence, Xianxia was drinking tea in the courtyard when Zhou Xian rushed in. "Guard Shi, what's the rush?" Xianxia asked. "8th prince, it's about that Ming Lu," Zhou Xian said. "Oh, that blind guy, is he dead? Even if he didn't die, he wouldn't be able to live on. Humph, you dare to injure this prince, you really don't have eyes, you dog." Xianxia took a sip of tea and slowly said. "He's not dead. That guy is really audacious. Huang Ku from the Huang family killed someone some time ago, and he actually crippled Huang Ku's cultivation." Zhou Xian answered. He destroyed Huang Ku's cultivation? The Huang family didn't come to kill that Ming Lu?" Xianxia asked curiously. "Of course they went. A spirit god expert, an old monster with a perfect spirit embryo, and even the commander of the law enforcement army," Zhou Xian said. "Oh, in that case, is Ming Lu still alive?" Xianxia was a little curious. In his opinion, in such a situation, Ming Lu should have been killed by the Huang family's spiritual god. No, that Ming Lu's combat strength is astonishing. He was actually able to block the spiritual god's attack and even use the carelessness of a saint emperor. Zhou Xian briefly explained what happened last time. "Damn it, this Ming Lu actually has such a cultivation and he even used the name of my imperial family. He's lucky to have escaped this disaster." After Xianxia heard this, his expression turned ugly and he was very unhappy. "You just rushed here and said it was because of Ming Lu. What happened to him?" He's dead for sure this time. He actually beat up a disciple of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction." Zhou Xian told him about how Lu Ming had injured the disciples of the Heavenly Sword faction and how he was now waiting for the experts of the faction. "This Ming Lu is really bold. Let's see how he dies this time. Let's go, we can't miss such a good show. Let's go and take a look." Xianxia got up excitedly and rushed over with Zhou Xian. In the northeast of the sacred city, in front of the restaurant, Lu Ming was stepping on the face of a disciple of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction, waiting quietly. In the sky, more and more people came filling the sky. "Wuxia is here." A loud cry rang out, shaking the entire place. In one direction, many people opened up a path. In the sky over there, 2 figures stepped through the air. One of them was the second-grade heaven's favorite of the Heavenly Sword faction, Wuxia. Shifang was following behind Wuxia. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. Then he realized that Shifang must have informed Wuxia. In fact, it was true. The moment Shifang heard that Lu Ming had injured a disciple of the Heavenly Sword faction, he knew that his chance had come. He had always wanted to befriend a heaven's favorite like Wuxia, but he never had the chance. Now the chance to please him had come. Without hesitation, he rushed to Wuxia's residence and passed on the news to him. As expected, Wuxia was furious and came to kill him. Wuxia walked very slowly, 1 step at a time. With every step he took, the sky buzzed and shook as if it couldn't withstand Wuxia's anger. Wuxia's eyes were filled with killing intent and his voice was cold. "Bastards of the law enforcement hall, how dare you injure the disciples of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction? Good, very good. You're alone? What about Wu Qingkong? I heard that you and your senior brother were beaten up by Lu Xiaoqing. I'm going to learn from Lu Xiaoqing and beat you up. It's a pity that you're the only one." Lu Ming cast a casual glance at Wuxia and said indifferently. The crowd was stunned. This commander was too awesome, right? Was Wuxia not enough? He wanted to learn from Lu Xiaoqing and beat up Wu Qingkong and Wuxia? Who did he think he was? Wuxia was a second-class world and was famous all over the world. His cultivation had already reached the spiritual god realm. Such a heaven's pride expert's combat strength was not something that ordinary spiritual god realm powerhouses could compare to. Back then, Lu Ming was able to block a move from the Huang family's spiritual god. Did he really think that he could compete with such a heaven's pride expert? He was too naive. Many people shook their heads, thinking that this overpowered commander would die today. Tai Xing and the rest had ugly expressions on their faces. They did not dare to say a word and could only stand behind Lu Ming with gritted teeth. He had no choice. In such a situation he could only hold on. Hee, Then I'll see how you're going to beat him up. Wu Zong laughed out of anger and stepped forward. Boom. Heaven and earth trembled and the sword power was vast. The sword chi stirred the wind and clouds. A terrible light was emitted from Wu Zong's body. Every light was like a sword chi. The sword chi was endless. Chapter 1106. 1106 Chapter 1106 Suppressing Wu Zong. Those who had never seen a second-grade Heaven's favorite in action were shocked. Was this what a second-grade Heaven's favorite was? The power was too terrifying. Many people retreated in a frenzy, afraid of being touched by Wu Zong's sword. A Heaven's pride expert like him could kill experts of the same level with his sword's sharpness alone. This commander is dead for sure. Seeing Wu Zong's power, many people sighed. Wu Zong was so powerful. What could Lu Ming use to block him? Die. Die. Wu Zong shouted coldly. His palm was like a sword. Light burst forth and formed a dazzling sword ray that slashed toward Lu Ming. As the sword radiance slashed, even the space was torn apart, revealing a terrifying pitch-black spatial rift. This, not good, quickly dodge. Behind Lu Ming, Tai Xing and the rest were terrified. Faced with such a powerful sword, they felt that it was impossible to resist. If they resisted, they would only die. They shouted and wanted to retreat, but they found that their bodies were covered by a terrifying sword power and they couldn't move. It's over. I've finally been killed by this unreliable commander. A thought flashed through the minds of Tai Xing and the others. However, at this moment, they saw a long spear condensed in Lu Ming's hands. The long spear shook and hummed. Even the space trembled. At this moment, Tai Xing and the others realized that the sword power that enveloped them had disappeared. They had regained their freedom. Buzz. Then they saw Lu Ming holding a long spear and sweeping it out. This spear was like a long spear sweeping across the surface of water. This was because wherever the long spear passed, layers of ripples would appear in the space. Moreover, these ripples would all gather on the long spear. Bang! The long spear and the sword radiance collided. Only a soft sound was heard before Wu Zong's sword radiance was destroyed. He blocked it. Tai Xing and the others were stunned. The surrounding onlookers were also stunned. This awesome commander could actually block Wu Zong's move. When did a commander of the law enforcement army become so powerful? A bunch of questions flashed through everyone's mind. Wu Zong was also stunned. Apparently, he did not expect that a law enforcement soldier could block his attack. Although he did not use his full strength, he still felt embarrassed. Who was he? A second-grade Heaven's favorite whose name shook the central continent, an existence second only to the top 5 young men, couldn't take down a mere commander of the law enforcement army with one move. This made him burst out with even stronger and burning killing intent. Good, very good. You do have some ability. But today your end is already decided. Die. Wu Zong shouted coldly. The sword chi around his body became even hotter. Vital essence gushed out continuously and finally turned into a sword chi that was several times more terrifying than before. It slashed toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming still swept out his spear casually and destroyed Wu Zong's sword aura, turning it into nothing. Show me your true ability or it won't be enough. Lu Ming looked at Wu Zong from the corner of his eyes. Damn it. Wu Zong shouted and unsheathed his sword. The sword radiance was so bright that it seemed like it was going to split the heaven and earth. Kill. Wu Zong wielded his combat sword with terrifying might. As he slashed out with his combat sword, the space around him shattered. Heavens, he's too strong. Wu Zong is furious. He's too terrifying. Retreat. Retreat. Many people shouted and retreated madly again. Who? Lu Ming held the spear in one hand. The long spear in his hand slashed violently and turned into 1,000 meters long. It swept out in a brutal manner. With a bang, Wu Zong's sword aura was shattered again. However, this time Lu Ming did not stop. The terrifying giant spear continued to press down on Wu Zong. Impossible. Impossible. Wu Zong shouted in disbelief. He had already performed a divine-level martial arts technique, but he was still defeated by Lu Ming's spear. How was this possible? He could not believe it. What he could not stand the most was that he felt a strong sense of danger when Lu Ming swept his spear at him. How could a mere law enforcement army, which was as insignificant as an ant, have such a powerful expert? Burst, burst. Die. He roared in his heart and activated his divine bloodline. He merged his bloodline and turned it into a sword with shocking sword chi. Suppress. Lu Ming stepped into the air. His long spear contained the power of the prison-suppressing heaven technique. He changed the momentum of the spear and smashed it down at Wuxia. Clang. The long spear hit the combat sword that Wuxia had transformed into. The attack launched by the combat sword was instantly destroyed. The combat sword shook violently and finally exploded with a bang. The combat sword exploded, revealing Wuxia's body. His face was pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Everyone in the surroundings looked at this scene in disbelief. Wuxia was defeated. Wuxia was actually defeated by Lu Ming's spear. How was this possible? What was going on? Was he still a commander of the law enforcement army? How could he be so powerful? Those who had thought that Lu Ming was dead for sure almost bit off their tongues and glared at him until their eyes burst. It was too unbelievable. As for Shifeng, he thought he was dreaming. Wasn't Minglu only at the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm? Wasn't he just a disciple of the Black Spear sect? How could he be so strong? His body trembled in disbelief. As for Tai Xing and the others, they were completely petrified. The 3 disciples of the heavenly martial sword faction were also petrified, staring at the sky in a daze. How weak. I was wondering how strong a second-grade heaven's favorite of the heavenly sword faction would be. Lu Ming pursed his lips, his face full of disdain. Wuxia was furious. He was so furious that he wanted to roar at the sky. In the past he was terrifyingly talented and powerful. In the heavenly sword faction only Wu Qingkong could beat him. Even in the battle of karmic luck he had not lost too badly. But recently he was first killed by Lu Shaoqing in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. If not for the life talisman he would not have been able to keep his life. Now he was actually defeated by a mere commander of the law enforcement army. This was a great humiliation. From now on his name Wuxia would become a laughing stock and his reputation would be greatly reduced. How could he not be angry and hate her? If he knew that Lu Shaoqing and the commander of the law enforcement army were the same person, what would he think? Bastard, just you wait. You're dead. Wuxia roared and retreated. Since you're here, where do you want to go? Have a good rest with your junior brothers. Lu Ming took a step forward. His body was like a stream of light and he rushed in front of Wuxia in a few moments. Don't you dare. Wuxia roared. Lu Ming actually wanted to suppress him and let him lie there like the other disciples of the heavenly martial sword faction. How dare he? He was the second heaven's pride expert of the heavenly sword faction. He was completely different from the other heaven's pride experts. Suppress. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he stepped in the air. The power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps burst out. He took 7 consecutive steps toward Wuxia. Bang, bang, bang. Wuxia's body trembled violently. He was injured and could not withstand the impact. His body shook violently and blood spurted out of his mouth. In the end, Lu Ming stepped on his face. He screamed and fell to the ground. He came into close contact with the ground and created a human-shaped pit. Chapter 1107. 1107. The Elder of the Heavenly Sword Faction takes action. Bang. Lu Ming's body fell and he stepped on Wuxia again, causing him to scream in pain. His cultivation was completely sealed by Lu Ming and he could not exert any strength. The crowd gasped. The commander of the law enforcement army was too ruthless. He even dared to suppress Wuxia. How overbearing. Lu Ming grabbed Wuxia and threw him to the side of the other 3 disciples of the Sky Martial Sword faction. The 3 disciples of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction looked at each other and then at Wuxia, who was standing at the side. Their expressions were very interesting. Initially they were suppressed by Lu Ming and were lying on the ground like dogs eating shit. They felt extremely humiliated. However, when they saw Wuxia lying on the ground they felt much better. Even a Heaven's Pride expert like Wuxia was suppressed and laid on the ground. It made sense that they were lying on the ground. Ah! Wuxia howled like a wild beast. He was so angry, especially when he saw the strange looks from the people around him. He wanted to kill himself. Of course, he was only thinking about it. How could he bear to die? He had a great future ahead of him. Where are you going? At this moment, Lu Ming's gaze was fixed on a person in the sky not far away. That person was Shifeng. When he saw that even Wu Tsang was suppressed, he was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He was about to sneak away when Lu Ming saw him. His face revealed a smile that was uglier than crying and said, Minglu, what are you trying to do? What do you want? You're an Imperial Dragon Guard, but you actually brought people from the Heavenly Martial Sword sect to deal with the law enforcement hall. You're a traitor and you're colluding with foreign enemies. What do you think I'm doing? Lu Ming sneered. His essential core exploded and he grabbed at Shifeng in the air. What? Shifeng was shocked. He wanted to retreat, but he felt a terrible force envelop him. He couldn't move. The next moment, a force pulled him down and he fell to the ground. Ah, don't! He screamed. Bang! Lu Ming lifted his leg and stomped on Shifeng's dantian. Shifeng arched his body like a big shrimp and let out a heart-wrenching scream. My cultivation, you've destroyed my cultivation. Shifeng let out a desperate roar. The spirit embryo in his dantian was crushed by Lu Ming. I'll cripple your cultivation as punishment. Get lost. With that, he kicked and Shifeng flew out like a ball. He turned into a black dot and disappeared in the air. Lu Ming did not know how far he had flown. He could not be bothered to think about whether he would fall to his death. All right, not a bad harvest. What are you guys doing? Bring them all back to the law enforcement hall. Lu Ming looked at Tai Xing and the rest. Bring him back to the law enforcement hall? Tai Xing and the others looked at each other, their expressions ugly. Of course. Only by bringing them back will we have the capital to negotiate with them. Do you think that the Heavenly Martial Sword faction will let this matter rest if you let them go? Don't just stand there, take them away. Lu Ming waved his hand and grabbed Wu Tsang. He stepped into the air and headed toward the law enforcement hall. Tai Xing and the rest were helpless. They could only bring the other 3 disciples of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction and follow Lu Ming. There's going to be a great show. This matter will definitely attract the elders of the Heavenly Martial Sword School. Let's go and take a look. This commander is indeed powerful. However, let's see how he's going to deal with the elder generation of the Heavenly Sword faction. Let's go and take a look. There were tens of thousands of people in the surrounding crowd. They followed Lu Ming from a distance and headed towards the law enforcement hall. Furthermore, the number of people was increasing. Not long after Lu Ming and the rest left, Xianxia and Shijing rushed over. When they heard that Wu Tsang was suppressed by Lu Ming, the 2 of them were dumbfounded and in disbelief. Initially, they were certain that Wu Tsang would beat Lu Ming to a pulp or even kill him on the spot. They did not expect that the outcome would be the complete opposite of what they had expected. To the law enforcement hall. Xianxia brought Shijing and hurried to the law enforcement hall. When Lu Ming and the rest brought Wu Tsang and the rest back to the law enforcement hall, the remaining law enforcement soldiers were stunned. Then their eyes were filled with fear. Lu Ming had actually suppressed the disciples of the Heaven Martial Sword faction and even Wu Tsang. This was a huge blow to the heavens. How were they going to deal with the elders of the Heaven Martial Sword faction who would go crazy in the future? Were the law enforcement army, enforcing the law on behalf of the Sage Emperor? What are we afraid of? Follow my arrangements and get to work. Lu Ming shouted and then instructed Tai Xing and the rest. As for Lu Ming, he threw Wu Tsang and the others on the ground in a row. He took out an armchair and sat there, closing his eyes to rest. The onlookers looked at each other. This commander of the law enforcement army was really bold. At this moment he was actually so leisurely sitting on the armchair with his eyes closed. The sky above the law enforcement hall was filled with people, and as time passed more and more people appeared. This time it was different from the previous time. This time it was against the Heavenly Martial Sword faction. Furthermore, a second-grade Heaven's favorite had been suppressed. This caused a huge commotion and many people were shocked and rushed over to watch. Xianxia and Shijing had arrived. There were even second-grade Heaven's favorites from other overlord forces. Everyone saw Jing Kongling, Kong Xian and Goddess Tan Xiang. There were also Shui Luo Zi Yin Bupo and so on. There were at least 7 to 8 people. The elites were shocked to see Lu Ming sitting on the armchair with his eyes closed. Wuxia was as famous as they were, but this unassuming commander of the law enforcement army was so powerful that he could suppress Wuxia. This shocked them. The royal family of the ancient Saint dynasty is indeed powerful. Even a commander of the law enforcement army is so powerful. Some people thought to themselves. All of a sudden, a terrifying pressure descended from the sky. Everyone felt as if a mountain was pressing down on their bodies. There was a chi activity that let out a terrifying roar. Under the pressure, the crowd took the initiative to open up a path. 3 old men stepped through the air with gloomy expressions. These 3 elders were all dressed in white robes and carried ancient swords on their backs. Their bodies seemed to be filled with endless sword chi, and just their auras were extremely shocking. It's here. Everyone's heart trembled. The elders of the heavenly martial sword faction were on the move. At this moment, Lu Ming also opened his eyes and looked at the sky. The 3 powerhouses of the heavenly martial sword faction flew over and finally stopped in the sky above the law enforcement hall. Bastard, you're finished. You're dead. Ah, you're dead. Wuxia saw the arrival of the 3 old men and cried out in joy. Bang! Lu Ming got up and stomped on Wuxia's face, causing his face to smash heavily on the ground. He took a bite of the soil and struggled madly with his limbs. He was so aggrieved that he was about to explode. The onlookers shuddered in their hearts. Lu Ming actually dared to do this in the face of 3 seniors from the heavenly martial sword faction. He was simply lawless. The 3 elders' gazes were as sharp as swords as they landed on Lu Ming. How audacious! An old man shouted angrily, his eyes extremely gloomy as he rebuked, "Kid, do you know who you've captured? Aren't they just a few pieces of trash from the heavenly martial sword faction? Why, do you think it's a glorious thing to raise a few pieces of trash?" Lu Ming pursed his lips and said casually. He appeared to be very calm, as if he didn't care about the elders of the heavenly martial sword sect. Chapter 1108. 1108 Extorting the Heavenly Sword Sect. Impudent. How audacious. He should be killed. The 3 elders of the heavenly sword faction shouted one after another. Their eyes were cold and their bodies were filled with sword chi and sword power. Ah, he really brought this upon himself. This lowly thing is dead for sure. In the air, the 8th Prince Xianxia sneered. Brat, you and everyone else in the law enforcement hall should commit suicide. I'll let this matter go. Otherwise, not only you but your family and the forces behind you will not be able to escape punishment. The old man who had spoken first continued to speak, his tone filled with superiority and unquestionable authority. His gaze swept across Tai Xing and the others, causing their hearts to turn cold and their faces to turn ashen. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Lu Ming laughed and stomped his foot on Wuxia's face, causing him to scream in pain. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he looked coldly at the old man from the heavenly sword faction. Guilty? Not pursue the matter? What a joke! What right do you have to pursue this? We're the ones who should be held accountable. A disciple of the heavenly martial sword faction killed someone in the sacred city for no reason. We, the law enforcement army, enforce the law impartially and represent the current Saint Emperor in enforcing the law. Yet your heavenly martial sword faction has come to the law enforcement hall to kill. Not putting the current sage emperor in his eyes? Do you really think that there's no one else in the royal family? The elder from the heavenly martial sword faction was shocked when he heard that. He looked at Wuxia, who was still at Lu Ming's feet, and his expression turned ugly. Lu Ming had used the royal family and the sage emperor to suppress them. Even if they really did not care about the royal family, they could not say it out loud. After all, the ancient Saint dynasty was still in charge of the world. Furthermore, they were still in the sacred city within the core territory of the ancient Saint dynasty. No matter how arrogant the heavenly martial sword sect was, they had to be wary of them. Brat, what do I have to do for you to let them go? The old man who spoke first said coldly and glanced at Wuxia and the others. Wuxia, a second-class heaven's favorite, had the potential to become a martial emperor in the future. They could not afford to lose him. They planned to save Wuxia first. Let them go. Fine, but since they have committed a crime, they should be punished. How about this? Use raw stones to redeem them. 500,000 raw stones for each of the 3 trash. 2 million raw stones it is. Lu Ming said indifferently. As soon as he said that, the entire place burst into an uproar. Extortion. This was blatant extortion. This puny commander of the law enforcement army actually dared to extort an expert from the heavenly martial sword faction. He was simply blinded by wealth and audacious. He didn't know what death was. The 3 elders of the heavenly martial sword faction were also infuriated. Their eyes even turned red. Even though they had lived for thousands of years, they had never met such a bold person. To think that he would try to extort them, the heavenly martial sword faction. He was simply courting death. Evil beast, I'll kill you. The elder who spoke first was so angry that he could not hold it in any longer. With a long howl, a terrifying sword chi condensed and slashed towards Lu Ming. 4th level of the spiritual god realm. The old man who attacked was a 4th level spiritual god realm expert. His combat strength was several times stronger than Wu Tsang's. Lu Ming's glabella glowed and a small fiery red pagoda appeared. Then it rapidly grew in size. This small pagoda was the spirit weapon that Lu Ming had obtained from the Saint Mansion's secret realm. After so many days of refinement, Lu Ming had already begun to refine it. The aura of the spirit weapon had also been completely concealed and outsiders could not sense it at all. Lu Ming wanted to take this opportunity to test the power of the small pagoda. Anyway, there were countless tower-shaped spirit weapons in the world. Lu Ming was not afraid of being recognized. He just had to restrain his aura. Lu Ming grabbed the tower and smashed it at the sword gleam. With a loud boom, the sword gleam was destroyed. Lu Ming's body did not even move. The Emperor's spiritual weapon consumes too much true yuan. I really can't use much of its power. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. He had consumed a large amount of essential core just now. Even a martial emperor would be envious of an emperor's spiritual weapon, so it was normal for him to be unable to unleash its power. He muttered as he put away the small pagoda. He was not satisfied, but the others were already shocked. Lu Ming could even block the attack of a 4th level spiritual god realm expert. He was too powerful. At this moment, Lu Ming was simply unfathomable in everyone's eyes. Every time others thought that he had reached his limit, the strength he revealed was beyond everyone's imagination. You're just a mere law enforcement army. Your treasures are good, but let's see how many moves you can block with just your treasures. The elder from the heavenly martial sword school shouted in anger, and his aura became even more astonishing. A sword light shot up 10,000 meters into the sky, and the sword power was vast and terrifying. If the tiger doesn't show its might, it'll think I'm a sick cat. Kill. Lu Ming shouted as a long spear condensed in his hand. He pierced it through one of the disciples of the Sky Martial Sword School. The disciple of the heavenly martial sword faction screamed in pain as he was pinned to the ground by Lu Ming. Lu Ming had told them in a thunderous manner that they should not think that he would not dare to kill. Give me the Ori rocks to redeem them. Otherwise I'll kill them all. Lu Ming's voice was very cold. Lu Ming would not miss such a good opportunity to extort money. Cultivating by purely absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth was too slow. After such a long time, Lu Ming's current cultivation was only at the middle stage of the 2nd level of the spiritual god realm. If he had a large number of origin stones to devour, his cultivation would improve rapidly. He was currently lacking resources. In half a month's time, the million-year national sacrifice would begin. The competition set by the Sage Emperor would also begin. Lu Ming's goal was to get into the top 3. The Sage Emperor could agree to one condition for the top 3. However, it wasn't that easy to get into the top 3. When Yang Potian and Tuobashir were in the Saint Mansion's secret realm, their cultivation had already reached the peak of the 2nd level of the spiritual god realm. Now that a period of time had passed, it was very possible that they would make a breakthrough. If a heaven's favorite like Yang Potian had reached the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm, it would be more troublesome for him to defeat him. Moreover, there were 5 such heaven's favorites in the central continent and also the southern underworld. It would not be easy for the heaven's favorites from the western desert to get into the top 3. However, if Lu Ming's cultivation also broke through to the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm, he would have full confidence. How audacious! Evil creature, you're looking for death. Kill. Lu Ming's killing of a disciple from the heavenly martial sword faction had thoroughly enraged the three elders. A terrifying aura burst forth and sword chi soared into the sky. The murderous intent was extremely cold, as if winter had arrived. The other two elders' auras were even more terrifying. They were stronger than the elder who had attacked earlier and definitely surpassed the fourth level of the spiritual god realm. If such experts wanted to join forces, their auras would be too shocking. Law enforcement flag, please. Lu Ming suddenly shouted. The law enforcement flag is here. In the law enforcement hall, Tai Xing carried a large flag and rushed out. Lu Ming took it and stuck it into the ground. It was a 10-meter-long flag with a sword and a saber embroidered on it. They were extremely sharp, as if they were real swords. However, the flag looked very old and was even covered in dust. One look and one could tell that it had not been used for a long time. But as soon as this flag appeared, the chi of the three elders from the heavenly martial sword sect in the sky suddenly stagnated. They didn't attack but looked at the flag with uncertain expressions. Chapter 1109. 1109. If you want to kill me, kill the 8th prince first. It's the flag of law enforcement. The flag of law enforcement. The law enforcement flag created by the ancient Saint Emperor in the ancient times. The crowd began to discuss and many people's eyes were solemn. The flag of law enforcement was created in the ancient era when the ancient Saint Emperor established the law enforcement army. It was used to enforce the law in the world. 30,000 years ago, wherever the law enforcement flag passed, no one wasn't terrified. Its deterrent force was monstrous. However, after the war 30,000 years ago, the ancient Saint dynasty was weakened and the law enforcement army was useless. The law enforcement flag lost its power and it had been many years since anyone used the law enforcement flag. However, at this moment the appearance of the law enforcement flag still made people's hearts tremble. Do you think you can stop us by taking out the law enforcement flag? You're really naive. You'll die today. An elder shouted and stepped forward. With every step, sword chi filled the air and cut open the space. This was an existence that surpassed the 4th level of the spiritual god realm, or even beyond the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. He was too powerful. How dare you? The flag of law enforcement is here. We are the law enforcement army. By setting up the flag of law enforcement, we represent the ancient Saint dynasty, the royal family, and the Saint Emperor. The heavenly martial sword sect is completely disrespecting the royal family and the Saint Emperor. Is the heavenly martial sword sect trying to rebel? Are you trying to destroy the royal family and replace the Xia clan? Lu Ming stood up straight and pointed the long spear in his palm at Wu Tsong's back. He shouted loudly. His words swept through the entire area like a storm, causing the three elders of the heavenly martial sword school to look extremely grim. Lu Ming had made a big mistake. He directly accused them of wanting to rebel and destroy the imperial family and the Xia family. Although the heavenly martial sword faction really had such thoughts, could they say such things out loud? Moreover, the heavenly martial sword sect didn't have the strength to do so. Tianwu sword faction, you have the ambition of a wolf. You look down on the imperial family and the imperial power. Today the 8th prince is here and you want to rebel in front of him, look down on the imperial power and the Xia family? How could the 8th prince tolerate you? At the end of his sentence, Lu Ming cast his gaze at Xie Zhen. Lu Ming had long discovered Xie Zhen. The other people also looked at the 8th prince. Xie Zhen's face fell and he cursed Lu Ming 1,000 times in his heart. Lu Ming was using him as a shield. But what could he do in this situation? Lu Ming took out the flag of law enforcement. The flag of law enforcement was created by the ancient sacred emperor back then. His ancestor was equivalent to the face of the royal Xia family. Lu Ming was a member of the law enforcement army, and he enforced the law on behalf of the sage emperor. If the heavenly martial sword sect were to make a move on Lu Ming or even kill him, it would be a slap to the face of the imperial family and the Xia family. To put it more seriously, it would be a rebellion. Under such circumstances, Lu Ming had dragged him down with him again. If Xie Zhen ignored him in front of everyone, he would not be able to bear the consequences if this news spread to the royal family, the Xia family, and even the sage emperor. Moreover, there were more than a dozen princes and they were not very harmonious. They fought openly and secretly. If he did not handle it well today and embarrassed the royal family, The other princes might use this to attack him. At the thought of this, Xie Zhen gritted his teeth. He could not wait to cut Lu Ming. Eighth prince, am I wrong? Lu Ming continued to ask. Well said. In the end, Xie Zhen gritted his teeth and descended from the sky. He stood beside Lu Ming and faced the three elders from the Heaven Martial Sword sect. He said unwillingly, this time Commander Ming Lu is right. This time, it was the disciples of the Heavenly Martial Sword sect who committed the crime first. The law enforcement army will handle it impartially and protect the face of our imperial family. After he finished speaking, Xie Zhen's heart felt even more disgusted than if he had eaten a dead rat. He was aggrieved. He was simply too aggrieved. What was his purpose in transferring Lu Ming to the law enforcement army? Wasn't it to let Lu Ming offend the people from the big forces and be killed by the powerful people from the big forces with one slap? But now, he had achieved the initial effect, but the later stage was completely different from what he had expected. Not only was Lu Ming not killed, but he even had to step in personally to protect Lu Ming. What the hell is this? He was aggrieved. He hated Lu Ming so much that he gritted his teeth and almost broke them. The eighth prince is right. He is indeed an outstanding talent of the royal family. If you three old fogies want to kill me today, you will have to step over the eighth prince's dead body first. Come on, come at me if you have the ability. Lu Ming clamored. Xie Zhen almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What did he mean by, if you want to kill him, you have to step over the eighth prince's dead body? Xie Zhen was so angry that he almost vomited blood. However, he could not back down at this moment. He could only grit his teeth and stare at the three elders from the Heavenly Sword faction. In the eyes of others, Xie Zhen had a kind of righteous and fearless spirit. They did not know that it was all because he was angered by Lu Ming. The three elders from the Heavenly Martial Sword faction looked gloomy and unsightly. The eighth prince, Xie Zhen, was not like Lu Ming, who could be killed easily. Xie Zhen was the current Saint Emperor's son, and they were in the Holy City. If they really dared to kill Xie Zhen in front of everyone, it would definitely cause the imperial family's Xie clan to take revenge, and they could forget about leaving the Holy City. In the crowd, there were also many law enforcement soldiers who had come from other law enforcement halls to watch the show. At this time, their blood was boiling and their hearts were extremely comfortable. All these years, the people of the law enforcement army had been too cowardly and aggrieved. He lived worse than a dog. When those people from the major forces committed a crime, they still had to take raw stones and treasures out to ask the other party to admit their mistakes. How were they going to live their days? Now, when they saw this scene, they really had a feeling of exultation. It was really too good. Law enforcement army, law enforcement flag, the current Saint Emperor will enforce the law. One of the burly men roared as he stepped into the air. A large flag suddenly appeared in his hand. Law enforcement flag. At this moment, another law enforcement soldier from the law enforcement hall held a law enforcement flag and stuck it beside Lu Ming's flag. He stood beside Lu Ming. The law enforcing army is the law enforcing army on behalf of the Sage Emperor, the law enforcing army. Another group of people shouted and rushed out, standing behind the burly man. They were all from another law enforcement hall, and there were more than 100 of them. Haha, that's right, the law enforcement army. The current Saint Emperor will enforce the law. Another person laughed and rushed out. Another law enforcement flag appeared and was placed in a row with the first two. Haha, I'm here too. Law enforcement. With loud roars, law enforcement troops appeared one after another. Law enforcement flags appeared and were planted in a row. In the end, there were a total of 9 law enforcement flags, which were inserted in a row, fluttering in the wind. The law enforcement hall from all directions in the Holy City had come. They took out their law enforcement flags and wanted to advance and retreat with Lu Ming and the rest. Nearly 1,000 people stood behind Lu Ming and Xie Zhen, glaring at the 3 elders from the Heavenly Martial Sword faction in the air. Usually they would swallow their grievances, but today they would risk it all. The surrounding crowd looked at this scene in shock. It had been many years since the 9 law enforcement flags were raised. Today it was happening again because of Lu Ming. Now let's see what the Heavenly Martial Sword faction will do. Detestable. Xie Zhen roared in his heart. However, in this situation he could only hold on. The three elders from the heavenly martial sword faction had gloomy expressions. They had not expected that things would develop to this stage. Right now they were in a dilemma. Chapter 1110. 1110 Chapter 1110 Retreating dejectedly. They could neither advance nor retreat. If they advanced, they would offend the ancient Saint dynasty. If they retreated, they would lose all their face. They glared at Lu Ming coldly, their eyes filled with killing intent. They could not wait to cut Lu Ming into pieces. The reason for this situation was all because of Lu Ming. Just as the two sides were confronting each other in the distance, a golden light filled the air and shot towards them. The speed was so fast that it exceeded people's reaction time. Many people had only just reacted to the golden light when it had already appeared in front of them. A dignified middle-aged man with his hands behind his back appeared in the air. He was wearing a golden dragon robe, a golden crown and golden boots. A majestic and vast aura was released from his body, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. It was as if they were facing a human king inspecting the world. Imperial Uncle. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Xianxia exclaimed in shock. Everyone's hearts trembled. The imperial uncle that Xianxia addressed must be the younger brother of the current sage emperor. The important figures of the royal family and the Xia family had appeared. It has appeared. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Today's incident had caused such a huge commotion. Lu Ming was certain that the royal family and the Xia family would definitely send someone to protect the dignity of the royal family. After all, even though the ancient Saint dynasty was weak, it still had its foundations and was still the most powerful force in the central continent. Xianxia's imperial uncle looked at Xianxia and nodded his head. "You not bad." Then he looked at the three elders of the heavenly martial sword faction and said, "The rules of the sacred city state that no one is allowed to kill innocent people in the sacred city. If you have any grudges, you can go up to the battle platform. No one cares about your life or death. However, if you kill someone for no reason in the sacred city, you are disregarding the dignity of the ancient Saint dynasty. The law enforcement army has the right to enforce the law. The disciples of the heavenly martial sword sect have committed a crime despite knowing the truth." A majestic voice came from Xianxia's imperial uncle's mouth and spread throughout the entire area. Everyone's heart trembled, but then they came to a realization. The 1,000,000-year period of the ancient Saint dynasty was drawing to a close, and the matter had been blown up to such an extent. The royal family of the Xia family had to uphold the dignity of the royal family. If they were to compromise with the Tianwu sword faction today, the royal family would be trampled on by others in the future, and they would be even weaker than before. If today's matter had not blown up and the powerhouse from the heavenly martial sword faction had slapped Lu Ming to death, then everything would have passed without a ripple. But now that the matter had blown up, the royal family and the Xia family had to support the law enforcement army. The three elders of the heavenly martial sword faction had ugly expressions on their faces. They knew this very well. Then what do we have to do to release him? The three elders of the heavenly martial sword faction looked at each other and one of them spoke. It was obvious that he had given in. The law enforcement army naturally has its own rules. You can discuss with the commander of the law enforcement army what to do. The middle-aged royal uncle said. "I've already stated my conditions. Let's do it that way. If you're guilty, you should be punished." Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and smiled. The three elders of the Sky Martial Sword faction looked extremely gloomy. After pondering for a while, one of them took out a storage ring and waved it a few times before throwing it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming caught it and scanned it with his spiritual sense. His face darkened and said, "Why are you missing 500,000? You don't want this guy anymore?" Lu Ming pointed at the disciple of the Sky Martial Sword faction that he had killed. "You've already killed him and you still want to keep him?" An elder of the heavenly martial sword faction said in a deep voice. "A corpse is still a human. If you don't want his corpse, I'll throw it out to feed the dogs." Lu Ming said indifferently. "You." The elder's eyes were filled with killing intent, but Lu Ming looked at him indifferently without the slightest fear. In the end, the heavenly martial sword faction had no choice but to give in. For the sake of their reputation, they could only take out another 500,000 ori rocks. You trash, take them away. Lu Ming waved his hand. Wu Tsong and 3 other disciples of the heavenly martial sword faction flew into the air. An elder waved his hand and took it. He stared at Lu Ming coldly and said, "You very good, very good. I hope you will stay in the holy city forever in the law enforcement army." With that, he snorted coldly, turned into 3 sword lights and disappeared. Who? The crowd of onlookers let out a long sigh of relief. There was still a look of disbelief in their eyes. This matter had actually ended like this. The elder of the heavenly martial sword faction had come with a strong force, but in the end he had left with his tail between his legs, leaving behind a few million raw stones. No one had expected this to be the result. Everyone's gaze eventually landed on Lu Ming, this impressive commander. Before this, no one would have paid any attention to a mere commander of the law enforcement army. However, he had now attracted everyone's attention. First, he used his strong combat strength to suppress Wu Tsong. Later on, he even blocked an attack from a 4th-level spiritual god realm expert. Although Lu Ming used a treasure, it also proved his powerful combat ability. But what was more important was his courage and his mind. He dared to go up against an elder of the heavenly martial sword faction alone, and was skilled at using the power of the royal family, the Xia clan, and even the ancient saint emperor who had created the law enforcement army to force the elder of the heavenly martial sword faction to retreat in defeat. He really couldn't believe that all of this had been done by this bearded man. With such means, if he was 10 years younger, he would be able to compete with all the heroes in the world. Let's go. In the air, the middle-aged royal uncle glanced at Xianxia, then his gaze fell on Lu Ming. "What's your name?" the middle-aged imperial uncle asked. "Bright Road." Lu Ming replied in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. "Bright Road? Good, you're very good." The middle-aged imperial uncle said, "Good," a few times, then waved his hand and left. "Malicious intent towards me." Lu Ming looked at the sky, deep in thought. The middle-aged imperial uncle said, "Good," several times. Lu Ming did not feel the slightest bit of kindness. Instead, he felt malice. After a few thoughts, Lu Ming's face revealed a cold smile. He could roughly guess why the middle-aged imperial uncle had ill intentions towards him. Right now, the ancient Saint dynasty wanted to form an alliance and work together with some of the overlords to increase their strength. However, although Lu Ming's actions today seemed to have protected the dignity of the royal family, he had also offended the heavenly martial sword sect. Furthermore, he was forcing the royal family to offend the heavenly martial sword sect. In the future, it would be even more difficult for the royal family to befriend the heavenly martial sword sect. The middle-aged imperial uncle naturally did not have a good impression of Lu Ming. In his heart, he could not wait to kill Lu Ming, this meddlesome person, with one slap. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He didn't mind. After all, he had joined the Imperial Dragon Guards and then the law enforcement army only because he wanted to use this identity to investigate Xianxia's whereabouts. Once he found Xianxia, he would just leave without a word. Who would be able to find him? Mighty commander. At this time, the most excited ones were the law enforcement army. Each and every one of them was so excited that they were trembling all over, as if they had eaten a large iced watermelon in the hot summer. They were usually too aggrieved, but today they were able to hold their heads up high. Didn't you see that even a hegemon force like the Heavenly Martial Sword Sect admitted defeat in front of the law enforcement army, compensated a large number of raw stones, and left in dejection? This kind of pleasure was brought about by a sudden outburst after being suppressed for a long time. It was simply better than doing anything else. Tai Xing even shouted excitedly. Chapter 11:11. 11:11. The million-year sacrifice begins. The commander is invincible. The commander is mighty. The mighty Commander Ming. In the beginning, it was Tai Xing and the others who were shouting. Later on, the other law enforcement soldiers of the law enforcement hall also started to shout. Lu Ming raised his hands and everyone quieted down. Brothers of the law enforcement army, I thank you for your help this time. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. The appearance of the 9 law enforcement flags was also a form of deterrence. Commander Ming, you're too kind. It's you who let our law enforcement army hold our heads high and let out the breath of suffocation in our hearts. We should be the ones thanking you. That's right, we should thank you. The others chimed in. Everyone is too polite. Since everyone is here today, I will treat everyone. Let's have a good time. Tai Xing, bring some brothers and go buy some wine and food. Lu Ming took out some rough stones and handed them to Tai Xing. All right. Tai Xing took the raw stone and brought a few people out in a hurry. At this time, the crowd in the sky also dispersed one by one. Not long after, all of them had left. But today's events spread like a storm. This time it wasn't the same as the Huang family's matter last time. Last time, the Huang family only attracted a few people's attention and became a topic of discussion after tea and meals. This time it was against the Overlord faction, the Heavenly Martial Sword faction. Naturally, it caused a commotion. As for the awesome commander Minglu, his reputation was so great that some people even judged him as the most awesome commander of the law enforcement army in 30,000 years. Soon Tai Xing bought a large amount of food and wine. A banquet was held in the law enforcement hall, and there were more than 1,000 law enforcement soldiers drinking and chatting in the law enforcement hall. They only left late at night. Tai Xing, there are 500,000 raw stones here. Take them and share them with your brothers. After the rest of the law enforcement hall's people left, Lu Ming took out a storage ring and handed it to Tai Xing. Commander, you can't do that. You risked your life to get these. We didn't make any contributions. Tai Xing waved his hands. The others also shook their heads. Although they were poor, they were still people with principles. Take it. If you guys didn't support me from behind, the people of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction wouldn't be afraid of us. Take it and split it. Lu Ming passed the storage ring to Tai Xing and returned to his room alone. He closed the door and entered the mountain and river diagram. With a wave of his hand, a huge pile of raw gemstones appeared before his eyes. It was a total of 3 million. It's time to break through to the third level of the spiritual god realm. With a thought, the bloodline of the 9 dragons emerged. He opened his mouth and swallowed 100,000 raw gemstones. He began to refine them. As the raw gemstones were refined continuously, Lu Ming's cultivation level was increasing rapidly. Late stage 2nd level spiritual god realm, peak 2nd level spiritual god realm, and he began to strive for the 3rd level spiritual god realm. 3 days passed by in a flash. After refining all 3 million ori rocks, the essential core in Lu Ming's body surged unceasingly, as if there were countless true dragons roaring in his body. It took a moment before it slowly calmed down. I've finally reached the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. However, I've also used up all 3 million raw stones. Lu Ming opened his eyes and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. The consumption was huge, but so were the gains. In just 3 short days, Lu Ming's cultivation had advanced from the middle 2nd level spiritual god realm to the early 3rd level spiritual god realm. Lu Ming's combat strength had increased by a large margin. Lu Ming was more confident about the competition that would take place more than 10 days later. It's been almost 2 years since Martial Emperor De sealed the Talisman Amulet sect. The Talisman Amulet sect can only hold on for 5 years. There are only a little more than 3 years left. Can I fight against De by then? Lu Ming could not help but think of the Talisman Amulet sect. At the thought of this, he felt very stressed. It was too difficult to reach the level where he could fight against De in the remaining 3 years. It was almost impossible according to Lu Ming's current progress. He shook his head. It was useless to think too much. Lu Ming could only push forward with all his might and do his best. He stretched his back lazily. His bones soon vibrated and a series of crackling sounds came from his body. Lu Ming stood up and walked out. In the days that followed, Lu Ming returned to his previous calm. Other than cultivating every day, he would go around the holy city. Ever since the incident at the Heavenly Martial Sword faction, the disciples of the various overlord forces had become more obedient in the holy city, especially in the areas under Lu Ming's jurisdiction. They did not dare to attack others for no reason. Even if there were grudges, it would be on the stage to determine who was stronger. Lu Ming's days were rather carefree. Very quickly 10 days had passed. The 1,000,000-year national ceremony of the ancient Saint dynasty was about to begin. During this period of time, the holy city was unusually lively. Lu Ming could see powerhouses from all over the world as he walked on the streets. Northern Plains martial artists were all tall and sturdy, even the females were mostly tall. The weapons they used were either maces, huge hammers, or giant axes. They were all heavy weapons with wild auras. They rode on all kinds of mounts and were easy to recognize. There were also some martial artists who had gloomy auras, either filled with ghost chi or blood chi. Anyone who passed by them would give people a cold feeling. These were all martialists from the southern underworld. There were also some monks and kasayas with bright heads. They were obviously holy monks from the western desert. On the other hand, Lu Ming did not meet many people from the East Baron. On this day, the million-year sacrificial ceremony of the ancient Saint dynasty had finally begun. Buzz. A buzzing sound could be heard in the sky, along with intense fluctuations. Lu Ming, Tai Xing, and the rest walked out of the law enforcement hall and flew into the air to watch. In the sky above the sacred city, colorful clouds filled the air and heavenly music played. The space was constantly distorted in the colorful light. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, a huge platform appeared in the sky. This platform was neither gold nor jade. It was speckled with multicolored light, with true dragons and phoenixes dancing in the air, and divine beasts like qilins strolling. Of course, it couldn't be real but was formed by a formation. Then tables and chairs appeared on the east and west sides of the platform. The tables and chairs were made of fine jade, with dragon and phoenix patterns carved on them. They were extremely luxurious and there were a lot of them. At a glance, there were more than 10,000 of them. All of them were floating in the air above the sacred city. After the tables and chairs on the east and west sides appeared, a jade staircase appeared in the north. There were 99 steps and they slanted upwards. At the end of the steps, a huge ancient altar appeared. The altar was ancient and heavy, as if it had gone through the vicissitudes of time. It was 10,000 meters high and disappeared into the clouds. The sage emperor has descended. Suddenly, a voice came from the palace. The voice rolled and spread throughout the entire sacred city. Heavenly music filled the palace as holy light filled the air and soared into the sky. Then a group of people stepped into the air. The man at the front was wearing a golden robe embroidered with the pattern of the human king patrolling the world. He looked to be in his 50s. He had a tall and sturdy figure and his body was surrounded by a holy light. His eyes were full of stars and he was full of majesty. This was Xianxia, the current Saint Emperor, a terrifying existence. Chapter 11:12. 11:12 The Gathering of Emperors. Besides Xianxia, there were two old men with white hair. They looked ordinary but they exuded a terrifying aura. Lu Ming had seen that aura more than once. The aura of an emperor. The two old men besides Xianxia were also emperors. With Xianxia, the royal family had 3 emperors. It was truly terrifying. This was only on the surface. Lu Ming did not believe that there were no hidden sovereigns in the royal family. There were rumors in the world that the old sacred emperor of the ancient sacred dynasty might not be dead. The ancient Saint dynasty was indeed an ancient power that had been around for millions of years. Even though it was weak, it had a deep foundation that was not something that any other overlord power could compare to. Behind Xianxia and the two old men, there were more than 10 men and women. All of them had the looks of dragons and phoenixes, dragons among men. The older ones were already middle-aged while the youngest looked to be in his 20s. There were a total of 15 people and they were the children of the current sacred emperor, the princes and princesses of the ancient sacred dynasty. Thank you, Nianjuan. Lu Ming was shocked. Among the crowd he saw a woman who looked very similar to Xianxia. However, she was colder and more holy than Xianxia. She was like an inviolable goddess, high and mighty, looking down on all living beings. Besides Xianxia, there was a woman in her 20s. She was in her prime and was devastatingly beautiful. Although this woman didn't look like Xianxia or Xianxia, she was still a rare beauty. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This woman must be the other princess, Xianxia. However, he did not see Xianxia. It's such an important day but he didn't let little Qing appear. He really doesn't treat little Qing as his own child. Lu Ming clenched his fists. Other than that, he also saw Xia Zhen and the 10th prince, Xia Yan. Lu Ming had not seen the other princes before. After the princes and princesses, There were a few concubines, nobles and officials, as well as some powerful cultivators of the ancient Saint dynasty. Thousands of people stepped into the air and landed on the platform. The sage emperor has descended. Guests, please take your seats. It was the same voice again, spreading throughout the entire sacred city. The person who transmitted the voice was definitely a supreme being level figure. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud laugh was heard. Ah, is our Yinyang palace the first one to arrive? A burly, white-haired old man wearing a robe with a yin-yang fish pattern walked in the air with a group of people. This old man's aura was terrifying and his might suppressed the world. Emperor, this was another emperor. The yin-yang sovereign and his disciples of the yin-yang palace have arrived. The voice rang out and spread throughout the sacred city. I wonder how many big shots will be coming today. Beside Lu Ming, Tai Xing and the rest were so excited that their eyes were shining. The Yin-Yang Palace was also an overlord force in the central continent. It was as powerful as the Heavenly Sword sect. Brother Yin-Yang, please sit. Xie Qitian raised his hand. Thank you, brother. The Yin-Yang sovereign cupped his fists and led the experts of the Yin-Yang Palace to a nearby table. The demon emperor of Mount Tianyao has arrived. Soon another big force arrived. It was the overlord force of the central continent, the Heavenly Demon Mountain. Similar to the myriad demon valley of the eastern wilderness, they were both gathering places for demonic beasts, led by a demon emperor. Martial Emperor Yuexin and her disciples from the Floating Mountain sect have arrived. Cold Blood Hall. Heavenly Sun Palace. Following that, many overlords of the central continent arrived one after another. Each overlord force was personally led by an emperor. Soon more than a dozen emperors appeared on both sides of the platform in the sky. In the sacred city, countless people's eyes lit up as they looked at this scene in shock. The gathering of over a dozen emperors was too shocking and terrifying. How many years would it take for this to happen? It was too rare. Perhaps many sovereigns had gathered in the ancient city of Providence during the last Battle of Providence, but that had been in the ancient city of Providence, and ordinary people wouldn't have been able to see them. But now there were over a dozen sovereigns in front of everyone. As for supreme beings, there were even more of them. However, they were completely overshadowed by the brilliance of the emperor. A dozen sovereigns. What kind of power was this? If they joined forces, they could really destroy the world. The heaven-suppressing divine army's 100-battle martial emperor has arrived. Suddenly, a voice rang out and the entire place fell silent. Everyone looked in the same direction. There was a middle-aged man in black armor walking over. Behind him was a group of people. Every one of them was wearing armor. Their aura was wild and their fighting spirit was soaring. Each of them was filled with an incomparably strong battle intent, as if they were ready for a great battle at any moment. Hiss, the people of the heaven-suppressing divine army are here. Some people gasped and discussed in low voices. In the central continent, the heaven-suppressing divine army was the only force that was as powerful as the ancient Saint dynasty. The heaven-suppressing divine army was the force that hated the ancient Saint dynasty the most. The heaven-suppressing divine army used to be the strongest army of the ancient Saint dynasty. There were many powerful cultivators in it and they were invincible. Back then they had helped the ancient Saint dynasty suppress the world and everyone was afraid of them. It was known as heaven suppression, so one could imagine how powerful it was. However, the heaven-suppressing divine army chose to watch the battle 30,000 years ago. In the end, the royal Xie family suffered a great loss, and the heaven-suppressing divine army announced that they would leave the Xie family and dominate the world. Some people said that if the heaven-suppressing divine legion had joined the battle, the royal family and the Xie family would not have suffered such heavy losses. They would not have lost control of the world and the situation in the central continent would not have become like it was now. Therefore, the royal Xie family regarded the heaven-suppressing divine army as a traitor and an enemy. In the past 30,000 years, the two sides had had many terrible wars. However, the strength of the two sides was almost the same, and each side had suffered losses, so neither side could do anything to the other. Yang Patian, one of the top 5 young warriors, was from the heaven-suppressing divine army. Some people had guessed that the heaven-suppressing divine army wouldn't come today, but unexpectedly they came, and the one leading them was a famous and unparalleled martial emperor. Xiaqian's eyes glowed as he stared at the battle martial emperor. "Today we are guests. Please sit." "You're welcome." The 100 Battles martial emperor said in a carefree manner and led his men to a seat at the side. "The third underworld emperor of the southern underworld has arrived. The Western Desert's indestructible Buddha emperor has arrived. Northern Plains expert has arrived. The supreme from the Eastern Barren Territories Empyrean God Palace, the Heavenly Corpse Sect, and the Sky Demon Valley have arrived." Then announcements were made. In the south, an emperor of the underworld of the southern underworld was approaching with a group of experts. In the west there was an old monk with a benevolent smile on his face. He was wearing a simple kasaya and his body was covered in golden light. A wheel of Buddhist light appeared above his head. This was a Buddha, also known as the Buddha Emperor. He was an emperor. As for Northern Plains and Eastern Barren, there were no emperors. Because Northern Plains was the same as the Eastern Barren Territory, there were several large forces occupying it. They fought each other and the emperor could not leave easily, otherwise the enemy might take advantage of the situation. Wang Xingtian, the patriarch of the Wang family, and the patriarch of the Jiang family. Lu Ming's eyes moved. Chapter 1113. 1113 Chapter 1113 Big Move. There were two people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace leading the group. They were the clan heads of the Wang clan and the Jiang clan respectively. The Heavenly Corpse Sect and the Heavenly Demon Valley each had two supreme martial artists leading them. Everyone took their seats, and then some smaller forces such as the Valley of the Medicine Masters, who did not have a sovereign, also came and took their seats on both sides. Of course, those who could sit on the seats were all forces with a reputation. At the very least they had supreme martial artists sitting on the seats. The forces that were smaller were not qualified to sit on the seats. After half an hour all of them arrived. "Let the sacrifice begin." As the voice fell, the huge altar began to glow. Endless light bloomed, covering the entire holy city. Xiaqian stepped out and climbed the 99 stone steps to the altar. The royal family and the Xia family, as well as the nobles and ministers, all had solemn expressions as they faced the altar. As for all the powerful figures of the divine wilderness continent, they all stood up. The first offering is to offer sacrifice to the first saint emperor since ancient times. Xiaqian spoke and bowed towards the altar. Sacrifice not to the heavens, only to the ancestors. Martial artists were originally going against the heavens and taking lives from the heavens. Naturally, they would not offer sacrifices to the heavens. The first saint emperor since ancient times. In the royal family, all the nobles and ministers followed Xiaqian and bowed. As for the people from the other forces, they only looked on and did not bow. If it had been 30,000 years ago, they would naturally have to pay their respects. However, at this point the major forces no longer had any reverence in their hearts. It was already good enough that they could come. Naturally, no one would pay their respects with the royal family. Just as Xiaqian and the others bowed, a beam of light shot up into the sky from the altar. Then a statue emerged. This statue was the first saint emperor of the ancient saint dynasty 1,000,000 years ago. He was also the one who had founded the ancient saint dynasty. After that, Xiaqian paid his respects to the second saint emperor in history. At the same time, another statue appeared. This was the second saint emperor of the ancient saint dynasty. Following that, the ritual continued. On the altar, statues appeared one after another. They were all statues of the saint emperors of the ancient saint dynasty. A terrifying aura emanated from the altar. It was as if all the previous saint emperors had been revived. In the end, there were a total of 108 statues on the altar, representing the 108 saint emperors who had passed away. The ancient saint dynasty had been around for 1,000,000 years, and there had been more than 100 of them. There's no statue of the previous sage emperor. Is the previous sage emperor really still alive? Someone saw through the trick. Indeed, there was no statue of the previous sacred emperor. If the previous sacred emperor had already passed away, then his statue would definitely appear here. However, the fact that it didn't appear now meant that the previous sacred emperor was still alive. Many emperors of the overlord forces had a serious look in their eyes. Although the royal Xia family had weakened and could not be compared to 30,000 years ago, they were still not to be underestimated. Their strength was astonishing. That old man is still here. The 100-battle martial emperor of the heavens suppressing divine army sneered. The sacrifice is over. Now give me the wine and the pills. Let's go. Xie Qitian's voice rang out. With a wave of his hand, the space cracked open, and the huge altar disappeared into the crack. Then tables and chairs appeared where the altar had been. The royal family, the Xia family, and the ministers all sat down. Give me wine and pills. A voice reverberated through the entire area. Heavenly music began to play again, and at the same time, large cauldrons appeared in the palace. These cauldrons were as large as mountains, and beneath them were burly, naked men. Each of them was carrying a cauldron as they strolled through the air. Bang! Bang! These cauldrons seemed to be extremely heavy. With every step the burly men took, the space trembled, creating circles of space ripples. At a glance, there were a total of 108 burly men carrying 108 cauldrons that were as large as mountains. They stepped on the air and appeared in the sky above the sacred city. After the 108 burly men, there were 108 young women. They wore light veils and had graceful curves. Each of them was a beautiful woman with peerless beauty. Each of the 108 beautiful women was holding a purple gold gourd. You've been bestowed with spirit wine and spirit pills. Hurry up and snatch more. The eyes of Tai Xing and the others lit up as they stared at the sky. Pour. A voice was heard. Let's go. The brawny men shouted. They turned the cauldron and poured the wine down. Instantly, spiritual wine poured out of the cauldron. Each of the cauldrons was as big as a mountain, and it was unknown how much spirit wine they contained. At this moment 108 cauldrons fell at the same time, as if 108 waterfalls were falling from the sky. It was a spectacular sight. Moreover, these were all spiritual wines, not ordinary wines. They were refined from spiritual herbs and were very useful for the cultivation of martial artists. Walala. The spirit wine fell from the sky, and the rich aroma of the wine filled the entire sacred city. One could be intoxicated by it with just a sniff. Haha, it's mine. I also want one. In the sacred city, countless martial artists rushed into the sky and used their means to draw the spiritual wine to their side. During this process one could obtain the spirit wine through various means, but one could not attack or kill others. Otherwise one would be killed without mercy. This was the rule. No one made a move on others. No one killed each other. They only used their own methods to obtain the spiritual wine. Lu Ming opened his mouth and took a deep breath. There seemed to be a vortex in his mouth. The spiritual wine in the sky gathered into a stream and he swallowed it. As the wine entered his mouth, it immediately turned into a warm current that circulated through his body, making him feel very comfortable. This spirit wine's medicinal effects are not of much use to me. Lu Ming smiled and stopped snatching. Although this spirit wine was not of much use to spirit god martial artists, it was definitely very useful to those below the spirit god realm. Moreover, the lower the cultivation, the greater the effect. Those in the spiritual ocean and king's realm would definitely be able to increase their cultivation and condense true yuan. 108 cauldrons as large as mountains were filled with an unknown amount of spiritual wine. They filled the sky as if there was an endless supply. A heavy rain of spirit wine poured down on the entire sacred city. However, not a single drop fell to the ground. All of them had been collected by someone using true qi. Very quickly, not a single drop of spirit wine was left in the sky. Bestow the pill. Then the voice sounded again. The 108 beautiful women pulled out the lids of their gourds and poured them down. Suddenly, pills poured out of the gourd and scattered all over the sacred city. While the gourds didn't seem large, their storage space was like a storage ring. Countless pills were stored in them and they poured down to the ground in an endless stream. Countless people's eyes lit up, and they used all their strength to collect the medicinal pills. Lu Ming waved his hand and more than 10 pills were caught in his hand. Lu Ming took a glance and realized that these pills were not of much use to him. However, they were quite useful to those below the spiritual god level. There were all kinds of pills, including those for healing, true essence recovery, detoxification, and cultivation. The number of such spiritual pills was terrifying. Chapter 1114. 1114. How old are you? What a big move. Lu Ming sighed. Even though the spiritual wine and the pills were not of a high grade, there was a huge amount of them. When such a terrifying amount was added together, the value was also very huge. The royal family and the Xie clan had also put in a lot of effort and capital for this sacrificial ceremony. Obviously, the royal family had been preparing for this for a long time. Otherwise, it was impossible for them to take out such a large amount of spirit wine and spirit pills at once. In the air, the people of the major forces watched with faint smiles. Not long after, the pills in the gourds were all poured out. The strong men and women carried the cauldrons and gourds and flew back to the palace. After that, young girls carrying all kinds of delicacies and wine flew out of the palace and placed them in front of the people of the major forces. Today marks the 100,000th year since the establishment of the Holy Dynasty. Thank you all for coming here and spending this day with me. Come, let me toast you all. Xianxia picked up his wine cup and drank with the various major forces. Following that, Xianxia continued, I believe everyone has heard of it. I have the intention to choose a young man to be my daughter's husband. Furthermore, all the talents from the divine wilderness continent's 5 territories have gathered here. Let's have a competition. No matter if it's a woman or not, she can participate. The first place winner will become Nianlin's husband. Of course, if the woman wins first place, Nianlin's husband will be pushed back by 1 place. At the same time, I promise to fulfill one of the conditions of the second and third place winners. As long as it's within my means, I'll do anything I can. In addition, I'll be allowed to enter the Saint Emperor's ancient hall to meditate and cultivate. Those ranked 4th to 10th will also be able to enter the ancient Saint Emperor hall. They're here. As soon as Xianxia said that, many people's eyes lit up. The most anticipated segment of the day had finally arrived. Xianxia's offer was too tempting and not many people could resist it. Today, all of the divine wilderness continent's elites were gathered together. There would definitely be an exciting battle. The Battle of Providence had taken place in the ancient city of Providence, and not many people had seen it. As such, not many people knew how exciting it was. But today he could see it. Moreover, not only were the Heaven's favorites from Central Continent here today, the Heaven's favorites from Southern Nether, Western Desert, Northern Plains and Eastern Barren were all gathered here, and there would be an even more brilliant spark. Most importantly, many of the top geniuses had entered the spiritual god realm and were about to fight for the most powerful position in the spiritual god realm. This was undoubtedly something that everyone looked forward to. Especially many young Heaven's favorites, they were all rubbing their fists, ready to show off their skills. Brother Xia, how should we compete? The Yinyang Emperor of the Yinyang Palace asked. There are too many Heaven's favorites here today. We can't compete with them one by one. First of all, they have to be below 30 years old. Then they have to pass a round of selection. Only those who pass the selection can enter the official competition. Let's go, Xianxia said. With a wave of his hand, 18 paths formed by rainbow light appeared in the south of the platform. They spread out in a fan shape and were hundreds of miles long. To the north of the platform there were tables and chairs on the east and west sides, and they were all filled with people. Only the south side of the platform had always been empty. Xianxia must have had his plans in mind. The selection is very simple. Everyone who passes this path will be considered to have passed. Xianxia said. Passing through this path is considered a pass. The hearts of many moved as they looked at the 18 paths with grave expressions. Since it was a selection, it definitely wouldn't be that simple. There would definitely be obstacles on the way. Those who want to participate, enter through that door. With a wave of Xianxia's hand, a huge door appeared at the end of the 18 paths. From the imperial family's side, experts flew towards the door and stood guard on both sides. Only by entering that door could one participate in the selection. Let's go. I'm going. Instantly, young figures flew out from the major forces. There were also young figures flying out of the sacred city towards the door. Haha, this commander is leaving. Lu Ming smiled at Tai Xing and the rest. You're going too? Commander, the sage emperor said that only those below 30 years old can participate. How old are you? Tai Xing and the rest looked at Lu Ming with suspicion. Lu Ming had a full beard. No matter how one looked at him, he did not look like he was below 30 years old. He was at least close to 40 years old. Furthermore, martial artists aged very slowly. Lu Ming's actual age could be hundreds of years old. Lu Ming actually wanted to participate. If he was caught making up the numbers, he would not be able to bear the consequences. Hey, what's with your expressions? I'm not even 30 years old. Lu Ming looked at Tai Xing and the rest in disdain. Then he strode towards the big door. No. Not even 30 years old? Tai Xing and the dozens of law enforcement soldiers all had their eyes wide open and their mouths wide open. Their jaws were almost dislocated and it was simply unbelievable. Lu Ming swaggered to the main entrance. At this moment there was already a long line at the gate. Lu Ming stood in line at the back. Who was that? That big bearded man, he's already so old but he's still going to line up? Isn't that the overpowered commander? What was he doing? Didn't you hear the sage emperor say that only those under 30 can participate? This weird commander is really audacious. Just wait and see. He'll definitely be chased away later. Some people noticed Lu Ming and immediately started to discuss. Lu Ming could not be bothered with the gazes from the surroundings. He lined up leisurely. Very soon it was Lu Ming's turn. Stop, what are you doing here? Hurry up and run. A burly man who was guarding the door stopped Lu Ming. What are you doing? I'm here to take part in the competition. Lu Ming glared at him. A competition? The sage emperor has ordered that no one above 30 is allowed to participate. How old are you? How dare you ignore the sage emperor's orders? You're courting death. The burly man shouted angrily, his aura overbearing. This weird commander is finished. He dares to ignore the sage emperor's order. The commotion here naturally attracted the attention of everyone present. Nonsense. Which eye of yours saw that I'm over 30 years old? Let me tell you, I'm not even 30 yet. I'm just a little older. Don't judge a book by its cover. Lu Ming said casually. This stunned many people and then they burst into laughter. Lu Ming did not look like he was under 30 years old. He was definitely over 30 years old. This guy was clearly trying to sneak in. Many people thought so. You get out of my way. Don't block the way. A cold voice came from behind Lu Ming. It was a woman's voice. It was pleasant to the ears, but it was cold and arrogant. Lu Ming turned around and saw a devastatingly beautiful woman. She was tall and slender and her beauty was unparalleled. She was not inferior to deity Tan Xiang, Jing Kongling and the others. That's Lu Yusin, one of the 5 great beauties of Central Continent. Some people were discussing and looking at Lu Yusin excitedly. So it's Lu Yusin, one of the 5 great beauties of Central Continent. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he could not help but take a few more glances. Lu Yusin was indeed very beautiful. She was devastatingly beautiful, like a dream. Just from her appearance she was not inferior to the likes of goddess Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling. Chapter 1115. 1115 Chapter 1115 Kneeling down to eat dirt. Around Lu Yusin there were 3 or 4 young men. They were clearly Lu Yusin's flower guardians. Standing in the middle of the 3 flower guardians, Lu Yusin was like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. She was extremely cold and arrogant. She glanced at Lu Ming indifferently, her eyes revealing a slight disdain like a proud white swan. Big Beard, what are you looking at? Are you even looking at Yusin? Why don't you take a piss and look into the mirror? You're already so old, yet you still want to sneak in and compete. Don't tell me you still want to marry Princess Nianlin? You're really a toad lusting after a swan's meat. Hurry up and get lost. Beside Lu Yusin, a few young men chided her one after another, acting all high and mighty. These few people had obviously come to the holy city later and did not know about Lu Ming's impressive achievements. Where did these wild dogs come from? Don't they know the rules and keep barking? I'm here first, so I haven't entered yet. You guys line up for me, understand? Lu Ming glanced at the few of them indifferently, his eyes filled with contempt. What did you just say? You're looking for death. Trash. The young men's faces were ghastly pale. They berated him one after another. If not for the fact that they could not fight here, they would have killed Lu Ming long ago. Lu Yusin's expression was very ugly and gloomy. Clearly, Lu Ming's words just now had included her in his scolding. This piece of trash doesn't respect the sage emperor's orders. He's clearly older than the emperor, but he still wants to sneak in. I suggest that we kill him immediately as a warning to others. A red-robed young man was the most arrogant. What if I'm not older than him? Lu Ming gave him a sidelong glance. If you're not over 30 years old, I'll immediately kneel down and eat dirt. The red-robed young man shouted. He took a closer look at Lu Ming and was even more certain that Lu Ming's age could not be lower than 30. All right, I request to test my bone age. Lu Ming shouted loudly, his voice spreading far and wide. Approved, let him take the test. A dignified voice was heard. It was Xianxia. The sovereigns had naturally seen everything that had happened here. Yes. An old man flew out from beside Xianxia. With a wave of his hand, a mirror appeared. This is the bone measuring mirror. It can measure the age of your bones. The old man explained. Then a beam of light shot out from the bone measuring mirror and enveloped Lu Ming. At that moment, almost all eyes were on Lu Ming. Could it be that Lu Ming was really not even 30 years old? That's impossible. He looks almost 40, but his actual age must be even older. Buzz. At this moment, the bone measuring mirror trembled and 25 round wheels appeared. They shone with a golden light and filled the sky. This was a bone wheel, and one wheel represented 1 year. On the bone measuring mirror, a round wheel of 25 appeared, representing Lu Ming's age. He was only 25. Moreover, the 25th wheel was not very bright. This meant that Lu Ming was still a little away from turning 25. The scene quieted down at once. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in bewilderment, their jaws almost dropping to the ground. He's not even 25 years old. This awesome commander is actually not even 25 years old. How is this possible? He looks like he's almost 40. He's growing too fast. It's really painful to the eyes. He's not even 25 years old. Doesn't that mean he belongs to the younger generation? He suppressed Wuxia before. The scene was in an uproar, but after the last sentence, the scene suddenly fell silent. That's right, he was less than 25 years old and belonged to the younger generation. The key was that he had suppressed Wuxia. If Lu Ming was in his 30s or 40s or even older and he had suppressed Wuxia, it would not be a big deal. After all, he had been cultivating for many years. However, Lu Ming was in his 20s and was younger than Wuxia. It was a different story. This meant that this overpowered commander was a rare heaven's favorite, one that was even stronger than Wuxia. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This awesome commander was too awesome and really exceeded everyone's expectations. It was not that no one had thought that Lu Ming was someone else in disguise. However, if he wanted to join the law enforcement army, he had to go through an identity check. He could change his appearance, but could his aura be changed too? This damned guy. Inside the door, Wuxia naturally saw this scene. He immediately gritted his teeth and wanted to bite Lu Ming. Some people from the Heavenly Martial Sword faction also had ugly expressions on their faces. They had suffered a great loss at the hands of this commander. Some of the sovereigns' eyes sparkled as they sized Lu Ming up curiously. The commander. He's only 25 years old? Tai Xing and the others were completely stunned. If the bone measuring mirror had not measured Lu Ming's bone age, they would still find it hard to believe. Behind Lu Ming, Lu Yusin and the other young men's eyes almost popped out. The red-robed young man in particular almost bit his tongue off. Can I go in now? Lu Ming looked at the burly man who was guarding the door. And you can enter, huh? The burly man guarding the door smiled awkwardly. And you, what did you say just now? If I'm not even 30 years old, you'll have to kneel and eat dirt. Let's start now. Lu Ming's gaze fell on the red-robed young man as he said coldly. That. I was just casually saying it. The red-robed young man's face turned red in embarrassment. Your mother's fart. Lu Ming roared and glared at the young man. The beard on his face stood up and a powerful aura burst out, enveloping the young man in red. He scolded, "What do you think this place is? All the emperors are here and the sage emperor is on your seat. You actually dare to speak so casually in front of all the sage emperors? What do you take all the emperors for? Is this the person you're joking with? I think you want to die." Lu Ming's every word was like a huge hammer pounding on the red-robed young man's heart, causing his face to turn pale and bloodless. "No, I didn't. You're talking nonsense. I didn't disrespect the emperors." The red-robed young man shook his head repeatedly, cold sweat dripping down his face. "You're still denying it? Then do as you say. If you don't do it, I'll teach you," Lu Ming shouted. He moved and appeared in front of the red-robed young man all of a sudden. He pressed his big hand on the red-robed young man's shoulder. This red-robed youth was a third-grade heaven's favorite with a cultivation of great circle spirit embryo. He was worlds apart from Lu Ming and had no power to resist at all. Lu Ming pressed him down and he fell to the ground. Bang! After landing on the ground, the red-robed young man knelt down. Following that, Lu Ming pressed his head down on the ground. With a bang, the red-robed man's face smashed into the ground, causing it to shatter and his mouth to be full of dirt. Gulu! Many people in the surroundings suddenly swallowed their saliva and stared at Lu Ming with wide eyes. This awesome commander was really too overbearing. He really made the red-robed young man eat dirt. He really meant what he said. Impudent! On the west side of the platform, an old man from a large force slammed the table and shouted angrily. This force was Cold Blood Hall, and the young man in red was one of its elites. Many Cold Blood Hall members glared at Lu Ming. "Don't be impatient." Standing at the front of Cold Blood Hall was the Hall Master, Blood Emperor. He spoke indifferently. Chapter 1116. 1116 Too difficult. Just now it was indeed the red-robed young man who said that if Lu Ming was below 30 years old, he would have to kneel and eat dirt. Everyone heard it, including the many emperors. Lu Ming had directly used the emperors to suppress the red-robed young man and then attacked him. It would not be good for Cold Blood Hall to stand up for the red-robed young man. Interesting. It's indeed interesting. You're very bold. Around the platform, some sovereigns spoke indifferently and looked at Lu Ming with interest. What a good appetite. He doesn't eat exotic food but likes to eat dirt. This is the first time I've seen this. Lu Ming muttered to himself. He stepped into the air again and went to the main entrance. His words almost made the Cold Blood Hall people vomit blood. Lu Yusin gritted her teeth and glared at Lu Ming with an ugly expression. The other young men beside Lu Yusin looked at Lu Ming with fear. The red-robed young man could not fight back at all in Lu Ming's hands, which shocked them. "Little girl, why are you staring at me?" Lu Ming's eyes swept across Lu Yusin's body. Then he laughed and walked through the door. Lu Yusin's eyes were red. She swore in her heart that if there was a chance she would definitely make Lu Ming regret it. Lu Ming walked past the main door and came to the front of the 18 roads. Some of the elites sized him up curiously. They were all very curious. When did such a heaven's favorite appear? Slowly more and more people crossed the gate and arrived in front of the 18 paths. In the end there were no less than 500 people, all of whom were top heaven's favorites. Alright, let's begin. Remember, if you fly out or fall down this path you'll fail. Xie Qitian's voice was heard. Buzz. Whoosh. Immediately there were people who rushed up. There was one person on each road. When they rushed onto the path formed by the rainbow light, a figure appeared on the road and attacked the heaven's favorites on the road. The palm print blasted out, and on the 18 paths, the 18 young men all roared angrily and were sent flying out of the range of the rainbow light path. Failed. In an instant all 18 young men had failed. That's the strength of the spiritual God. It's actually the strength of the spiritual God. There's a spiritual God blocking the way. How can we rush over? This is too difficult. Many people's expressions changed and became very ugly. There was actually a spirit God blocking the way. How could those youths in the spirit embryo realm possibly charge past? It seems that the screening part will eliminate many people. That's true. With the spiritual god in the way, how many people can break through? That's normal. The Sage Emperor also said that only the top 10 can enter the Sage Emperor's ancient palace. What can those spirit embryo realm prodigies do if they rush over? It's just to make up the numbers, so it's better to be eliminated earlier. Many people in the surroundings were in a heated discussion. On every path of rainbow light, there was a figure standing with his hands behind his back. Although they weren't real, they still gave off a powerful aura. As long as I rush over, I might have a chance, he thought. Someone's eyes flickered as he began to plan. Buzz. Whoosh. Then another 18 people rushed up. Boom. Boom. The 18 of them struck out with their palms at the same time. The power of their palms was like a stormy sea, continuous and endless. 17 of them were directly sent flying by the palm force and were eliminated. However, there was one person who was a third-class heaven's favorite. Moreover, he was a powerful figure among third-class heaven's favorites. His cultivation was infinitely close to that of a spiritual god. He took the palm strike head-on but was not sent flying. Instead, he seized the opportunity and aimed at an opening. He used a powerful movement technique and rushed over. He rushed past the figure's obstruction. I've made it. I've succeeded. The young man was ecstatic and ran forward. However, before he could feel happy, 3 more figures formed in front of him. Each of the 3 figures was at the first level of the spiritual god realm. 3 powerful palm forces rushed toward the young man. You can't play like this. The young man shouted and was sent flying by the powerful palm force. 3 spiritual gods, how are we going to pass this? Many people sighed. It was already very difficult to pass even one, and now there were 3 more on the road ahead. How could they possibly pass? It's almost impossible to pass without reaching the spiritual god stage. Someone shook his head. However, there were still people who didn't give up and wanted to try. The facts proved that every path was the same. At the start, there was a first-level spiritual god realm figure, and behind it there were 3 first-level spiritual god realm figures. Of course, the strength of these figures was considered ordinary among the first-level spiritual god realm. Many people failed. Lu Ming saw that Blood Sword 1, Corpse Warrior, Dongfang Yu of the Ditian Divine Palace, Ao 2 and Feng Xian of the Heavenly Demon Valley had all failed one by one. Although their talents were considered top-notch in the Eastern Wilderness, they were considered ordinary in the vast divine wilderness. The first few batches of people did not succeed. In the 6th batch, a second-grade heaven's favorite made his move. This person was Lu Ming's old acquaintance, Blood Luozi. Shui Luozi sent the first spiritual god flying with a single strike. He then charged forward and faced the 3 spiritual gods. However, it did not cause much trouble for Shui Luozi. He struck 3 times with his palms and forced the 3 spiritual gods back. Then he charged forward. What was shocking was that before Blood Luozi reached the finish line, more figures appeared on the road. This time there were 9 figures. 9 first-level spiritual god realm experts. Boom. 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 The 9 figures struck out with their palms at the same time. The 9 palms were connected one after another, and the power of the palms was like an avalanche. Shui Luozi's face turned serious. Blood light burst out and condensed into a blood-red saber. He struck out continuously, breaking the 9 palm forces one by one. However, after one palm strike, the 9 figures struck out another palm. 9 palm prints gathered together again, erupting with terrible power. The 9 figures seemed to be connected to each other, and their cooperation was flawless. With a shrill cry, Shui Luozi performed the bloodline fusion and turned into a blood-winged bat. It made a terrible sound wave and broke the palm force. Then its wings were like heavenly blades cutting a figure in half. It rushed through the gap and flew forward. After passing through the 9 figures, there were no more obstacles behind him. His journey was smooth, and Blood Luozi became the first person to reach the platform. Even so, it still made many people feel dejected. The difficulty was too great. With 9 first-level spiritual god realm existences joining forces, their powers stacked together and were too powerful. Apart from those who had broken through to the spiritual god realm, who else below the spiritual god realm could charge through? However, among the younger generation other than the second-grade geniuses, no one had broken through to the 3rd grade. I forget it. I don't have any hope. The difference is too big. Some people shook their heads and sighed, planning to give up. Indeed, there's no need to. There's no hope at all. There's no need to humiliate yourself. That's right. This time I'll just be a spectator. Many people spoke up and gave up. What a waste of time. At this moment, a cold snort sounded and a young man stepped out. This person was dressed in a black robe, his eyes were sinister, and his entire body was covered in black mist. He was abnormally cold, and the people standing beside him could not help but shiver. Chapter 1117. 1117. So many powerful heaven's favorites. Southern Nether, Dark Child. Someone said in a low voice, looking at this person with fear. Dark Child was said to be an existence equivalent to the 5 big shots of Central Continent. However, he had never fought with the people of the 5 big shots, so many people were skeptical. Each of the 5 overlords of the Central Continent was an era-suppressing genius. Not everyone could reach that level. Who would believe it without seeing it with their own eyes? Boom. Suddenly, Dark Child's aura skyrocketed, and a terrifying pressure filled the air. Then dash. Whoosh. Dark Child turned into a beam of light and rushed forward at a terrifying speed. In the first stage, the figure had just struck out with a palm force when Dark Child rushed past it. His body exploded immediately, not causing any hindrance to Dark Child. In the second round, the 3 figures attacked at the same time. Their palm prints were mighty, but the result was the same as the previous figure. Dark Child rushed through them and the 3 figures exploded. Dark Child's speed wasn't affected at all. It was as if the 3 spirit god powerhouses were air. Dark Child's figure was like a stream of light. In the third stage, the 9 figures couldn't stop Dark Child's figure at all. He was also rushed through and all 9 figures exploded. Buzz. Dark Child's figure appeared on the platform. CSI. Gasps could be heard at the scene. It was too powerful and terrifying. An ordinary first-level spiritual god realm expert was like an empty shell in front of Dark Child. He rushed past them. In the eyes of many people, Dark Child had just turned into a black stream of light. In a flash, he had arrived on the opposite side in a shockingly short time. It's too terrifying. This kind of strength far exceeds ordinary second-grade heaven's favorites. He's definitely at the level of the 5 magnates. That's right. We'll watch this. The heaven's favorites from the other territories will clash with the 5 magnates. It'll be very exciting. Dark Child's strength shocked everyone. Haha, then I'll also set off. With a loud laugh, a young man in a golden robe stepped out. This person was dressed in gold, golden hair, golden clothes and golden battle boots. His body emitted golden rays of light, like a small golden sun. Lion City, one of the 5 giants. Someone recognized the young man. The Lion City came from the overlord, the Lion Tiger Hall. It was a demon race, and it was rumored that its true form was a golden lion. It had 90% of the bloodline of the divine beast, the divine sun lion, and was extremely powerful. Almost 90% of his bloodline had become a pure-blood sun divine lion. However, in the divine wilderness continent, there were almost no connate pure-blooded divine beasts. Those demon sovereigns only became pure-blooded after they broke through to the sovereign realm and underwent a transformation. However, this was a postnatal cultivation. There was still a huge difference between them and connate pure-blooded divine beasts. Lion capital, let's go together. As soon as Shirdu walked out, another young man in a 5-colored feather coat also stepped out. Everyone's heart jolted as they recognized this young man. Kong Lin, the supreme talent of the Overlord Force and the Myriad Demon Mountain. It was said that he had 90% of the bloodline of the Divine Beast 5 Elements Peacock and was extremely powerful. They were also 2 of the 5 giants of Central Continent. Of the 5 giants of Central Continent, 3 were humans and 2 were demons. Kong Lin. Shirdu looked at Kong Lin and grinned. The 2 of them looked at each other and moved almost at the same time. A 5-colored ray of light and a golden ray of light each charged towards a path. Whoosh, whoosh. Without any pause, a light flashed past. Just like Dark Child, the spirit god existences blocking their way were directly blasted apart. They didn't stop them in the slightest. In an instant the two of them appeared on the opposite platform. The five magnates are really amazing. Many people sighed. This was the strength of the five magnates. Compared to them, ordinary Heaven's favorites were far too weak. Even many of the second-grade Heaven's favorites felt powerless. I'm coming. A Buddhist name that Lu Ming was very familiar with rang out. A baby-faced monk who had been smiling all along stepped out. This unscrupulous monk. Lu Ming pursed his lips. Amit Ba. A clear Buddhist chant sounded. A petite figure in white clothes stepped forward and came to the road beside the unscrupulous monk. A female bodhisattva. What a beautiful female bodhisattva. Many people's eyes lit up. It was actually a nun. She was petite and dainty, wearing a pure white kasaya. Her body was filled with holy Buddhist light, like a female bodhisattva who had walked out of a painting. She was very beautiful. Even without her long black hair, she was still unparalleled and holy. People couldn't move their eyes away from her after one look. It's a pity that such a beautiful woman, no less beautiful than the five great beauties, is actually a female bodhisattva. Sigh. Many people sighed with regret. Hee, the two bald donkeys of the western desert are about to attack. Let me accompany you. With a sneer, a black-robed young man covered in black flames stepped out and appeared on the other road. Someone recognized him as one of the southern netherworld's chosen. Bang! Bang! On the other side, two tall figures stepped out at the same time, attracting everyone's attention. Yang Patian and Tuobashur of Northern Plains. Ah, it's really lively. I'll go then. The monk laughed as Buddhist light emanated from his body. With a flash of light he charged forward. At the same time the others also moved. They turned into rays of light and rushed forward. On the way, the figures of the spiritual gods were practically non-existent. In the next moment, on the opposite platform, Yang Patian, Tuobashur, the unscrupulous monk, the female bodhisattva, and the young man covered in black flames all arrived at the same time. Almost everyone was shocked. How was this possible? There are so many Heaven's favorites from the five magnates? Many people gasped and stuttered in disbelief. Yang Patian had long been one of the five giants of the central continent. No one was surprised by this. As for Tuobashur, he had fought with Yang Patian several times and his name had long spread throughout the central continent. As for the unscrupulous monk, his performance in the secret realm of the sage mansion of the World College had also spread, and everyone also regarded him as a Heaven's pride on the level of the five giants. These three people were as expected. However, the female bodhisattva and the young man covered in black flames were also so powerful. It was shocking. Don't tell me these two people also have the strength of the Big Five. How can we compete then? The top 10 spots are almost taken up. Many people sighed. First it was Dark Child, then Lion Capital Konglin, and this time there were 5 people. With such unfathomable existences, there were a total of 8 people. There were not many spots left. Then many second-grade Heaven's favorites started to step out. Now almost all of the second-grade geniuses had stepped into the spiritual god realm. This test was naturally not difficult for them. The second-grade Heaven's favorites all passed by. Lu Ming saw Goddess Tan Xiang Jing Kongling, Kong Xin Junyu, Divine Emperor, and some others that he did not recognize. This time, most of the Divine Wilderness Continent's elites were here. Other than a few Heaven's Pride experts from the Imperial family and the Xia family, most of the Heaven's Pride experts had participated. Chapter 1118. 1118 The 40 people who passed. At this moment an ordinary-looking young man stepped out. This young man was really ordinary. His appearance was ordinary and his body was also ordinary. He had a medium build and his face was very calm. He didn't have an overbearing arrogance, nor did he have the noble and overbearing aura of a king. He was just like an ordinary young man. However, the moment this young man walked out, he attracted everyone's attention. Even the sovereigns turned their gazes over. That was because the young man was Long Qin. Long Qin was a well-known name in the Central Continent. He was the overlord of the Central Continent's younger generation. No one could defeat him. All along the way he had never tasted defeat among his peers. during the Battle of Providence he had already entered the spiritual god realm, leading the other 4 magnates by a large margin. He was known as a heaven's favorite that only appeared once in 100,000 years in Central Continent. No one said anything. Everyone's eyes were on Long Qin, waiting to see how he would react. Bang! Long Qin took a step forward. That's right, it was just an ordinary step and then another. Just like that, he took 1 step at a time and walked forward step by step. 1 step covered several miles. His speed wasn't fast. Let alone Yang Patian and the others, he wasn't even as fast as a second-grade heaven's favorite. He took a few steps forward and arrived in front of the first figure. The figure struck out with his palm and Long Qin did the same. With a bang, the figure exploded. Then Long Qin continued to move forward. Very quickly they arrived at the second stage. In front of the 3 figures he also struck out with his palm and the 3 figures exploded. Then he continued to step forward and came to the third stage. He waved his palm again and the 9 figures exploded at the same time. Seemed very easy, like the clouds in the wind. Then he stepped onto the platform. The speed of his stride wasn't fast, but the speed at which he passed the level was very fast. Those figures couldn't stop him at all. Therefore, in general, he had surpassed most of the second-grade heaven's favorites. This person is unfathomable. Lu Ming stared at Long Qin and realized that he could not see through him at all. I'll go too. Lu Ming smiled and stepped out. He randomly chose a path and rushed forward. Lu Ming's performance was not too amazing. Although he also cleared the level at an extremely fast speed, his speed was only average among the second-grade prodigies and he did not cause too much of a shock. As Lu Ming could suppress Wu Tsong previously, it was normal for him to have such a result. The others were not surprised. After Lu Ming, a few other second-grade geniuses followed. After the second-grade heaven's favorites finished, no one else tried. The remaining third-grade heaven's favorites and even the weaker ones all shook their heads. They didn't need to try because it was impossible for them to pass. All right, the selection is over. Let's go, Xie Tian said. With a wave of his hand, the 18 rainbow paths disappeared. At the scene, everyone's eyes fell on the platform. On the platform there were a total of 40 people. In other words, there were only 40 people who passed the selection. Nanming is really powerful. He has 2 people who are suspected to be on the same level as the 5 magnates and 3 second-grade heaven's favorites. Northern Plains is also very powerful. Other than Tuobashir, there are also 3 second-grade heaven's favorites. I feel that the Western Desert is the most unfathomable. There are 2 people who are suspected to be big shots, but not a single second-grade heaven's favorite. That's not realistic. I think even the second-grade heaven's favorites aren't here, so I can't see their depths at all. Indeed, the Western Desert has always been unfathomable and has a long history. No one knows how many years ago the Western Desert Saint Monk appeared. Speaking of which, the East Continent is really embarrassed. Only one Emperor God passed the handsome selection. Haha. Many people were discussing it. Lu Ming looked around and it was true. Without a doubt, the Central Continent had the most people. Apart from him there were 27 people. 5 from Southern Nether, 4 from Northern Plains and 2 from Western Desert, but the 2 from Western Desert had unfathomable strength. In the East Barren there was only the Emperor God. The Eastern Barren Territory? Li Lai is the weakest in the Forsaken Land, so how can there be any prodigies? It's already good enough that they have an Emperor God. I heard that there's also a person called Lu Ming who's above the Emperor God realm, but he didn't come. No, he didn't. I'm afraid he has declined, so he doesn't dare to come. He used to be stronger than an Emperor God, but now he's probably even weaker than an Emperor God. You're right, let's not talk about the East Continent. The crowd discussed and expressed their opinions, but when the Eastern Barren Territory was mentioned, they all looked contemptuous. In the crowd, Xue Jiani Ao2 Dongfang Yu, and the others gritted their teeth as they listened. But in his heart he felt helpless. The Eastern Barren Territory was indeed the weakest. This was an indisputable fact. They used to be the top figures in the East Continent. They were confident that they could make a name for themselves in the Central Continent. But ever since he came to Central Continent he had suffered a huge blow. There were too many people in the Central Continent who were stronger than them. Even the Emperor God was only a second-grade heaven's favorite. This made them feel dejected. I wonder what kind of reputation Lu Ming will make if he comes to the central continent. I guess he'll only be suppressed and won't be able to cause much trouble. At that moment, Blood Sword 1, Dongfang Yu Ao2 and the rest remembered Lu Ming. However, they felt that even if Lu Ming were to come, he would not be as good as an Emperor God. The Supreme Emperor had comprehended the will of space and was extremely powerful. In the Battle of Providence, the Supreme Emperor's will of space was still weak, but it would become stronger and stronger as time went on. They believed that the current Emperor God had already surpassed Lu Ming. Alright, a total of 40 people. Let's begin the first round of competition. The rules of the first round are very simple. I've recorded the time you took to pass the selection. Now, I'll divide you into 2 groups according to the time you took to clear the trial. The shorter the time, the better the results. The top 20 will be in one batch and the last 20 will be in another. The rule of the first round is that the last 20 will challenge the top 20. If they succeed, they will advance directly. If they fail, they will be eliminated. Furthermore, everyone can only challenge once. The one being challenged can only accept one challenge. Xianxia announced. What? The bottom 20 will challenge the top 20? Many people's expressions changed. Without a doubt, Yang Patian, Shurdu and the others took the shortest amount of time. The challenged could only accept one challenge. This meant that there was definitely someone who wanted to challenge Yang Patian. In that case, wouldn't Shurdu and the others lose for sure? Now, I'll announce the names of the last 20 people. Wuxia Blood Luozi. Xianxia announced the names of the last 20, and the people who were called had rather unsightly expressions. At the same time, they began to size up the 20 people who had not been named. I didn't expect to enter the top 20. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Other than him, the second-grade geniuses that Lu Ming knew, such as the Sandalwood Fairy, Jing Kongling, Di Shen and Wu Qingkong, had all entered the top 20. On the other hand, Kong Xian Junyu and the others were in the last 20. Lu Yusin was also in the last 20, and her expression was rather unsightly. The 20 at the back were sizing up the 20 at the front and choosing their opponents. Chapter 1119. 1119 Chapter 1119 Battling Lu Yusin. Yang Patian, Shurdu, Konglin and Longchen were directly ignored by them. He also ignored people like Tuobashir and the unscrupulous monk. Challenging them would be no different from admitting defeat. In addition, Emperor gods who have grasped the concept of space are also excluded. Wu Qingkong, who had always been at the top of the second-grade heaven's favorites, was also excluded. There were also a few other people who were unfathomable. There were also the 2 magnificently beautiful goddesses, Tanxiang Fairy and Jing Kongling. They were the targets of many people's pursuit. Of course, no one would challenge them. There were only a few people left. Many people's gazes swept between Lu Ming and the other 2. Although Lu Ming had defeated Wu Tsong before, Wu Tsong was considered weak among the second-grade talents. Moreover, Lu Ming had used a treasure to block the attack of a 4th-level spiritual god previously. However, in such a situation he would naturally not let you use a treasure to win. You would still have to rely on your own strength. Therefore, Lu Ming was undoubtedly one of the best targets to challenge. Before we start, I'll make 2 points. First, this is only a competition, so you can't kill your opponent. Second, you can't rely too much on external objects. You have to rely on your own strength. Xianxia announced. You big beard, I challenge you. What are you doing? That big bearded man is mine. All of you get lost. He's mine. As soon as Xianxia finished his sentence, a few people had their eyes on Lu Ming, wanting to challenge him. Nest, do you all think I'm easy to bully? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with ferocity as he swept his gaze over the few of them. Wait a minute. It's too chaotic to challenge like this. Let's do it according to the results. Those with good results in the last 20 can have the priority to challenge. Xianxia's voice was heard and the entire place fell silent. Then an old man walked out and reported the names of the last 20 people. The more they reported, the uglier their expressions became. Those with good results could challenge first, so they would definitely challenge the weaker ones. In other words, the one who stayed until the end would definitely be the strongest. For example, who would challenge Long Chen, Yang Patian, and the others? Those who were ranked lower would definitely encounter Yang Patian and the others. How could their expressions be good? Now let's begin. Xie Qitian announced after the ranking was announced. I'll go first. Lu Yusin stepped out. Her result was the best among the last 20 people. She had almost charged into the top 20. She swept her gaze across the room and eventually landed on Lu Ming. A cold glint flashed across her eyes as she said, "Big Beard, I challenge you." Previously, Lu Ming did not give her any face and even suppressed the cold-blood Hall's talent in front of everyone. In Lu Yusin's opinion, this was a slap to her face. She had long wanted to teach Lu Ming a lesson. Now that she had such a chance, how could she miss it? "Little girl, you want to challenge me? Just like I said before, be careful or I'll beat you up." Lu Ming grinned, his gaze sweeping across a certain part of Lu Yusin. "You're looking for death." Lu Yusin's expression was ugly. This guy is really looking for death. One of the big five lion capital emitted a cold light and killing intent from his eyes, causing the people standing beside him to shiver. In the central continent, everyone knew that the lion capital had always been Lu Yusin's pursuer. Since Lu Ming dared to tease Lu Yusin like this, it was obvious that the lion capital had its eyes on him. Lu Yusin challenged Lu Ming. The others retreated and stood at the edge of the platform. Only Lu Ming and Lu Yusin were standing opposite each other on the platform. "If I don't beat you up until you beg for mercy, my name isn't Lu Yusin." Lu Yusin's beautiful eyes were filled with coldness. She had enough confidence to defeat Lu Ming. This was because she hadn't used her full strength when she was screening. Buzz. All of a sudden Lu Yusin moved and pounced toward Lu Ming. The strange thing was that as Lu Yusin rushed out, her figure actually increased in number. 1 split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. In the end, the platform was filled with Lu Yusin's silhouettes. There were hundreds of them and they were densely packed surrounding Lu Yusin. This is the illusionary demon movement technique of the illusionary sect. Lu Yusin has actually cultivated it to this level. It's truly shocking. At the edge of the platform, a second-grade Heaven's favorite recognized this movement technique and revealed a serious expression. How could they resist when hundreds of figures appeared all at once? Lu Yusin's combat strength was considered to be in the upper tier even among the second-grade Heaven's favorites. Illusionary Demon Finger. With a delicate shout, the hundreds of figures stretched out their hands at the same time. Her slender fingers were more powerful than divine weapons. They pierced through the void and tried to kill Lu Ming. Whoosh! Whoosh! From all directions the finger force was aimed at Lu Ming's vital points. A black long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands. Minglu was from the Black Spear sect, so he had bought a black spear, a medium lever 8 spiritual weapon some time ago. Buzz. Whoosh. The long spear shook and a black spear flower condensed in the air and flew toward the finger force. Bang. Bang. A wave of dense collision sounds rang out, and the spear flowers and finger forces disappeared one after another. Buzz. Then the black spear's radiance expanded and swept out with the momentum of sweeping away thousands of troops. However, Lu Yusin's movement technique was indeed impressive. In the face of such an attack, hundreds of figures floated on the platform, flashing and avoiding Lu Ming's long spear. "Let's see how many shots you can dodge." Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and continuously swept it out. The spear's gleam was like a black dragon, surging violently on the huge platform and enveloping the entire platform. Although Lu Yusin's movement technique was strong on such a platform, its power was greatly reduced. Soon she couldn't avoid it. One by one her figure was hit by the spear light and dissipated. Humph. Lu Yusin snorted coldly. She didn't retreat but advanced instead. Her figure flickered non-stop and she was incredibly fast. Lu Ming's spear was like a dragon, but he could not hit him. As she neared Lu Ming, a cloud of gray fog appeared above Lu Yusin's head. On the gray fog there were 8 golden chakras. This was Lu Yusin's bloodline. Great dream of spring and autumn. At that moment, Lu Yusin turned into a cloud of gray mist. The gray mist expanded rapidly and enveloped Lu Ming. When Lu Ming was enveloped by the gray fog, the surrounding world suddenly changed. Boom. The earth shook violently. Lu Ming saw that a brutal battle was taking place in front of him. Talisman Amulet Sect. Lu Ming was greatly shocked. In front of them was the Talisman Amulet Sect. At this moment the Yin and Yang formation of the Talisman Amulet Sect had been broken. The army of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was swarming in and killing their way into the Yin and Yang mountain. At this moment both sides were engaged in a bloody battle. He saw Yan Kuangtu, the Nine Sons Supreme, being killed by Martial Emperor Di. By Shijin Du Songjue, and the others had died at the hands of the supreme martial artists of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. His parents, his disciples and his friends had all been turned into ashes in the bloody battle. Illusion, this is an illusion. Lu Ming took a deep breath, his eyes glimmering. In the secret realm of the Saint Mansion he had once entered an illusion created by a being that surpassed the emperor level and almost lost himself. Compared to that illusion, this one was too fake. How could it confuse Lu Ming? Lu Ming slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 1120. 1120 Red Eyes from Envy. At this moment the paragons, the emperors, supremes and many other powerful cultivators, including those in the air and in the sacred city, were all staring at the platform. He looked at Lu Ming's figure, which was shrouded in gray fog. It's Lu Yusin's great dream of spring and autumn. That guy called Minglu is finished. He's been enveloped by the great dream of spring and autumn. The outcome has been decided. That's right. Once Lu Yusin's great dream of spring and autumn is used, the only thing one can do is to retreat. Once enveloped, one will fall into an endless illusion. Even the top 5 young warriors will be in danger. Lu Yusin has won. A few of the second-grade Heaven's favorites were discussing. They knew how terrifying Lu Yusin's dream was. This was Lu Yusin's bloodline secret technique, which was very mysterious and unpredictable. After that no one said anything. They just waited quietly. In the gray fog Lu Ming's eyes were tightly shut. However, it was only 2 minutes before he suddenly opened his eyes. Let's end this. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a smile. He shouted softly and the scene of the talisman sex battle in front of him suddenly froze. Then it shattered like a mirror and turned into nothingness. Lu Ming was still standing on the platform. The gray fog surrounded him. Break. Lu Ming's palm was like a sword. The 5-colored will burst forth and he struck down. Boom. The earth shook and the gray fog rolled. It was constantly being destroyed by Lu Ming's essential core. In the next moment, Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed in one direction. He grabbed with his claws and a terrifying force suddenly exploded. In this direction the gray fog was obliterated and Lu Yusin's figure appeared. At this moment her beautiful eyes were wide open and her small mouth was open. Her face was full of disbelief. His vital essence condensed into a huge hand and grabbed Lu Yusin. Vital essence poured in and sealed all the major acupuncture points in Lu Yusin's body, making her unable to circulate her vital essence. As Lu Yusin was caught by Lu Ming, the surrounding gray fog dissipated. When the crowd saw this scene they were stunned. Lu Yusin was defeated and captured. What happened? Earlier on the gray fog had shrouded them. Many people did not see what had happened clearly and thought that Lu Ming would definitely lose. However, they did not expect to see this scene after waiting for 2 minutes and the fog had dissipated. Some of the emperors and supreme martial artists' eyes flickered, but they didn't say anything. They had obviously noticed something. Let me go. Lu Yusin struggled with all her might in the Zhenyuan hand, but with his Zhenyuan sealed, how could he struggle with just his physical strength? Let you go? Hee, did I forget what I just said? Lu Ming grinned, his eyes darting around Lu Yusin's body. Lu Yusin shivered. She glared at Lu Ming and said, What are you trying to do? Of course I'm going to beat you up. Lu Ming's mouth cracked into a smile and his beard trembled. Don't you dare. Lu Yusin glared at Lu Ming. Her threat was obvious. You still dare to threaten me? You're looking for a beating. With a thought he controlled his Zhenyuan and grabbed Lu Yusin. Then he slapped a certain part of Lu Yusin's body. Pa! A crisp sound reverberated throughout the entire area. Lu Ming's palm smacked heavily on it. Silence. The scene fell into a dead silence. Countless people stared at the scene with their mouths wide open. He hit Lu Yusin's taxi. After a long time, someone finally stammered, but after a long time he couldn't continue. They couldn't believe it. The unparalleled beauty Lu Yusin had actually been beaten in public. This was simply unbelievable. How could this Ming Lu have such courage? Lu Yusin was one of the 5 most beautiful women in the central continent. Of course, there were even more people who were envious regardless of whether they were young or old. Some people were so envious that their eyes turned red. She was one of the 5 great beauties of the central continent. They wanted to give her a slap and have a taste of her, but they didn't dare to. You're looking for death. Kill. A loud roar was heard as a terrifying killing intent burst forth. A golden light shot up into the sky. Shirdu looked at Lu Ming with killing intent, wishing he could tear Lu Ming into pieces. As everyone knew, all the lions had been pursuing Lu Yusin. Since Lu Ming dared to treat Lu Yusin like this, he naturally wanted to kill Lu Ming. At this moment Lu Yusin was stunned. She widened her eyes and stared at Lu Ming in a daze. After a long while she let out an earth-shattering scream. She was actually by Lu Ming in front of everyone. This way. She wished there was a crack in the ground and she could bury her head in it. You're dead. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Lu Yusin screamed and struggled with all her might. What are you shouting for? You dare to threaten me, hit me again. Lu Ming berated him and slapped him again. The crisp sound reverberated throughout the entire area. All the onlookers' eyes were about to explode, especially the men. They were so envious that their eyes turned red. Some of them were so excited that they were trembling. It was as if they had replaced Lu Ming to teach Lu Yusin a lesson. Commander. The commander. Tai Xing and the law enforcement army were completely speechless. They knew that Lu Ming was impressive, but this was too impressive. Even some of the emperors and supreme beings at the table felt their eyelids twitch and their hearts stir. Impudent. One of the supreme beings from the Tranquil Illusion sect couldn't take it anymore. He shouted, and the might of a supreme being filled the air. However, they were immediately stopped by the emperor of the Yuhuan sect. Today was the million-year sacrificial ceremony of the ancient Saint dynasty, and all the powerful cultivators had gathered. Moreover, Lu Ming and Lu Yusin were having a fair battle on the battle stage. It was not appropriate for them to interfere. Ming, you're dead. The golden light on Lion City's body grew brighter and a terrifying killing intent enveloped Lu Ming. What are you shouting for? Who are you? Shut up. Shut up. Lu Ming looked at Shirdu coldly and shouted. This made Shirdu furious and he almost rushed out to kill Lu Ming. In the end he held back. With all the emperors gathered here, he did not dare to break the rules. You still dare to threaten me? Lu Ming's gaze turned to Lu Yusin again. I'm going to kill you. Lu Yusin screamed. Pa. Another slap landed and Lu Yusin's screams came to an abrupt end. As for the people who were watching, they were already numb. This overpowered commander was simply too overpowered and heaven-defying. He was completely lawless and audacious. I've never heard of this Ming Lu before. He appeared out of nowhere. First he suppressed Wu Tsong. Now he's treating Lu Yusin like this. To be honest, I'm impressed. Said a heaven's favorite. He looked simple and honest. Everyone recognized him as a heaven's favorite from the Soldier King's residence. My hair is white, I am a little monk. I'm so envious. A Buddhist proclamation sounded. Everyone was stunned because the person who said that he was envious was an unscrupulous monk. However, he was a monk. What was there to be envious of? Did he want to give it a try? Many people were speechless. Amit Ba. The Buddha of the Western Desert called out the name of Buddha, seemingly embarrassed. Chapter 1121. 1121 Chapter 1121 Melee. Are you still threatening me? Lu Ming continued to look at Lu Yusin. Lu Yusin bit her lips tightly. This time she didn't dare to say anything. That's right. I've warned you twice before, but you didn't listen. You're just a little girl. I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. Don't hold a grudge. I'm doing this for your own good. Lu Ming spoke with conviction like an elder disciplining a junior. In addition to his long beard, he looked like he was almost 40 years old. He really did have that kind of taste. Lu Yusin could only glare at Lu Ming hatefully. She did not dare to say a word, but she could not wait to cut Lu Ming into 1,000 pieces. He hated it. In the future, when people saw her, they would definitely think of this big bearded man. Alright, that's all for today. Be more obedient in the future and don't be so arrogant. With that, Lu Ming waved his hand and Lu Yusin flew out. When she flew out of the platform, Lu Ming had already released the quintessential essence that was sealed in her body. Lu Yusin's body was filled with quintessential essence. She glanced at Lu Ming with killing intent, then flew toward the illusionary sex seat without saying a word. Ming Lu wins this battle. An elder from the royal Xie family announced. Lu Ming grinned and walked to the side of the platform. This big brother is amazing, this little monk is impressed. At the side, the unscrupulous monk put his hands together in front of his chest, his face full of admiration. This made the people around him feel extremely despondent. Was this monk really a holy monk from the western desert? "Ha, master, you're too kind," Lu Ming said casually, but he did not dare to look down on this unscrupulous monk. He felt that this monk was unfathomable. Next, the competition continued. One of the southern underworld's geniuses stepped forward. His ranking was only second to Lu Yusin. This person chose a heaven's favorite who was slightly weaker. Unfortunately, he still failed and followed in Lu Yusin's footsteps. Next, the challenges continued one by one. The two people who came out later were both very powerful and they both won. However, from the fifth challenge onwards, the challengers began to lose consecutively. Kong Xen had challenged Wu Qingkong and was defeated. Wu Qingkong's cultivation had reached the second level of the spiritual god realm. He must have made another breakthrough during this period. Two people challenged goddess Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling, but they both failed. Fairy Tan Xiang had used her body to inscribe the formation. The killing formation within her body erupted and was extremely powerful. In addition to his pill refining and weapon transformation technique, his combat strength was astonishing. The pure sky spirit had comprehended 3 intents, and the fusion of the 3 intents was mysterious and unpredictable. Its combat power was also very strong, so it wouldn't be very difficult to defeat an opponent. Then someone challenged the Emperor God. Space Will was indeed the king of will. The more he cultivated, the more powerful it became. In the end, Emperor God also defeated his opponent and kept his place in the top 20. Soon only Long Qin, Yang Patian and the Heartless Monk were left. The remaining 9 people who had not challenged him had extremely ugly expressions. Some people were really unwilling to give up, and after picking and choosing, they finally chose the unscrupulous monk. This guy doesn't look reliable, maybe his combat strength isn't strong. Then the second-grade heaven's favorite who issued the challenge was sent flying off the platform by the unscrupulous monk. Winning in one move, the difference was too great. The remaining 8 sighed. They knew that there was no point in challenging him, so they all admitted defeat. The first round ended. There were 20 people left. The crowd turned to look at Xianxia, curious to know the rules of the next round. Was it going to be a one-on-one battle again? Let's decide the winner in the second round and the ranking in one fell swoop. The 20 of you will fight in a free-for-all on the platform. You can fight however you like, and the results will be calculated based on the time you stay on the platform. The longer you stay on the platform, the better the results will be. The top 10 and top 3 will be decided in the end, Xianxia said. Chaotic battle. Everyone was shocked. Xianxia had actually decided to use a free-for-all method, allowing the 20 supreme talents on the field to decide the winner in a free-for-all. The situation had become complicated. A chaotic battle was not a one-on-one battle. One could join forces or form an alliance. The situation was ever-changing. Now let's begin. Xianxia's voice reverberated throughout the entire area. Buzz. Whoosh. As soon as Xianxia's voice fell, a figure flashed on the platform, away from the people around him, and stared at the others cautiously. Because, other than yourself, everyone else is an enemy, and you can't be sure who will suddenly attack you. Only Long Qin was calm and indifferent. He stood there casually, looking straight ahead as if he didn't care at all. On the platform, everyone looked at each other and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Yang Patian, let's continue our battle. We must determine the winner today. A loud roar broke the silence. Tuobashir charged towards Yang Patian with his mace in hand. That's just what I want. I'll defeat you today. The heavenly halberd appeared in Yang Potion's hand. He took a step forward and charged towards Tuobashir. Boom! The Heaven Scorcher halberd and the Wolf-Tooth Club collided heavily. The space was directly torn apart and a terrifying force swept in all directions. Third level of the spiritual god realm. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Yang Patian and Tuobashir's cultivation had indeed broken through to the third level of the spiritual god realm. They were even more powerful than when they were in the Saint Mansion's secret realm. This kind of heaven's favorite was truly terrifying. Not only was his combat strength shocking, but his cultivation speed was also terrifyingly fast. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them exchanged over a dozen moves in a row, and the entire world seemed to be trembling. So strong. The second-grade heaven's favorites were shocked when they saw this. Was this the strength of a young big shot? He was too strong. How could they compete with him? Bald donkeys of Western Desert, let's see if you have made any progress in your strength after not making a move for a while. Nanming, the young man covered in black flames, stared at the monk and the female bodhisattva. Little fire dog, this little monk will grant you your wish. The heartless monk stepped forward with a dignified expression. His entire body was covered in golden light as he struck out a golden palm towards the young man who was covered in black flames. The black flames on the young man's body started to burn. It was extremely terrifying, as if it was the flames from hell. Boom, boom. The unscrupulous monk and the young man with black flames exchanged a few blows. The flames and golden light split the world into two, and the people around them retreated far away. Fortunately, the platform was large enough and sturdy. Otherwise, the others would not have a place to stand. The commotion caused by the battle between the two of them was no less than that caused by Yang Patian and Tuobashir. Amit Ba. The female bodhisattva of the Western Desert chanted the name of Buddha, and the light of Buddha filled the air as she stepped out. With every step she took, a golden lotus would appear under her feet. It was holy and beautiful. Her target was Dark Child. The Western Desert and the Southern Nether had been enemies since ancient times. One was Buddha, the other evil. The heavens' favorites from the two territories had known each other for a long time and had fought many times in the past. Now that they met here, they would naturally fight each other. Without a doubt, Dark Child and the female bodhisattva were also powerful figures. The battle between the two was extremely shocking. Chapter 1122. 1122 Chapter 1122 Looking for Abuse. As soon as the competition began, the supreme geniuses of the Western Desert and Southern Underworld began to fight each other, while Yang Patian and Tuobashir fought. The six heavens' favorites were fighting intensely, but no one else moved. Long Qin stood there calmly, his face calm and his aura calm. He didn't look like anything special, but since everyone had taken the initiative to keep a distance from him, no one would go up and attack him. The heavens' favorites of the big shot level were still Lion Capital and Kong Lin. The two of them scanned the second-grade heavens' favorites with cold eyes. This was especially so for Shi Du. His cold eyes were filled with killing intent as he swept his gaze across Lu Ming from time to time. The remaining second-grade heavens' favorites were all on guard against each other, pulling apart the distance. Brother Lion, Brother Kong, I have a suggestion. Why don't we join forces and take down all these people? Then there will only be 10 of us left on the field. Wu Qingkong suggested as he walked toward the Lion City. Then he swept his gaze across all the second-grade geniuses, including Lu Ming. The second-grade heavens' favorites' expressions changed. There were 9 heavens' favorites at the top level. Including Wu Qingkong, there were 10 of them. Wu Qingkong's intention was obvious. He would sweep everyone off the platform and secure a spot in the top 10. Shi Du's and Kong Lin's gazes flickered, and they also swept across everyone. All right, we'll do as you say, Shi Du said. The Lion Tiger Hall had a good relationship with the Heavenly Sword faction, and the Lion City had a good relationship with Wu Qingkong. That was why he agreed to Wu Qingkong's suggestion. There was also another reason. It was also beneficial for them to have 10 people left on the field earlier. The Heaven's favorites of the big shots would definitely start a competition. However, if they fought now and one of them was defeated, wouldn't they fall out of the top 10 and be taken advantage of by the second-grade Heaven's favorites? If they were able to secure a spot in the top 10, they would be able to fight to their heart's content. Even if they were defeated, they could still enter the ancient hall to comprehend. Kong Lin clearly thought of this point too. His gaze flickered and he said, "I also agree." "All right, Kong Lin, then let's join forces first and clear up these trash." Shirdu sneered, his eyes cold. The second-grade Heaven's favorites all had ugly expressions. "Wu Qingkong, you're despicable. Damn it. Everyone, I suggest that we join forces. Otherwise we will all be defeated." "But I agree. Let's join forces." A few second-class Heaven's favorites spoke one after another. With a flash, 6 second-class Heaven's favorites gathered together. They planned to fight Shirdu, Kong Lin and Wu Qingkong together. However, Goddess Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling didn't go with them. The two peerless goddesses gathered together and retreated to the side. In addition, the Emperor God didn't join them. He moved back in a flash. Of course, it was impossible for Lu Ming to gather with them. "You guys, why aren't you coming over? Do you want to be defeated by them one by one?" A young man glanced at Di Shen and Lu Ming and shouted coldly. "I don't need you to worry about me." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "If you're so stubborn. You think you have some strength and you're so proud. Let's see how you lose." The young man berated Lu Ming. He was rather unhappy that Lu Ming did not join them. "Do it." Shirdu spoke and stared at Lu Ming first. "Brother Lion, you don't need to attack this guy. I'll take him down." Wu Qingkong said, his eyes fixed on Lu Ming. "Good. The Sage Emperor just said that we can't kill him, but that's only what we can't do. You know what to do, right?" Shirdu pondered for a moment and nodded. "Don't worry, I'll break all his limbs and bones. I'll make sure he won't be able to get out of bed for half a year." Wu Qingkong smiled hideously. Now that he had broken through to the second level of the spiritual god realm, his combat strength had greatly increased. He was full of confidence and did not take Lu Ming seriously at all. Bang! Bang! He took a few steps forward and the sword chi around him whistled as he approached Lu Ming. "How dare you hurt the hero of my heavenly sword faction? I'll let you know the consequences." Wu Qingkong's voice was cold. His eyes were sharp like swords. "Scumbag of the heavenly sword faction, it seems that you have not learned your lesson. This time I will make sure you learn your lesson." Lu Ming's eyes glinted coldly. He took a step forward and threw a palm at Wu Qingkong. Buzz. The sword chi let out a long cry. Wu Qingkong unsheathed his sword and the sharp sword chi slashed towards Lu Ming. His cultivation had broken through to the second level of the spiritual god realm, and his combat strength was much stronger than when he was in the Saint Mansion's secret realm. The sword chi cut through the void and slashed toward Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming's palm struck Wu Qingkong's sword chi and destroyed it. At the same time he continued to attack. Clang! The palm landed on the sword and a loud boom was heard. The sword kept shaking. Wu Qingkong felt as if he had been hit by an ancient mountain. He felt a terrible force surging toward him, forcing him to retreat. "How is that possible?" Wu Qingkong roared. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He was actually forced back by Lu Ming's palm. He was already at the top among the second-grade prodigies. Now he was ahead of the other second-grade prodigies and was the first to enter the second level of the spiritual god realm. His combat strength was so strong that he was almost unrivaled under the big shots. However, he was forced back by Lu Ming's palm. This was unacceptable to him. The surrounding spectators were also shocked. The bearded commander's combat power was beyond expectations. Could he really rival or even defeat Wu Qingkong? Boom! Boom! At this time Shirdu and Kong Lin had already made their move. The two of them displayed terrifying combat power and launched a storm of attacks on those 6 second-grade Heaven's favorites. Although the 6 second-grade Heaven's favorites tried their best to defend, they were still at a disadvantage. This showed how powerful a Heaven's favorite is. Thump. Lu Ming took a step forward and the entire platform rumbled. His essential core surged and he used the prison-suppressing heaven technique. His every move contained terrifying power. He appeared in front of Wu Qingkong in an instant. He turned his palm into a fist and threw a few punches. The punch carried boundless power. The sky shook and groaned as if it could not withstand Lu Ming's punch. How can he be so strong? Wu Qingkong was terrified. He exerted all his strength and slashed out shocking sword qi continuously. However, all of them were suppressed and crushed by Lu Ming's fist. Lu Ming's momentum was unstoppable. Wu Qingkong kept retreating. His body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Burst. Burst. As Wu Qingkong retreated, he activated his bloodline power and transformed into a sword. However, it was useless. Lu Ming's fist was too brutal and suppressed everything. Clang, clang, clang. After 7 punches, Wu Qingkong's sword exploded. His body reappeared, spitting blood and looking pale. He had lost. Wu Qingkong had lost. This result was beyond the expectations of many people. Although Lu Ming had defeated Wu Zong previously, Wu Zong was considered weak among the second-grade geniuses. Wu Qingkong, on the other hand, was a top second-grade genius and had already broken through to the second level of the spiritual god realm. His combat strength was much stronger than Wu Zong's. In the beginning, no one thought that Lu Ming could be a match for Wu Qingkong. This commander of the law enforcement army is really unexpected. Some of the older generation sighed. As for Tai Xing and the others, the corners of their mouths twitched and they were already numb. Chapter 1123. 1123 Fighting against the geniuses of the big shots. Pa. Lu Ming rushed over and slapped Wu Qingkong's face. Arg. Wu Qingkong screamed and smashed his body on the platform. His head hit the platform like an iron hammer. Wu Qingkong's head was buzzing. He was completely dumbfounded. Gotcha. Then a heart-piercing pain came from his left leg, which woke him up. My leg. He screamed. Lu Ming stepped on one of his legs, completely breaking the bones. Gotcha. Then Lu Ming stepped on his right leg and broke it. Wu Qingkong screamed and broke out in a cold sweat. What are you shouting for? Didn't you just say that you were going to break my limbs and all my bones? Since that's the case, why don't you try it yourself? Break. Lu Ming shouted. A long spear was condensed in his hand. He swept it across Wu Qingkong's arms, breaking the bones in his arms. This was not an ordinary breaking of bones. It contained Lu Ming's terrifying vital essence. The vibration of the vital essence shattered the bones in Wu Qingkong's entire arm. Even with Wu Qingkong's powerful cultivation and physical strength, he would need at least a few months to recover. In the stands, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Martial Sword School had unsightly expressions on their faces. Some people could not wait to rush forward and cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. However, in such an occasion they could only endure it. That's fucking unpleasant to hear. It's like a pig being slaughtered. Get lost. Finally, Lu Ming gave Wu Qingkong a kick, sending him flying off the platform. Of course, the last kick had shattered Wu Qingkong's bones. It would take him at least half a year to recover. Geniuses fought against each other. Wu Qingkong would probably be caught up or even surpassed by other geniuses in the same realm within half a year. A disciple of the Sky Martial Sword faction flew out and caught Wu Qingkong. He was carried to the stands and an elder of the Sky Martial Sword faction fed him a healing pill. That little thief is so ruthless. The elder of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction gritted his teeth in hatred. Lu Ming was too ruthless. He had really shattered Wu Qingkong's bones and armor. Not a single piece was intact. It was really difficult to recover in a short time. At this moment, the battle on the platform was even more intense. Lu Ming had defeated Wu Qingkong, and Shurdu and Kong Lin were about to win. One of the 6 second-grade Heaven's favorites had already been knocked off the platform. That good for nothing. You're courting death. Shurdu shouted when he saw Wu Qingkong being defeated. Then he howled and his body glowed with golden light. The next moment, Shurdu transformed into his true form. It was a golden lion that was 5 meters tall and more than 10 meters long. It was covered in golden fur, and there were even golden flames dancing on its fur. The Sun Divine Lion. The lion capital possessed 90% of the Sun Divine Lion's bloodline and was on the verge of becoming a pure-blooded Sun Divine Lion. As long as he could break through to the Emperor realm and undergo a transformation, he would become a true Sun Divine Lion. Roar. Even the lion roared loudly. He was even more terrifying in his true form. His roar shook the world and the clouds in the sky were scattered. The huge claw slapped out and a second-grade Heaven's favorite was sent flying off the platform, blood spurting out of his mouth. The difference was too great and he was seriously injured in one move. The second-grade Heaven's Pride experts who were able to enter the top 20 were the strongest among the second-grade Heaven's Pride experts. However, they were still no match for Shirdu. Roar. Even the lion roared. Golden flames were boiling and his combat strength was violent. He continued to burst out and another 2 geniuses were sent flying. The remaining 2 were sent flying by Kong Lin's 2 slaps. The 6 second-grade Heaven's favorites were all defeated. Including Wu Qingkong, who was kicked away by Lu Ming, there were a total of 7 people who were defeated. There were only 13 people left on the platform. As long as he could take down 3 more people, the top 10 would be born. Even the lion's cold gaze landed on Lu Ming first. On the other side, Kong Lin's gaze first swept across Goddess Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling, then landed on the Emperor God. Lion capital, I'll take care of this Emperor God and you'll take care of Ming Lu. How about one for each of us? Kong Lin said. This is just what I want. Shirdu said. And at this time Kong Lin's gaze landed on Fairy Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling again, and he said with a smile, Goddess Tan Xiang, after we take care of the Divine Emperor and Ming Lu, there will only be 11 people left on the stage. At that time Miss Kongling will have to go down. In this way you can also enter the top 10. Kong Lin was a suitor of Fairy Tan Xiang. At this time he naturally had to seize the opportunity to court her favor. Oh really? Was young Master Kong that confident? Don't be unable to do it, okay? Fairy Tan Xiang narrowed her eyes and smiled. Ha, you can't do it? Other than the Heaven's favorites of the big shots, no one can escape from my hands. Kong Lin smiled and moved suddenly. With a flash of 5-colored light, he pounced toward the Emperor God at a terrifying speed. Kong Lin's true form was a type of peacock. He had 90% of the bloodline of the 5 elements peacock, and his speed was unparalleled in the world. However, he had encountered an Emperor God. Spatial Intent, the King of Intents, was also skilled in speed. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Emperor God didn't fight with Kong Lin. Instead he used Instant Step to avoid Kong Lin's attack. The 2 of them, one chasing and the other escaping, were both shockingly fast, constantly flashing on the platform. For a moment it was difficult to determine the winner. Second level of the Spiritual God Realm. The Emperor God has also broken through to the second level of the Spiritual God Realm. Someone exclaimed as he saw the cultivation of the Emperor God. There's finally a decent Heaven's favorite in the East Continent. Although he's not as good as the big shots, he's one of the best among the second-grade Heaven's favorites. Someone commented. The Emperor God had comprehended the space will and his cultivation had broken through the second level of the Spiritual God Realm. He was already at the peak of the second-class Heaven's favorites. Wu Qingkong might not be his match. Roar. The lion roared and pounced on Lu Ming. The golden claw radiance was like a golden heavenly blade that tore the space apart. Dragon power. With a single thought, the 7 dragon energies in his body instantly exploded. Lu Ming's body glowed with purple light. However, there were no scales on his body. Therefore the masters of the Wang and Jiang families could not recognize him. The dragon power burst forth and Lu Ming's strength was even more shocking. At the same time, a 5-colored will spread out as he threw a punch. At this moment, everyone was shocked. This Minglu actually wants to fight against Lion City head-on. He's overestimating himself. That's right. His combat strength is indeed very strong, but there's still a big gap between him and the Heaven's favorites. It's not wise to fight him head-on. Many people had thought that Lu Ming would learn from the Emperor God and use all his strength to dodge and stall for time. As long as the Western Desert and Southern Nether or Yangpatian and Tuobashir had a winner, he would be able to enter the top 10. He had never expected that Lu Ming would choose to fight against Lion City head-on. Wasn't it courting death to fight against a powerful heaven's favorite head-on? 5-colored will. This person has comprehended 5 types of will. In the stands, the masters of the Wang and Jiang families were shocked. Previously they had seen Lu Ming comprehend 4 types of concepts. That was the highest number of concepts that they had ever seen someone comprehend. However, they were surprised to see that someone had comprehended 5 concepts. They did not think of Lu Ming as the better option. First, they had clearly seen Lu Ming outside the Talisman Amulet sect. It was impossible for him to be in the Central Continent. Secondly, Lu Ming had only comprehended 4 concepts during the Battle of Providence. At such a high cultivation level, it was impossible for him to continue to comprehend new concepts. It was too difficult. They could only sigh. Central Continent was indeed full of geniuses. There was actually someone who could comprehend 5 intents. Chapter 1124. 1124 Be my mount. Boom. Lu Ming's fist and the lion's golden claws collided heavily. Instantly, the 5-colored light and the golden light burst out, forming a 6-colored light pillar that shot into the sky. A terrifying blast of air spread out in all directions. Bang! Bang! The 2 figures retreated 100 meters away from each other and stood opposite each other. A draw. This move was a draw. This made many people dumbfounded. This Minglu could actually block Shi Du's move. Although he was forced back, he also forced Shi Du back. Wasn't he too strong? Could it be that Minglu was also a heaven's favorite of the big shots? Everyone's heart twitched. Since when were powerful beings so worthless? Shi Du himself was also very shocked, but this aroused his ferocity even more. Die! Arg! Shi Du roared as the golden flames on his body jumped dozens of meters high. The terrifying heat seemed to be able to melt everything. It twisted the space and even burned through it, revealing a dark space. His aura also became more violent and shocking. In his body, the sun god lion's bloodline started to boil as if it was about to turn into a golden sun. The peak of the 2nd level of the spiritual god realm. Shi Du's cultivation was at the peak of the 2nd level of the spiritual god realm. Minglu were both at the 2nd level of the spiritual god realm. I'll let you understand the difference between us. Shi Du said coldly, looking at Lu Ming with an extremely cold gaze. The cultivation that Lu Ming had just revealed was at the 2nd level of the spiritual god realm. Who said that my cultivation is at the 2nd level of the spiritual god realm? Lu Ming smiled faintly. The next moment. Boom. A violent aura burst out from Lu Ming's body and spread in all directions. 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. At this moment, the cultivation that Lu Ming revealed was at the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. What? This Minglu's cultivation is at the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. How is that possible? Oh, he's too strong. This guy has been hiding his strength all this time. This is too abnormal. Lu Ming's cultivation erupted, causing an uproar in the surroundings. Lu Ming's cultivation had actually reached the terrifying 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. When he tested his bone age earlier, he was clearly not even 25 years old. To rush to the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm before the age of 25 was too shocking and terrifying. Even the sovereigns and sovereigns in the stands were shocked. Saint Emperor, I didn't think that the imperial family would have such a talented genius hidden within. I really admire him. One of the emperors spoke. Xie Qitian's eyes were filled with surprise. There was actually such a heaven's favorite in the law enforcement army, and he had not noticed it before. As for the 8th prince, Xie Zhen, his eyes were filled with disbelief. He had never dreamed that this Minglu, who had been demoted to a lowly ant in the law enforcement army, was actually so terrifying. If this person had wanted to kill him before, he would have been dead long ago. In the crowd, Shi Zheng and Shi Feng, whose cultivation had been crippled, were pale. Lu Ming's outburst of cultivation shocked the other talents on the platform. Yang Patian, Tuoba Shi, Mingzi, and the other paragons who were in the middle of a battle felt Lu Ming's powerful aura and their eyes turned grave. As for Lion City himself, he was even more shocked. 3rd level of the spiritual god realm? How is that possible? Even the lion roared. Lion capital, I heard that you're ranked 5th among the 5 giants of the central continent. Although you're a little lacking, your looks aren't bad. You're about the same as my little gold. I'll force myself to take you as my mount. Lu Ming stepped forward, his aura was wild. The little gold he was talking about was King Kong, the golden tiger that Lu Ming had taken down in the Battle of Providence. Everyone was shocked. This awesome commander actually wanted to take Liandu as his mount? He was simply whimsical, arrogant, and ignorant. You're courting death. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because your cultivation has reached the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. The lion was furious and his lungs were about to explode. Lion City was destined to become an emperor in the future. This big-bearded man actually wanted to take him as a mount. He deserved to die. So what if they were at the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm? It was common for Lion City to fight those of a higher realm. The sun god lion's blood boiled. It was as if the lion had completely transformed into a golden sun, pressing down on Lu Ming. Boom! The true essence of the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm in his body boiled and gushed out like a tsunami. He activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique, and with the support of his intent and dragon power he blasted toward the golden sun. With an earth-shattering explosion, everyone was shocked to find that the golden sun had been sent flying. However, Lu Ming's body only swayed a little. Kill! Then Lu Ming shouted and rushed toward Lion City, launching a storm of attacks. The lion roared, shaking the sky and the space around it. Blood Rascal also knew the sound wave technique, but compared to Lion City he was not even worthy to carry his shoes. Lu Ming punched out with both fists continuously, breaking Shi Diyu's sound wave technique. The force of his punches landed heavily on Shi Diyu's body. Thump! Thump! The Lion City's body was as hard as diamond and it emitted a terrifying heat. However, under Lu Ming's fist, it was still wailing in pain. The crowd gasped. The lion capital was actually at a disadvantage. I forgot to tell you that I've never been defeated in a battle of the same level. Not to mention that you're 1 level lower than me. Lu Ming's voice was full of confidence. On the side of the platform, the eyes of Goddess Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling flickered. Why do I feel that this style is very familiar? Fairy Tan Xiang muttered. I also find it familiar. There's a kind of invincible confidence just like Lu Shaoqing's. The pure spatial spirit said. Lu Shaoqing seems to be very good at disguising himself. Could this person be Lu Shaoqing? Fairy Tan Xiang seemed to have thought of something as she covered her mouth and whispered. Jing Kongling didn't say anything and just looked at the battle. The sun is endless. The lion was suppressed by Lu Ming and felt extremely aggrieved. It roared madly, displaying its terrifying strength to the fullest. It had to be said that the lion capital was indeed very strong. They possessed 90% of the divine Sun Lion's bloodline, which was equivalent to a human martial artist awakening a 9th level divine level bloodline. Their battle prowess was extremely terrifying, and killing enemies who were several levels above them was as easy as eating and drinking. If it were an ordinary peak 2nd level spiritual god realm martial artist or demonic beast, Lu Ming could kill them with a single slap. However, Lu Ming's burst of 3rd level spiritual god realm vital essence, in addition to the 7 streams of dragon energy and the support of the concept, could only gain the upper hand. It would take some effort to defeat him. Lu Ming was shocked. It was so powerful with only 90% of the divine beast's bloodline. How terrifying would it be if a pure-blooded divine beast came? A 90% bloodline and a pure-blood divine beast were fundamentally different. The difference was huge. According to the ancient legends, there had once been a pure-blooded divine beast in the divine wilderness continent. A natural divine beast was invincible the moment it was born. No one in its generation was its match and it could overpower its opponents. Even if he was a supreme talent who had awakened a 9th level divine bloodline, he was still far from being a match for him and would be suppressed. It was said that a pure-blood divine beast would be able to step into the emperor realm with just a little bit of cultivation. His talent was simply too strong. However, in the divine wilderness continent, it had been many years since a natural-born pure-blooded divine beast was seen. Chapter 1125. 1125 Chapter 1125 Defeating a Big Shot. What are you shouting for? Fight. Lu Ming raised his fist and punched at Du continuously. Du roared in anger and tried his best, but it was useless. He was defeated by Lu Ming's fist and landed heavily on his body. The lion's huge body shook like a drum, and its soft golden fur was beaten into a mess. In the end it was broken and flew on the platform, making the platform golden. I can't waste it. Lu Ming waved his sleeve and kept the golden fur that had fallen from Du's body. This was an incredible treasure. If it was woven into a robe, it would have a strong defensive ability and would be impervious to fire and water. Some people in the crowd were envious. This golden fur was a rare treasure. Roar. Du looked up at the sky in shame and anger, wishing he could bite Lu Ming to death. Unfortunately, he could not do it and was even forced to retreat by Lu Ming. In the end, Lu Ming simply rode on the lion capital and swung his fists wildly. The lion capital roared in anger and sorrow. It even rolled on the ground, but it was useless. It could not shake off Lu Ming. Every punch of Lu Ming's was terrifyingly powerful and suppressed everything. It kept smashing on the lion capital's body. With every punch, the lion capital felt that its bones were about to break and blood kept flowing out of its mouth. A demonic beast's body was extremely strong, especially a demonic beast like him who had 90% of the divine beast's bloodline. His body was even stronger. However, he still could not withstand Lu Ming's iron fist. Bang! In the end, the lion fell heavily to the ground, gasping for breath. Even the lion was defeated. This thought flashed through everyone's mind. Before this battle, no one would have thought that the Lion City would be defeated by this strange commander of the law enforcement army. This was like a fantasy story, but it was the truth. Although the lion capital was ranked last among the 5 giants of the central continent, no one dared to underestimate its strength. Those second-grade heavens favorites would only be crushed by the lion capital. But now he was no match for the commander of the law enforcement army. How is it? Are you convinced now? Be my mount. Lu Ming stepped on the lion capital and looked down at him. Roar. The lion howled madly and soared into the sky, rushing out of the platform. Even if he were to lose, he would drag Lu Ming down with him. Nes, come at me. Forget it, I'll spare you this time. Lu Ming's figure moved and his body flew backward. He kicked Du's buttocks and sent him flying far away, landing outside the platform. Lion City defeated. Du let out a long roar as if he wanted to vent the depression in his heart. After a dozen roars, he transformed into his human form and sat on the seat of the Lion Tiger Hall with an extremely gloomy expression. He had actually been eliminated before he could make it into the top 10. The main reason was that he had to deal with Lu Ming, which led to him being eliminated early. At this moment, there were only Tulivir people left on the platform. Kong Lin was still chasing after Emperor God, but the Emperor God used the space mentality and dodged with all his might instead of fighting Kong Lin. With the Emperor God's cultivation and the mystery of space mentality, it was still difficult for Kong Lin to catch up with the Emperor God even though he was very fast. Buzz. At this moment Kong Lin stopped. He did not continue to pursue the Emperor God. Instead, he looked at Lu Ming with a grave expression. It was completely beyond his expectations that Du did not manage to take down Lu Ming and was instead defeated by him. At this moment the situation was in a stalemate again. Goddess Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling stood on the side of the platform together. Long Qin had not moved since the battle began. Kong Lin could not catch up with the Emperor God and he was afraid of Lu Ming. He was also a suitor of the Sandalwood Fairy. Naturally, he would not attack the Sandalwood Fairy and the Jingkongaling. As for the Emperor God, it was obvious that he intended to use the advantage of the space will to delay as much as possible and enter the top 10 when the others were defeated. Therefore he would not launch an attack first. Yang Patian and Tuobashir were still engaged in an intense battle. The battle between the Western Desert and the Southern Nether was even more intense. At this point in the battle, the difference in strength had already been revealed. The unscrupulous monk was fighting the young man covered in black flames. At this time, the young man in black flames had transformed into his true form. He was also a demonic beast. He looked almost the same as the legendary three-headed hellhound. The youth in black flames had 90% of the three-headed hellhound's bloodline and was extremely powerful. Each of the three heads could launch a different attack. Black flames filled the air, but they were not hot at all. Instead, they gave off an extremely cold feeling. It was as if this flame could freeze the soul. This was the infernal flames. The three-headed hellhound was strong, but the unscrupulous monk was even stronger. The monk was solemn and his body was covered in golden light. A golden Buddha floated above his head, and the Buddha's light suppressed the three-headed hellhound. The three-headed hellhound was completely suppressed by the golden Buddhist light. Phenomena appeared all around it and it was in an extremely sorry state. On the other side, the battle between Dark Child and the female Bodhisattva was also extremely intense. However, the Dark Child was indeed very powerful. He was the strongest in the southern underworld's generation, even stronger than the Cerberus. His dark chi soared to the sky and suppressed the female Bodhisattva. However, the Buddhist martial techniques were extremely profound and could attack and defend. The female Bodhisattva performed the blood fusion and transformed into a true female Buddha. The Buddha light spread out and formed many Buddha walls. Although she was at a disadvantage, she could still barely resist. They're so powerful. Each of them is above Lion City and is at the third level of the spiritual god realm. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the crowd and could tell their cultivation. Like Yang Patian and Tuoba Shur, the four great prodigies of the Western Desert and the Southern Underworld were all at the third level of the spiritual god realm. Each of their combat strength was above that of Lion City. Stinky Dog lose. The unscrupulous monk became more and more courageous as the battle progressed. His combat strength was unfathomable, and he completely suppressed the three-headed hellhound. The three-headed hellhound tried its best to block while scanning the entire area with its spiritual sense. I can't go on like this. There are still Tulavir people left on the field. If this continues, I'll be defeated by this bald monk and won't even be able to enter the top 10. Those two women are weak. I'll take care of them first. Even if I'm defeated, I can still enter the top 10. The three-headed hellhound's mind raced as it made a decision. Then he used all his strength to block the monk's attack. His body flashed and he turned into a black light, rushing toward Goddess Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling. It was as fast as lightning and arrived in an instant. Block. Fairy Tan Xiang's reaction was extremely fast. With a light step, dense runes appeared on the ground, forming a few formations. A few shields appeared in front of her. At the same time, the pure space spirit moved as well. A river appeared, and within the river ancient trees grew. The branches stretched out and blocked the way. Boom. Boom. With a violent boom, the inferno spread and burned the shield and the ancient trees. However, after this block, the follow-up moves of Goddess Tan Xiang and the pure spatial spirit also exploded out. Fairy Tan Xiang's body glowed as she activated the killing formation she had carved. At the same time, she waved her hand and 36 pills flew out, turning into 36 divine weapons. Together with the pure spatial spirit's attack, they attacked the three-headed hellhound. Chapter 1126. 1126. He is Lu Shaoqing. The two peerless beauties had a tacit understanding and made people's eyes light up. There was no doubt that even among the second-grade heaven's favorites, Goddess Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling were considered top-notch. However, their opponents were powerful beings. With a loud explosion, their attacks were scattered by the three-headed hellhound's attacks. Get down. Die. The Cerberus shouted coldly as it swiped down with its claws, causing the faces of both Goddess Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling to change. Could it be that we're going to fail? The two of them had the same thought and they felt a little unwilling. There were still Tulavir people left. They just needed to hold on a little longer and they might be able to enter the top 10. Unfortunately, he could only reach this far. The two of them sighed and decided to leave the platform and admit defeat. At this moment, a burly figure suddenly appeared in front of them. He threw out a punch and collided with the three-headed hellhound's claw, blocking it. It's him. The eyes of the two girls lit up. The person who blocked their way was Lu Ming. Back in the ancient herb garden, Goddess Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling had helped him once to prevent him from falling into Cold Blood Hall's trap. Now that he saw the two women in danger, he naturally would not sit by and do nothing. If you want to be the hero and save the beauty, then I'll send you down. The three-headed hellhound roared loudly and the terrifying hellfire burst forth, causing Lu Ming's spiritual god to tremble slightly as if his soul was about to be frozen. What a powerful hell flame! Lu Ming was shocked, but he laughed out loud. Ah, you're even more powerful than that lion. I originally wanted to take that lion as my mount, but he wouldn't agree to it no matter what. Although you're a little ugly, you're barely qualified to be my mount. As he laughed, his true yuan exploded and he threw a few punches forward, exchanging a few blows with the Cerberus. Big Beard, why did you snatch my prey? The heartless monk appeared not far away and said with a smile. Monk, I'll finish off your prey for you. Lu Ming said. Ah, that's good. I don't have to do it. The monk chuckled and turned his eyes to Dark Child. Sister Moonless, how about I help you? The unscrupulous monk's large sleeves fluttered as he arrived at the place where the Dark Child and the female Bodhisattva were fighting. The name of the female Bodhisattva was Moonless. Dark Child looked at the unscrupulous monk with some fear. Heartless, go do what you need to do, I don't need your help. Moonless' face was a bit cold, and it seemed that her relationship with the unscrupulous monk was very bad. Not far away, Lu Ming almost fell down. This unscrupulous monk's name was actually unscrupulous. It was too appropriate. I have rice hair, the falling flowers are interested, but the flowing water is heartless. Sister Moonless doesn't need my help, then forget it. The unscrupulous monk muttered. Then his eyes started to look around again. The onlookers were all speechless. Was this really a holy monk from the Western Desert? Why are you so unreliable? Even some of the sovereigns in the stands had strange expressions. The Buddha of Western Desert had a solemn expression and a smile on his face. His eyes were closed as if he had not seen anything. Boom! At that moment, Lu Ming and the three-headed hellhound were already engaged in an intense battle. The three-headed hellhound was very strong. It had already reached the third level of the spiritual god realm and its combat strength was stronger than even Shi Diu's. At this moment, the three-headed hellhound had unleashed its full power, causing its divine beast bloodline to boil. Lu Ming did not unleash his bloodline and was at a slight disadvantage for the time being. It seems like it's impossible to obtain third place without using my bloodline today. At this thought, a drop of blood appeared on top of Lu Ming's head. Borrowing power. Who? A wisp of energy from the third blood meridian gushed into Lu Ming's body. His aura rose sharply, his hair turned blood red in an instant, and his body emitted a blood-red light. Kill. Lu Ming's third blood meridian power surged in and a terrifying killing intent erupted from his body. He struck out with his palm, aiming for one of the three-headed hellhound's heads. The Cerberus's heads spewed out terrifying attacks, but they were dispersed by Lu Ming's palm. His palm landed heavily on one of the Cerberus heads. With a loud bang, the Cerberus cried out in pain and retreated rapidly. Its head was almost shattered by Lu Ming's chop. A part of its forehead had caved in and blood was flowing out. Lu Xiaoqing. He's Lu Xiaoqing. At this time a few extremely shocked cries sounded out from the crowd. Shui Luozi, Wu Qingkong, and a few others who had seen Lu Ming in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion all exclaimed in disbelief. What? He's Lu Xiaoqing? Ming Lu is Lu Xiaoqing. This awesome commander is Lu Xiaoqing. Cries of alarm rang out. Now Lu Xiaoqing's name had already shaken the world. News of Lu Xiaoqing killing the top talents of the last generation in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion of the Xianxia Academy, killing the top talents of the Cold Blood Hall and the Tianwu Sword Sect, and fighting with Yang Patian and the others had long spread throughout the central continent. Everyone had long regarded Lu Xiaoqing as a big shot. They had thought that since Lu Xiaoqing had not come to the holy city, could this overpowered commander with a full beard be Lu Xiaoqing? He's Lu Xiaoqing. I can't be wrong about this cultivation technique. Wu Qingkong and Shui Luozi spoke with great certainty. He is indeed Lu Xiaoqing. Fairy Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling's eyes flickered as they muttered to themselves. Ha, it's really uncomfortable to have this broken beard stuck on my face. At this moment Lu Ming laughed out loud. He grabbed the fake beard on his face and threw it away. By doing so he would be acknowledging his identity as Lu Xiaoqing. The crowd was shocked. Ming Lu was indeed Lu Xiaoqing, but how did he get into the law enforcement army? What a brilliant aura-changing technique. Even we were fooled. An emperor said. None of the emperors present had noticed this earlier. Roar, roar, roar. The three-headed hellhound roared loudly. All three heads opened their mouths and launched a terrifying attack. One head spewed out black liquid, one head spewed out black flames, and the last head spewed out black lightning. Each of these attacks was extremely terrifying and could kill a second-grade heaven's favorite. Lu Ming clenched his fist in the air. His third blood meridian squirmed and transformed into a blood-red spear that Lu Ming held. Lu Ming cast the 5 killing moves and swung his spear 3 times in a row. Boom, boom, boom. 3 blood-red spear shadows shattered the void and dispersed the three-headed hellhound's attack. Then the long spear turned into a blood-red lightning, piercing through the layers of space and stabbed towards one of the heads. That head was the one that was injured by Lu Ming earlier. The spear directly pierced through the hole in the ground, penetrating the Cerberus's head. Roar, roar. The other 2 heads of the three-headed hellhound let out a frenzied roar and launched a terrifying attack at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's left palm struck out continuously, activating the prison-suppressing heavenly art to counter the Cerberus attacks. Seizing the opportunity, the three-headed hellhound retreated rapidly. The head that Lu Ming had pierced through was shrouded in black mist. Chapter 1127. 1127 Chapter 1127 Dragon Star's Power. The three-headed hellhound's life force was extremely tenacious. It had 3 heads. Unless all 3 heads were chopped off or one head was pierced, it would only be heavily injured but not dead. In the future it would grow 3 more heads. At this moment the three-headed hellhound looked at Lu Ming in shock. Kill. Lu Ming bellowed, his killing intent surging like a tide. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind and even his eyes were bloodshot. He strode towards the three-headed hellhound. Although the slaughter intent in the 3rd bloodline was only borrowed and couldn't be combined with his own 5 intents, it could still work together to make it stronger. The blood-red spear danced, forming a blood-red storm of slaughter. The three-headed hellhound did its best to fight Lu Ming. However, after a few moves, its second head was pierced by Lu Ming's spear and it was injured even more severely. In the end, the Cerberus had no choice but to leave the platform and admit defeat. The three-headed hellhound had lost. This commander, No Lu Xiaoqing, had defeated the Lion Capital and the Cerberus, 2 powerful heaven's favorites. This had shocked everyone. At this time, the battle between Darkchild and Moonless had also entered the final stage. Although Moonless was strong compared to Darkchild, she was still 1 step behind. From the beginning she was at a slight disadvantage, to the end she was completely suppressed. After Lu Ming defeated the Cerberus, she had no choice but to admit defeat and leave the platform. With the withdrawal of Moonless, the top 10 was born. They were Long Qin Yongpatian Tuobashir, the Heartless Monk Ming Zi Konglin, the Divine Emperor, the Sandalwood Fairy Jing Kongling, and Lu Ming. Entering the top 10 meant that one could enter the ancient Sage Emperor's palace and study the insights of the past Sage Emperors, laying down a foundation for one's journey to the Emperor's realm. At this moment, apart from Yongpatian and Tuobashir, the others didn't make a move and just watched each other. Brother Lu, thank you for your help. Fairy Tanxiang and Jing Kongling bowed to Lu Ming. The 2 fairies are too polite. Lu Ming grinned and said forthrightly. Brother Lu, it's all up to you now. Sister Kongling and I are already very lucky to be able to enter the top 10. Goddess Tanxiang said in a sweet voice. Then she and Jing Kongling floated back and left the platform. The 2 of them admitted defeat just like that. No one was surprised. It was all within their expectations. It was already extremely lucky for Goddess Tanxiang and Jing Kongling to be able to enter the top 10. With their true strength, it would be very difficult for them to enter the top 10. It was already enough for him to enter the top 10 and enter the ancient hall. Retreating now was the wisest choice. Only 8 people remained on the platform. Boom. With a violent boom, Yang Patian and Tuo Bashir exchanged a blow and both retreated. They stood in two different directions and did not continue fighting. The two of them had already exchanged hundreds of moves and there was still no clear winner. Yang Patian, I heard that you're ranked third among the top 5 young warriors of the central continent. Xian Yinjuan is ranked second and Long Qin is ranked first. Are they really stronger than you? Said Tuo Bashir, his voice booming like a bell. Why don't you try it? Yang Patian said. Ha, you don't have to provoke me. But I really want to try. Tuo Bashir laughed before turning to look at Long Qin. Everyone was shocked. Was Tuo Bashir going to make a move on Long Qin? Everyone's heart was filled with anticipation. Long Qin had not made a move just now. In fact, Long Qin had not made a move since the Battle of Providence. Everyone was curious about how far Long Qin had progressed and how strong he was. Would they be surpassed by the other heaven's favorites? A look of anticipation flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Long Qin gave him a strong sense of pressure. He also wanted to know how strong Long Qin was. Bang! Tuo Bashir's steps caused the platform to buzz as he walked toward Long Qin. His aura was extremely powerful, and the mace in his hand buzzed along with Tuo Bashir's emotions. His muscles slowly bulged as if they were filled with infinite strength. In comparison, Long Qin was very ordinary. His temperament and appearance were ordinary, just like an ordinary youth in the crowd. On the platform, everyone backed away and looked at Long Qin and Tuo Bashir. Long Qin, everyone says that you are the #1 in the Central Continent or even the Divine Wilderness Continent. I would like to give it a try. Tuo Bashir stood in front of Long Qin and said in a low voice. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Northern Plains was a warlike place and Tuo Bashir was even more so. Otherwise he wouldn't have found Yang Patian and fought him as soon as he arrived in the Central Continent. Moreover, because he had not defeated Yang Patian, he had repeatedly fought with Yang Patian. From this, it could be seen how warlike he was. To him, there was no one who could match him in Northern Plains. He had never lost in the younger generation. He needed stronger experts to give him pressure. Thus he went to find Long Qin. You can make your move. Long Qin spoke for the first time. His tone was calm without any arrogance or arrogance. However, Lu Ming could hear a kind of qi from it. It was an invincible and undefeatable qi. This was the kind of qi that could only be obtained when one was extremely confident in themselves. Receive my attack. Tuo Bashir let out a long roar and his already burly body became even more burly. A terrifying beast's roar came out of his body as the mace in his hand shone with a brilliant light. Bang! Die! Tuo Bashir took a step forward and charged at Long Qin, smashing his mace down with the force of 10,000 katis. Facing Long Qin, Tuo Bashir did not dare to be careless. He used all his strength. Everyone's expression turned grave. Tuo Bashir's move was too terrifying and no one could ignore it. However, Long Qin's expression was still calm. When Tuo Bashir's mace was about to hit him, a terrifying aura spread out from his body. His arms swelled rapidly and his muscles bulged. It was twice as thick as usual. Boom! Long Qin threw out a punch. The punch pierced through the space, creating a long dark tunnel. The entire area shook. On the platform, Lu Ming and the others could feel a powerful force spreading toward them. They had to channel their cultivation to resist it. Thump! Long Qin's fist collided heavily with Tuo Bashir's mace, creating a terrifying boom. It was like a thunderclap in the sky. This was a collision of power. Then, everyone saw a figure retreating rapidly and continuously like a huge cannonball, until he was out of the platform. It was Tuo Bashir. He was sent flying out of the platform by Long Qin's punch. His face was pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. CSI. Gasps of shock could be heard. Tuo Bashir had been defeated by Long Qin with a single punch. Tuo Bashir's strength could be seen from his battle with Yang Patian just now. His strength was absolutely terrifying and his strength was shocking. He suppressed the world and his combat strength was no weaker than Yang Potion's. But now he was sent flying by Long Qin's punch and spat out a mouthful of blood. This kind of scene was seriously too shocking. Central Continent's people were still fine. But northern plains, southern nether, western desert and eastern barrens people were even more shocked when they saw this. He was too strong. Chapter 1128. 1128 The Last Five. On the platform, Yang Patian and Kong Lin's eyes were extremely solemn. The eyes of Dark Child, the unscrupulous monk, and the divine emperor were filled with shock. My hair is as white as rice, my Buddha. Motherfucking mercy. What a pervert. The unscrupulous monk chanted a nondescript Buddhist name. What a terrifying power. Lu Ming's eyes were solemn. Lu Ming had a vague feeling that Long Chen's bloodline was not to be underestimated. It was definitely an extremely terrifying bloodline. After defeating Tuo Bashir, Long Chen's arm returned to its original state and he stood there calmly. He was very ordinary, but no one dared to look down on him. Not even emperors. As long as such a genius did not die, he would definitely become an emperor in the future. He might even rise to a higher level and dominate the divine wilderness. Such a genius was rare even in ancient times. Now there were only 7 people left on the platform. The 7 of them looked at each other. Yang Patian, let's fight. A 5-colored light flashed and Kong Lin appeared in front of Yang Patian. Of the 5 giants of the central continent, Yang Patian was ranked 3rd and Kong Lin was ranked 4th. In the Battle of Providence, Kong Lin lost to Yang Patian by a slight disadvantage. Today he was going to win it back and wash away the shame. Then I'll defeat you again. Yang Patian was very confident. He pointed his halberd at Kong Lin and the void trembled. While Kong Lin's body bloomed with 5-colored light. Metal, wood, water, fire and earth, 5 elements. The 5 elements peacock was born with the ability to control the 5 elements and was extremely powerful. Of course, this kind of control was different from a warrior who had comprehended 5 different concepts at the same time. This was because the 5 elements of the 5 elements peacock were separated, unlike Lu Ming who had already fused all 5. The 5 elements peacock was only blessed by the heavens in terms of controlling the 5 elements, while Kong Lin had 90% of the 5 elements peacock's bloodline, so he naturally also inherited the talent to control the 5 elements. Buzz. Buzz. The 2 of them moved at the same time, charging at each other and engaging in a great battle. Bang. Bang. At this moment, Lu Ming stepped forward and walked towards one of them. Emperor God. Lu Ming walked toward the Emperor God. The Emperor God stared at Lu Ming with a solemn look. You should go down. Lu Ming said indifferently. Have I met you before? The Emperor God said as he stared at Lu Ming. He felt that his temperament was very similar to Lu Ming's. Oh really? Is there anyone in this world who is as invincible as me? Lu Ming grinned. His blood-red hair flew in the air as his endless killing intent swept toward the Emperor God. Although your combat strength is strong, you can't do anything to me as I'm focused on dodging. The Emperor God said. He was confident in his space will. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered. The blood-red long spear was thrust out like a blood-red lightning. The space around the Emperor God's body rippled like water. He moved and disappeared from his original spot, reappearing in another place 100 meters away. The space mentality is indeed amazing, but in my eyes it's nothing. Lu Ming took a step forward and formed a seal with his hands. A door of light appeared, emitting a blinding light that pressed down on the Emperor God. The Emperor God's expression changed drastically because he suddenly felt like he had fallen into a quagmire and couldn't move. Not only him, even the space was sealed. The 9 seals of the Gate of God. An emperor suddenly stood up and exclaimed in shock. It's the 9 seals of the Gate of God, the ultimate martial art of the sky-sealing divine warrior. I didn't expect Lu Shaoqing to be in control of it. Another old emperor said. This ultimate technique was once famous in the world more than 100,000 years ago. It was the ultimate technique of an emperor. However, with the passing of that emperor, this ultimate technique also disappeared in the world. No one expected it to appear again today. The other onlookers were shocked. So this was an emperor technique. Spatial travel. The Emperor God roared and exerted all his strength. The space around him trembled rapidly as he tried to break free from Lu Ming's seal. Then one more fan. Lu Ming moved his hand and another gate of God appeared. It pressed down. This time the Emperor God's body could not move at all. During this period of time, Lu Ming did not stop cultivating the 9 seals of the Divine Gate. After several months of hard work, Lu Ming could already form 2 of the 9 seals of the Divine Gate, and the sealing power had increased greatly. Whoosh! The blood-red spear turned into a ray of light and pierced through the void, coming out of the Emperor God's chest. Bang! With a shake of the spear, the Emperor God's body was sent flying far away. He flew out of the platform and spat out a mouthful of blood. You can't even withstand a single blow. I won't kill you today for the sake of the Sage Emperor, but I'll definitely kill you when I meet you in the future. Lu Ming said coldly. If it were not for the rule that no one was allowed to kill their opponent, he would have killed the Emperor God just now instead of just injuring him. However, Lu Ming did not care about the Emperor God anymore. He would have plenty of chances to kill him in the future. The Emperor God kept vomiting blood and his face was pale. He barely managed to float in the air, staring at Lu Ming and roaring, "We must have met before. Who are you?" Lu Ming did not spare him another glance. He turned around and looked at the battle between Yang Patian and Kong Lin. Yang Potion's space intent was much stronger than an Emperor God's, and he had also mastered other intents. In the end, a purple-gold halberd floated above his head. The 9 golden chakras were extremely bright. Divine level 9th rank bloodline. The geniuses of the big shots had all awakened divine level rank 9 bloodlines. Is this the legendary halberd of the void? Someone exclaimed. Yang Potion's bloodline was the legendary supreme divine weapon, the halberd of the void. It was a halberd that could shatter the void and cut through space. Yang Patian performed the bloodline fusion and transformed into the halberd of the void, which made his combat strength even more terrifying. Kong Lin also turned into a 5-colored peacock, but unfortunately he was still no match for Yang Patian. After fighting for dozens of moves, Kong Lin was no match for Yang Patian and kept retreating, completely suppressed. In the end, Kong Lin gave a long hiss and withdrew from the platform. Kong Lin was defeated. Now on the platform there were only 5 people left. Long Qin Mingzi, the heartless monk Yang Patian, and Lu Ming. Each one of them was extremely powerful with unparalleled combat strength. The battle had also reached its most critical moment. As long as 2 more people were defeated, the top 3 would be decided. Among these 5, who do you think is stronger and who is weaker? The crowd began to discuss. Long Qin is, without a doubt, the strongest. He defeated Tuo Bashir, who wasn't any weaker than Yang Patian, with a single punch. His combat strength is unfathomable. As for the other 4, it's hard to say. I think that the unscrupulous monk Darkchild and Lu Shaoqing are about the same. As for Yang Patian, he's slightly weaker. Not necessarily. Yang Patian is very strong. He might not be weaker than the other 3. I don't think they'll be weak either. The next battle will be the peak battle. Everyone expressed their opinions one by one. I'm not a dog. Skiver, how about we exchange a few moves? The unscrupulous monk chanted the name of Buddha, and his white kasaya fluttered as he flew towards Yang Patian, giving off a kind of otherworldly feeling. That's exactly what I want. Monk, you were the one who gave me a fake token in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. I'll make you pay for this. Yang Patian coldly stared at the unscrupulous monk. The 3rd bloodline, on the other hand, had endless power, but Lu Ming did not dare to borrow too much. The more he borrowed, the stronger the killing intent would be. Lu Ming would then be controlled by the endless killing intent. Once he lost control of himself, he would be dominated by the killing and become a walking corpse, a puppet that only knew how to kill. Of course, with the improvement of Lu Ming's cultivation, he had better control over himself, and the power he could borrow was also stronger. Now, the power he could borrow had increased a lot compared to when he was at the 1st level of the spiritual god realm. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them exchanged dozens of moves. The 9 seals of the Gate of God. Lu Ming formed a seal and 2 gates of God appeared, suppressing Darkchild. Nether Prison's Gate. A black door appeared in front of Darkchild. The door glowed and expanded rapidly, blocking the ceiling door. Death God appear. Then a black figure appeared above Darkchild's head. The figure was covered in a black cloak and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Only 2 red flames were dancing and burning in his eyes. The figure held a black sickle in his hand with black fire dancing around it. The god of death, the legendary god of death. This was the Darkchild's bloodline. Without a doubt it was also a level 9 divine level. Tulavir Capital Heaven Battle Formation. Darkchild transformed into the Grim Reaper and spoke in a cold and unpleasant voice. The Grim Reaper moved and turned into 12 figures, charging toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming cast the Gate of Sealing again, but he could only seal 2. The other masters continued to attack Lu Ming. Boom. 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 Lu Ming continued to punch and activate the prison-suppressing heavenly art to strengthen its power as he fought the 10 death gods. 10 consecutive punches landed on the 10 Grim Reaper sickles, forcing the 10 Grim Reapers to retreat. However, Lu Ming's face was pale. What a strange attack, what a terrifying power. Lu Ming's eyes were solemn. The death god's physical attack was not very strong, but it had a strange power that could penetrate the body and attack the spiritual god. In other words, it was attacking the soul of the spiritual god. Darkchild's attack could penetrate directly into the soul, obliterating the soul of others, killing people invisibly. If not for the fact that Lu Ming had consumed the soul-refining fruit and a large number of soul-refining pills, which made his spiritual god extremely condensed and stronger than others, he might not have been able to withstand the attack. Even so, Lu Ming's spiritual god was still trembling and his soul was in excruciating pain. Kill. The Darkchild attacked again. At that moment the sealing door lost its effect. A total of 12 dark gods charged at Lu Ming. Every one of them seemed real. Lu Ming controlled 5 types of concepts and formed a 5-colored battle suit on the spiritual god. Then he fought the death god. It was slightly better with the 5-colored battle suit protecting the spiritual god, but the spiritual god was still being attacked and was constantly shaking. If this continued, the spiritual god would definitely suffer unimaginable injuries. The spiritual god was the foundation of a martial artist. It was where one's essence, chi and spirit were. If it was severely injured, it would have a huge impact on one's future cultivation. Seems like Lu Xiaoqing is going to lose. He's no match for Darkchild. It's said that Darkchild's bloodline Grim Reaper can directly attack one's soul and kill without a trace. It's strange, powerful and impossible to defend against. By the way, Lu Xiaoqing's bloodline is so special. It doesn't have any chakra. I've noticed that too. It's indeed strange. However, there are all kinds of strange things in the world. Perhaps he has cultivated some secret skill to cover his chakra. The crowd discussed as they looked at the platform. At this moment the battle between Lu Ming and Darkchild seemed to be a draw. However, those who knew Darkchild knew that in the long run, Lu Ming would definitely be at a disadvantage and would not be able to win. On the other side, the heartless monk had already gained the upper hand in the battle between Yang Patian and the monk. I must win this battle. No matter the price. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with determination. He couldn't lose this battle. He had to use this opportunity to take Xianxia away. He had to win. Even if he had to reveal his true identity. Chapter 1130. 1130 Lu Ming. It was Lu Ming. Lu Xiaoqing be defeated. The Reaper's harvest. A cold and unpleasant voice was heard. The Grim Reaper's scythes in the hands of the Tulavir Grim Reapers drew a mysterious and strange arc, slashing toward Lu Ming. Tulavir Death God's scythes were placed in all directions. Darkchild, you are the one who is defeated today. Lu Ming let out a long howl. Roar. The next moment, a deafening dragon's roar was heard. 9 dragons appeared above Lu Ming's head, and a vast dragon's might filled the air. Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and entered the 9 dragons. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Boom. Boom. The 9 dragons' 9 claws stepped forward 7 times in a row, each step stronger than the last. The vast power directly forced the 12 death gods back. 9 dragons. Booming. It's Lu Ming. He's Lu Ming. At this moment, a few shouts of disbelief were heard. The Emperor God, the masters of the Wang family and the Jiang family shouted in unison. Their eyes widened in disbelief. They were all too familiar with the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Once the bloodline of the 9 dragons appeared, there was only one person, and that was Lu Ming. How is that possible? How can Lu Ming be here? The patriarch of the Wang clan murmured, still in disbelief. Before we arrived at the central continent, we clearly saw Lu Ming at the Talisman Amulet sect. Could it be that Lu Ming also took the teleportation formation and came to the central continent? But how is that possible? Didn't the Talisman Amulet sect not have any contact with the central continent's overlord forces? The master of the Jiang family also muttered to himself. Even though they did not believe it, the 9 dragon bloodline in front of them told them that the person in front of them was Lu Ming. There was no mistake. Lu Ming, that's him. No wonder I feel that this person's aura is so familiar. It's as if we've met before. The Emperor God growled. His eyes were cold and murderous. He found it hard to accept that this person was Lu Ming. The one who had defeated him so easily was Lu Ming. At first he was full of confidence. His spatial will had reached level for a long time ago and was becoming more and more terrifying. His cultivation had also broken through to the spiritual god realm. He was completely confident that he could easily defeat Lu Ming when he faced him again and avenge the humiliation he had suffered in the Battle of Providence. However, the reality was cruel. Lu Ming had become more powerful and had far surpassed him. He could defeat him easily. The current Lu Ming was like a huge mountain in front of him. At the scene there was another person who was equally shocked. That person was Xianxia. Lu Ming? Lu Xiaoqing is Lu Ming? He roared in disbelief, and a terrifying killing intent burst out from his eyes. As he looked at the bloodline of the 9 dragons in front of him, the scenes of his past and 9 dragons appeared in his mind. What? Lu Ming? What Lu Ming? I heard that the number 1 genius of the Eastern Baron territory is called Lu Ming. Could it be him? No way. Is he a heaven's favorite from the East Baron? The surrounding people were in an uproar. They discussed animatedly and found it unbelievable. Just how many identities did he have? In the beginning he was the commander of the ancient Saint Dynasty's Royal Law Enforcement Army. Then people recognized him as the famous Lu Xiaoqing. Now he was Lu Ming. Many people were confused. I don't care who you are. Kill. The Tulivir death gods roared and charged at Lu Ming again. Roar. The 9 dragons roared and a terrifying devouring power burst out of their mouths, enveloping the Tulivir death gods. Borrowing power. With a thought, a trace of blood-red power from the 3rd bloodline flowed into the 9 dragons' bodies, causing a layer of blood-red fluorescence to appear on the bodies of the 9 dragons. Boom. Boom. The 9 dragon steps were aimed at one of the Grim Reapers. With 7 steps, the Grim Reapers exploded. The divine dragon wagged its tail and unleashed the might of the prison suppressing heavenly art. The other death god was also crushed. The 9 dragons slithered up and pounced toward the other 2 Grim Reapers. Enveloped by the devouring power of the 9 dragons, Dark Child felt his blood essence, vital essence and bloodline power all become unstable. His strength was greatly affected. On the other hand, Lu Ming had used all his strength and performed the blood meridian fusion. He was stronger than before. The situation was reversed and Lu Ming had the upper hand. However, Dark Child was not willing to lose just like that. He did his best to fight Lu Ming. However, after a few moves another death god was defeated, and as time passed more and more death gods were defeated. After dozens of moves, only the Grim Reaper was left on the platform. Bang! After being struck by the 9 dragons' claw, the death god's body retreated frantically. So strong. Everyone was shocked. After Lu Ming's blood meridian erupted, his combat strength had increased by a notch and he had completely surpassed Dark Child. Bloodline of the 9 dragons, one of the top 10 battle beast. Interesting. On the side of the platform, Long Chen, who had been unmoved all this time, suddenly had a shocking light in his eyes. He muttered something to himself but no one heard him. Thump. Boom. The 9 dragons stepped on the air and pounced toward the last death god. Bang! Although the death god tried its best to resist, it was already an arrow at the end of its flight. How could it stop Lu Ming? His body exploded, revealing Dark Child's true body. His face was pale as his figure flashed backward rapidly. The 9 dragons pursued. Dark Child's expression changed. Finally, he sighed and retreated from the platform. Leaving the platform could be considered as admitting defeat. He knew that there was no need to continue fighting. He could only admit defeat. Seeing that Dark Child had admitted defeat, the 9 dragons' body shrank rapidly. The next moment, a handsome young man appeared on the platform. This was Lu Ming's original appearance. It was also the appearance he had used when he was using the name Lu Xiaoqing. At this moment, almost everyone's eyes were on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, it's you. The patriarch of the Wang family roared in anger. His killing intent was extremely strong, and his body emitted a powerful aura. What are you doing? Shut up. A cold shout rang in the ears of the master of the Wang family, causing him to tremble and his aura to weaken rapidly. This was the voice of an emperor. All the emperors had gathered here and the emperor had yet to speak. Was it his turn to unleash his killing intent? Lu Ming. The emperor god clenched his fists so tightly that his veins were bulging. The people of the Empyrean Divine Palace were truly shocked and surprised. They did not understand why Lu Ming would appear here. Lu Ming, it's really him. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Shuijian Yi, Shizhan Ao2 and Feng Xian of the Heavenly Corpse sect all sighed in disbelief. Their gazes were complicated. It had been almost 2 years since the Battle of Providence. In the past 2 years they had been improving, but Lu Ming's improvement was even more shocking. He had already left them far behind. Even the top paragons of the Divine Wilderness continent had been defeated by Lu Ming. He was already standing at the peak of the Divine Wilderness continent's younger generation. As for them, they were still far from it. Is he really Lu Ming? I can't believe there's such a terrifying heaven's favorite in the East continent. Someone in the crowd said with a complicated voice. The Eastern Barren Territory had always been the weakest. Previously, everyone had said that only the Emperor God was decent and that the other geniuses of the Eastern Barren Territory were not worth mentioning. However, Lu Ming had emerged and suppressed everyone. He was destined to enter the top 3. So he is Lu Ming. At this moment, those who had been defeated by Lu Ming previously, such as Lu Yusin, Shirdu and the 3-headed hellhound, were mumbling in low voices. No one knew what thoughts flashed in their minds. Chapter 1131. 1131 Lu Ming's request. All eyes were on Lu Ming. All kinds of thoughts flashed through their minds, but most of them were exclaiming in admiration at Lu Ming's ability. Brother Lu, you've kept us in the dark for so long. Outside the platform, Goddess Tan Xiang spoke in a strange tone. I'm sorry, Fairy. Lu Ming has no other choice. Lu Ming cupped his fists and his voice spread throughout the entire area. Since he had been exposed, he should admit it. It seems that it's a great era now. Even the East Baron has someone like Lu Ming. That's right. It's a golden age. No territory can be underestimated. It's possible for extraordinary geniuses to appear. Someone sighed. Lu Ming's battle results were too dazzling. Previously, Lu Xiaoqing's name had already shaken the entire central continent. Recently, he had even transformed into the commander of the law enforcement army and defeated Lu Yusin, the Divine Emperor, Lion City, the 3-headed Hellhound and Dark Child in succession. 3 of them were heaven's favorites of the big shots. This battle record was too brilliant. Lu Ming, Lu Ming, Lu Ming from the East Baron. His powerful devouring power should be the talent of the 9 dragons. Blood Luozi stared at Lu Ming, his eyes flickering. No one knew what he was thinking. At the same time, many experts of the heavenly martial sword faction had killing intent flashing in their eyes. However, in such a situation no one dared to show it. Boom. Boom. At this moment, a violent roar from the platform finally pulled everyone back from their thoughts. They shifted their gaze away from Lu Ming. The battle between the unscrupulous monk and Yang Patian had also reached its final stage. In the end, Yang Patin was no match for the monk. After exchanging 100 moves, he was still defeated by the monk and thrown off the platform. At this point, the top three were born. They were Long Qin, Lu Ming, and the Heartless Monk. Many people were looking forward to it. Right now, each of the three of them was terrifyingly strong and unfathomable. Long Qin had always been the strongest heaven's favorite. He was the first to become a spirit god and was unrivaled among his peers. Just now he had defeated Tuobashir with a single punch, shocking everyone. The unscrupulous monk, the strange holy monk of the western desert, had defeated Yang Patin. He was always smiling and had a harmless look on his face, making people feel that he was unfathomable. Lu Ming could be considered the strongest dark horse this time. He had first transformed into Lu Shaoqing and the commander of the law enforcement army. Along the way he had defeated many experts and even a prodigy like Dark Child. His strength was unfathomable. Everyone was looking forward to the clash between the three. What everyone was looking forward to was whether Lu Ming or the unscrupulous monk could force Long Qin to reveal his true strength. This was because no one knew how strong Long Qin was. Pai hair. The heartless monk chanted the name of Buddha and looked at Lu Ming. Ah, benefactor, so your name is Lu Ming. It's a pleasure to meet you. Monk, we've met several times. Lu Ming smiled. Ah, that's right, that's right. Almsgiver Lu's combat strength is so profound that it's really admirable. I didn't expect you to defeat Dark Child. I've had many battles with Dark Child in the past, but I couldn't defeat him. Since you can defeat him, I'm no match for you. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. The monk chuckled and turned around. He left the platform in a carefree manner. The unscrupulous monk had admitted defeat. In this case, only Lu Ming and Long Qin were left. The bloodline of the 9 dragons? Interesting. I'd like to see the power of the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Long Qin, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. He looked at Lu Ming with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. This kind of anticipation was like the anticipation of someone who had been invincible for too long and had no opponents. That's right, Long Qin had been invincible for far too long. He was unrivaled among the younger generation. He needed an opponent and he desired one. Without a doubt in his heart, Lu Ming could possibly be his opponent. This wasn't arrogance but his true thoughts. I want to fight with you. Unfortunately, I'm not interested in the first place. After saying that, Lu Ming moved and floated off the platform. Lu Ming's goal was to come in second or third. He did not want to come in first at all. The winner would have to marry Xianxia. Lu Ming only wanted the second or third place and the sacred emperor to agree to one condition. Lu Ming actually admitted defeat. What a pity. What a pity. Many people sighed. They had thought that they would be able to see a peak battle, but the result was unexpected. First, the unscrupulous monk admitted defeat. Then Lu Ming also admitted defeat. Thus the competition was over. Alright, the competition ends here. Long Qin has won first place. He will be engaged to my daughter Xianxia soon. Xie Qitian stood up and announced. Beside Xie Qitian, Xianxia was smiling happily. On the platform, Long Qin turned to look at Xianxia with a smile on his face. Not many people knew that Long Qin and Xianxia had long since developed feelings for each other and were secretly dating. The competition this time was just a formality. Xianxia, Xie Qitian, and the others all knew that Long Qin would take first place without a doubt. No one could defeat him. Xie Qitian could also take this opportunity to establish a good relationship with the various overlord forces, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. From now on, the Heavenly Sun Palace and the royal Xie family will be married. The royal family will become even more powerful. Someone sighed in the dark. Long Qin was from the Heavenly Sun Palace, an extremely powerful overlord force. With Long Qin and Xianxin's union, the 2 forces would definitely have to work together in the future. There are many heaven's favorites in the royal family. Xianxinjuan, Xianxin, Xieyan, all of them are top heaven's favorites. Is the royal family going to return to glory? The royal family is indeed powerful. In the future, they will have a marriage alliance with the Sun Sky Palace and gather the 2 strongest heaven's favorites. It is indeed possible for them to rise. However, the other forces may not let them rise as they wish. In the dark, some people were whispering to each other. The marriage between the imperial family and the Heavenly Sun Palace had a far-reaching impact. Also, Lu Ming, the heartless holy monk. Xie Qitian's gaze shifted to Lu Ming and the heartless monk. The two of them flew up to the platform and saluted Xie Qitian. I'll agree to one condition for the second and third place. What do you want? Lu Ming, you go first. Xie Qitian's gaze shifted to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. They had finally arrived. He had been waiting for this moment. The masters of the Wang family, the Jiang family, the Divine Emperor, and the others were all on tenterhooks. If Lu Ming suggested that the Sacred Emperor protect him against De, it would be troublesome. De could not do anything against the ancient sacred dynasty. Sage Emperor, Lu Ming has nothing else to ask of you. I only ask that you set Xianxia free. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. What? Xie Qitian frowned. At the scene, the others were also stunned. They had thought that Lu Ming would ask for some peerless cultivation technique, martial arts technique, or treasure from the royal family. They had never expected that Lu Ming would make such a request to the Sage Emperor. Chapter 1132. 1132 Chapter 1132 Berating the Sage Emperor. Everyone did not expect that Lu Ming's request was to set one person free. Xianxia? Who was it? Many people were curious. This name is very similar to the two princesses. It's said that there's a little princess in the royal family who has a different bloodline from the royal family. Could it be that Lu Ming is talking about this little princess? Someone guessed. In the end, many people sighed. It was not worth it for Lu Ming to put forward this condition. He had wasted a great opportunity. However, Lu Ming's gaze was firm. In his heart, this was the most important thing. The masters of the Wang and Jiang families, the Divine Emperor, and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that Lu Ming would ask Xie Qitian to protect him. Haha, how stupid. The patriarch of the Wang clan laughed in his heart. Lu Ming, don't be delusional. Xianxia is a weirdo. You want to set her free? What a joke. Also, back in the Nine-Dragon City of the East Continent, it was you who repeatedly obstructed us and even injured my royal family members. Today you still dare to say such words. You're really audacious. Xie Zhen stood up and looked at Lu Ming coldly as he berated him loudly. What? How dare you hurt someone from the royal family? Lu Ming, you first sneaked into the law enforcement army and deliberately destroyed the relationship between the royal family and the other overlord forces. What are your intentions? A middle-aged man stood up and said coldly. Lu Ming recognized him. He was the imperial uncle who had appeared in the Hall of Justice when Lu Ming was confronting the elder of the Heaven Martial Sword faction, Xie Qiu. Because of Lu Ming, their relationship with the Heaven's Martial Sword faction had worsened, forcing Xie Qiu to show up. He was already unhappy with Lu Ming and now he naturally came out to berate him. It's indeed the little princess of the imperial family, that mutant. Xie Zhen's words made everyone's heart skip a beat. But how did Lu Ming get to know that little princess? It seemed that in the East Wilderness, the imperial family had suffered at the hands of Lu Ming. This Lu Ming was really a monster. Lu Ming cast a cold glance at Xie Zhen and Xie Qiu, then ignored them and faced the Sage Emperor. Saint Emperor, you said before that if you could place in the top 3, you would be able to raise a condition. My condition is to set Xianxia free. I don't need anything else, nor do I have to enter the ancient hall. Lu Ming stood straight, neither servile nor overbearing, and his gaze was firm. Xie Qitian's brows furrowed even more and his face turned cold. Lu Ming, this won't do. You'd better change your condition. His tone was filled with an unquestionable tone. Xie Qitian's meaning was already very clear. That was impossible. However, Lu Ming would not give up just like that. Sage Emperor, why don't you let him go? Is it because Xianxia's bloodline is different from the rest of the imperial family? Could it be that only those with pure bloodlines were members of the Xie family? Wouldn't the Xie family be inclined towards the dark bloodline? Please forgive this junior's foolish opinion, but this way of thinking is too pedantic. Lu Ming's voice spread throughout the entire venue and everyone quieted down. Almost everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. How bold of Lu Ming to speak to the sage emperor in such a manner. Even a fool could tell that Lu Ming was implying that the sage emperor was pedantic. Audacious, he was truly audacious. Even the other kings would not dare to speak to Xianxia in such a manner. Lu Ming's words were simply too shocking. How dare you? How dare you? Lu Ming, you lowly ant. How dare you speak to my father like that? You're courting death. Xianxia roared. He deserves to die 10,000 times and his entire clan should be exterminated. Xianxia shouted coldly. Although his words were short, his killing intent was soaring. Xianxia did not say a word. He was still frowning and no one knew what he was thinking. Lu Ming continued to ignore Xianxia and Xianxia. He did not even look at them and continued to face Xianxia. Bloodline is just a tool for martial artists. It depends on how you use it. If you use it well, it's good. If you don't use it well, it's not good. The key is still the person who uses it. Lu Ming's voice was loud and clear, neither servile nor overbearing. He had no fear and argued strongly. Ridiculous. That's nonsense. Xianxia is of a foreign bloodline. She's a rebel. If we let her go, she would have turned against us. Xianxia continued to berate him. Ah, what a joke. What is a rebellious bloodline? Back then, wasn't the chaotic heavens divine warrior forced out? If the entire imperial family treated him equally without any humiliation or oppression, why would he have betrayed us? Lu Ming laughed heartily. As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. Boom, boom, boom. In the imperial family, a terrifying aura suddenly burst out. A cold killing intent enveloped Lu Ming. Audacious fanatic, you're courting death. He should be killed. Heinous crimes. One after another, howls sounded out as the powerful existences were enraged. Their terrifying auras filled the sky as if the world was about to be destroyed. Endless pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. There were many supreme beings among them. Boom. Lu Ming used all his strength to resist, but he was still suppressed by the pressure. His body trembled and he retreated rapidly, a mouthful of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. The chaotic heavens divine warrior was a taboo of the royal family. Lu Ming had actually dared to mention it on such an occasion. He had touched the royal family's sore spot. Sage Emperor, there's an ancient saying that a sovereign cannot be ridiculed. Moreover, you are the Sage Emperor. Are you going to go back on your word? Lu Ming shouted. He had already come this far today and there was no way out. Lu Ming had nothing to fear. He could only move forward bravely. When I said I would agree to one condition, I meant that it was something I could do, said Xianxia. What's so difficult about my conditions? Moreover, Xianxia is your daughter, your biological daughter. Did you give birth to her just to lock her up for the rest of her life? Lu Ming shouted. The vital essence in his body circulated crazily and the five-colored will enveloped his body to resist the pressure that was pressing on him. Impudent. Men, kill this person. Xianxia roared. His killing intent was boundless, and his face revealed a ferocious expression. Back in Nine Dragons he had gone there as the prince of the ancient Saint dynasty. He should have been high and mighty, but Lu Ming had defeated him in front of everyone, embarrassing him. He had always harbored a grudge against Lu Ming. Even after such a long time he had not forgotten about it. Now that he had such an opportunity, he naturally could not wait to cut Lu Ming into 1,000 pieces. Kill! 2 guards in iron armor shouted. A terrifying aura burst out as they stepped forward to kill Lu Ming. Everyone sighed and thought that Lu Ming was definitely going to die today. It was such a pity to lose such a prodigy. All right, I'm done. At this moment Xianxia spoke indifferently and waved his hand. The 2 guards immediately stopped, and the other members of the imperial family also retracted their auras. Lu Ming felt his body relax and he heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Ming, I'm an emperor and I'm a man of my word. However, your condition is an important matter for the royal family, and I can't agree to it so easily. How about this? Xianxia is now in the Abyss Demon territory fighting for the royal family and killing the Masha clan. If you're willing to enter the Abyss Demon territory and kill the Masha clan, once you've killed enough Masha clan members and accumulated enough achievements for the royal family, I'll let you leave together. Xie Qitian muttered to himself. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Xie Qitian's words meant that he had already given in. Chapter 1133. 1133 Entering the Abyss Demonic Realm. Is the Sage Emperor's words true? Lu Ming stared at Xie Qitian. I'm a man of my word. Anyone who enters the Abyss Demon territory and kills the Ma Shi clan will be rewarded with points. As long as you can get 10,000 points, I promise to let you two leave together and never interfere with Nianqing's affairs again. Xie Qitian said. All right, I agree. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming believed that Xie Qitian would not go back on his word in front of so many emperors and people. Lu Ming was clear that it would not be easy to go to the Abyss Demon territory to hunt down the Ma Shi clan. However, there was still hope. Moreover, his identity had been exposed. He would probably find out soon. Entering the Abyss Demon territory, not only could he find Xianxia, but he could also avoid De for the time being. For Lu Ming, it was killing two birds with one stone. At this moment, the eyes of Xie Zhen, Xie Qiyu and the others flickered. They did not say anything and it was unknown what they were thinking. All right, it's settled then. After the banquet is over, I'll ask someone to take you to the demon realm of Tartarus. Xie Qitian said. Immediately after, Xie Qitian asked the unscrupulous monk about his conditions. The unscrupulous monk was very smart. He said that he would not mention it for the time being and would mention it in the future. Good. 3 days from now, the top 10 will be able to enter the ancient hall of the Saint Emperor to comprehend the Tao. Xie Qitian announced and the banquet continued. The banquet lasted for half a day before it ended. The overlord forces began to leave one by one. The masters of the Wang family, the Jiang family, and the Divine Emperor also left in a hurry. They had to rush back to the East Baron to report to De about Lu Ming. It was too strange. Lu Ming was still in the Talisman Amulet sect. How did he suddenly appear in the Central Continent and now he was going to enter the Abyss Demon realm? De had to know about this as soon as possible. Soon everyone dispersed. Lu Ming, come with us. The two guards in metal armor came to Lu Ming and said coldly. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the two of them and realized that he could not see through their cultivation at all. Their cultivation was unfathomable. To the Abyss Demon territory. Lu Ming said. That's right. The Sage Emperor ordered us to take you to the Abyss Demonic realm. The entrance to the Abyss Demonic realm is to the north of the Holy City. One of the armored guards said. Please. Lu Ming nodded. The two armored guards took the lead and Lu Ming followed behind. They headed north of the Holy City. Not long after, they arrived at the northern side of the Holy City. After passing through layers and layers of barriers, they came to a huge door of light. Along the way, Lu Ming did a quick calculation. They had passed a total of 18 checkpoints. Each checkpoint had an extremely powerful array and was guarded by powerful experts. It could be seen that the imperial family placed great importance on this place. This is the entrance to the Abyss Demon realm. Take this jade token. As long as you kill a fiend clan member in the Abyss Demon realm, the jade token will sense it and you will get the corresponding points. One of the armored guards introduced. However, there was a hint of a cold smile in the depths of his eyes. Many thanks. Lu Ming took the jade card and kept it. All right, let's go in. One of the guards said. Lu Ming nodded and turned around. He stepped into the door of light and disappeared. Hehe, you want to get 10,000 points in the Abyss Demon realm? Dream on. Stay there for the rest of your life. The Sage Emperor's move is truly brilliant. The two guards sneered, then turned around and strode away. At this moment in the palace, Xie Zhen and Xie Qiyu were sitting opposite each other in a hall. Imperial Brother's move is indeed brilliant. Not only did you shut Lu Ming's mouth but you also fulfilled your promise. I'm really impressed. Xie Qiyu took a sip of the spirit tea and smiled. It's almost impossible to kill the Mo Sha in the Abyss Demon territory and get 10,000 points. But I still feel uneasy. Xie Zhen frowned. That bitch Xianxia is too talented. He's no weaker than the top figures. Moreover, he has awakened a dark-type bloodline. He's like a fish in water in the Abyss Demon territory. He can still cultivate and improve his cultivation. As for that Lu Ming, he's even more shocking. 3 years ago he was only at the Sea of Souls realm and his cultivation was lower than mine. However, in just a short 3 years his cultivation has soared to the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. His combat strength is even more shocking and he has defeated many big shots and geniuses in a row. In my opinion, no one can suppress him except Long Chen. I can't rest easy as long as such a person is alive. You want to kill him in the Abyss Demon realm? Xie Tianyu said. That's right. However, although this Lu Ming's cultivation is only at the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm, his combat strength is too terrifying. I'm afraid that even an ordinary 6th level spiritual god is not his match. To kill him, we'll have to mobilize a 7th level spiritual god or even stronger existence. However, with my authority I can't mobilize such a strong existence. Therefore I'll need Imperial Uncle's help. Xie Zhen said. You're right. We can't let Lu Ming live. We should take this opportunity to kill Xian Yanqing and the other mutant. Xie Qiyu's face revealed a cold smile. Many thanks, Imperial Uncle. Xie Zhen was overjoyed as he thanked him. After Lu Ming stepped into the door of light, he stepped out from another door of light. Where is this place? Lu Ming swept his gaze and realized that he had already arrived at another place. This place seemed to be a city. Above the city, there was a huge light shield that covered the entire city, making it impossible to see the scene outside the light shield. Is this the Abyss Demon territory? Lu Ming's heart stirred. Another person has come. A voice was heard from the side. Lu Ming saw a few burly men in armor. Big brothers, is this the Abyss Demon territory? Lu Ming went forward and asked. That's right. This is the Abyss Demon territory. We're from the royal family and we're responsible for guarding this city and preventing the Fiend clan from attacking the exit here. Why have you come here? One of the burly men explained and asked. I'm here to hunt down the Mo Sha clan and obtain points. Lu Ming said, but he did not tell the truth. Another exiles. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the few burly men's faces turned cold and they sneered. Exiles. Lu Ming frowned. All right, you can stay in this city for the night. The moon is high in the sky now and the demonic qi is at its strongest. In order to prevent the demonic qi from seeping in, the city is now tightly closed and will not open. You can leave the city tomorrow. A man in armor waved his hand and said. Lu Ming nodded. He did not ask further and left the place in big strides. Not long after, Lu Ming came to a street and realized that there were quite a lot of people here. However, every one of them had an extremely strong aura and were all experts. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he found that there were many spiritual god realm existences. These people were all sent by the imperial family to guard this place. Lu Ming walked around and asked around. Indeed, he could not leave the city now. He had to wait until tomorrow. Lu Ming casually found a quiet place and sat cross-legged, waiting quietly. More than an hour after Lu Ming had entered the place, the door of light in the Abyss Demon territory flashed and 4 elders appeared. Chapter 1134. 1134 8th level spiritual god realm expert. As soon as the 4 old men appeared, a terrifying aura emanated from their bodies, causing the expressions of the armored men to change. You guys, what are you talking about? One of the armored men asked. One of the old men waved his hand and a token appeared in his hand. When the armored men saw the token, they immediately straightened their bodies and showed a respectful expression. So it's you, sirs, may I know why you've come? One of the armored men asked carefully. Was there a young man who entered earlier? The old man with the token asked. My lord, are you referring to the exiles? He came in about an hour ago, so he should be somewhere in the city now. The armored man replied respectfully. Somewhere in the city. The 4 old men nodded and left. Time flew by and in the blink of an eye, it was the 2nd day. Lu Ming flew toward the city wall. Those who want to leave the city, hurry up and leave the city. At the city gate, a burly man in battle armor shouted. At this moment, the city gate had already opened up to a gap that could only allow one person to pass through. From the opening, black mist spread in. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he rushed out of the opening. Is this the Abyss Demon territory? After rushing out of the city, the light suddenly dimmed. The light between heaven and earth was very dim, and there was a black mist floating between heaven and earth. The entire land was dark. He raised his head and saw a sun in the sky. However, the sun was also dark and seemed very oppressive. This place is filled with dense demonic qi, but there's no spiritual qi of heaven and earth here. Lu Ming sensed and realized that there was no spiritual energy in this world. Instead, it was filled with thick demonic energy. It would be very difficult for ordinary warriors to cultivate here. Because there was no spiritual qi of heaven and earth, they could only absorb demonic qi and refine it. However, the difficulty of refining demonic qi was tens or even hundreds of times more difficult than refining spiritual qi of heaven and earth. However, it did not matter to Lu Ming. He had the 9 dragons' bloodline and could devour and refine everything. He could also quickly refine the demonic qi. Little Qing, where are you? Lu Ming looked into the distance. His body moved and he turned into a ray of light that rushed forward. Not long after Lu Ming disappeared, 4 elders rushed out of the city behind him. Their expressions changed and they chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming walked forward and sized up the Abyss Demon territory. The demon realm of the Abyss was vast and boundless, with mountains, rivers, and everything. It was said that it was an extremely large mid-plane that automatically evo-levered into a boundless world. There were countless living beings and plants here. Most of the plants were black or dark red. There were also powerful demonic beasts here. However, these demonic beasts were born from absorbing demonic qi and were called demonic beasts. They had low intelligence, but they were very powerful. Of course, the ruler of the Abyss Demon territory was the Wuxia clan. It was said that the Fiend clan was a large clan in the Divine Wilderness continent long ago. They occupied a large territory, but were later defeated by the human race and escaped to the Abyss Demon territory. However, they were still very powerful and would often attack the ancient Saint Dynasty's Xie clan. Therefore, the royal family had sent an army to guard the entrance. Moreover, the Fiend clan was extremely cunning. They could fly in the sky and burrow underground in the 9 Abyss Demon territory, so it was very difficult to kill them. Although the royal family and the Xie family would send experts to kill them every once in a while, they could not kill all of them. They were a big threat to the royal family. There was also a rumor that the reason why the chaotic heavens divine warrior Xiaoluan was able to launch a rebellion and inflict heavy losses on the royal Xie clan was because he had the help of the devil clan of the demon realm. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a black ray of light shot out from a mountain peak below at an astonishing speed, heading straight for Lu Ming. What? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He stretched out 2 fingers and flicked them accurately at the dark light, sending it flying. This is the devil clan. Lu Ming looked at the creature that attacked him. It was a human-shaped living being that was 2 heads shorter than Lu Ming. This living being was covered in black hair and had a pair of wings on its back. On the wings there were sharp black bone spikes. It was the same bone spike that had stabbed him just now. Furthermore, this living being had a mouth full of fangs and an extremely ferocious appearance, just like the Azuras in the legends. This was the Mo Sha clan. Human kill. The Wuxia clansman howled. He held a black bone spur in his hand. He flapped his wings and charged at Lu Ming at top speed. The bone spur in his hand was like a sharp sword. This Mo Sha clan was equivalent to a human martial artist of the 5th level of the spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming waved his hand and a spear's gleam appeared. It flashed and disappeared like a bolt of lightning, flying out and killing the Fiend clan member. Then a jade card appeared in Lu Ming's hand. However, there was no reaction from the jade token. Didn't they say that killing a Mo Sha would give the corresponding points? Why is there no reaction? Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Then he flew closer to the corpse of the Mo Sha, but there was still no reaction. No points appeared at all. What's going on? Lu Ming's frown deepened. Not good, Lu Ming. There are a few powerful beings flying over at high speed from the distance. They're coming from the direction of the city you came from. Dandan, who had just arrived in the Abyss Demon realm, crawled out and suddenly shouted. How many powerful existences are there? Could it be that you're also here to hunt down the Mo Sha clan? Lu Ming muttered and looked in that direction. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 rainbow lights streaked across the sky and flew over at an extreme speed, bringing with them a rumbling sonic boom. When he saw Lu Ming, his eyes suddenly lit up, and a cold, killing intent filled the air. There's killing intent, he's here to kill me. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he retreated without hesitation. Lu Ming, die. A black-robed elder roared, his voice shaking the firmament. Esilavir Tombat sword was unsheathed from his back. Esilavir's sword light illuminated the dark abyss demon territory, splitting the sky. The terrifying sword chi instantly crossed the distance of hundreds of miles and slashed toward Lu Ming. Not good. This is the 8th level of the spiritual god realm. Lu Ming was shocked. The power of this sword was too terrifying, incomparably terrifying, as if it could destroy everything. Furthermore, it was so fast that Lu Ming did not even have the time to perform the blood meridian fusion. He could only burst out the 7 rays of dragon energy from the 9 dragons' blood meridian and fuse them into his body. At the same time, the space between his eyebrows glowed and the small red pagoda appeared. It expanded rapidly and blocked in front of Lu Ming. Clang! The Esilavir sword gleams slashed at the red tower. The terrifying force sent the red tower flying and crashed into Lu Ming. Lu Ming and the red tower were like 2 cannonballs flying backward. Boom! Lu Ming crashed into a mountain peak, breaking the peak of the mountain. His body flew back a few miles before stopping in the air and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming was injured in one move. Chapter 1135. 1135 Chapter 1135 Endless Killing Intent. Buzz. Whoosh. The 4 elders appeared around Lu Ming and surrounded him. Their terrifying auras bloomed without any concealment, forming a terrifying pressure that pressed down on him. 2 were at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm, and 2 were at the 8th level of the spiritual god realm. Lu Ming could sense the strength of the 4 people. The royal Xia family is truly despicable. Lu Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and revealed a mocking smile. To be able to enter this place to kill him, other than the royal family and the Xia family, there would not be a second force. He didn't need to guess to know that these 4 people were definitely sent by the royal family's Xia family. Lu Ming had not expected the royal Xia family, the royal family of the ancient Saint dynasty, to be so despicable. He promised him in front of others, but secretly sent people to kill him. Moreover, they really thought highly of him, sending 2 7th-level spiritual gods and 2 8th-level spiritual gods. This kind of person was considered a high-level spiritual god. Even among the various forces he was considered a top expert. Those who were able to cultivate to the 7th tier of the spiritual god realm and above were not weak in their talents. Generally, it would be difficult for those with 2nd or 3rd level divine level bloodlines to cultivate to the 7th tier of the spiritual god realm and above. Those who were able to reach the 7th tier of the spiritual god realm and above would usually awaken bloodlines that were 4th level divine level and above. There was no doubt that such a person had definitely mastered a god-level martial technique and was very powerful. Even with Lu Ming's combat strength, it would not be a problem for him to defeat or even kill an expert at the 6th level of the spiritual god realm. However, he would definitely not be a match for an expert at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. Not to mention the existence of an 8th level spiritual god. Facing an 8th level spiritual god, Lu Ming's chances of survival were slim. This time it was a sure kill. Impudent. The royal family is not something you can comment on. You want to save Xianxia? What a wild dream. An elder in the 7th level of the spiritual god realm berated. A battle saber was suspended above his head, and a terrifying saber intent bloomed in the air. He acting one way in front of others and another way behind others. To do such a despicable and shameless thing, how can you have the face to be part of the royal family? No wonder the Xia family declined. Lu Ming sneered. How dare you? You're courting death. Everyone, you'll hold the line for me. Leave this kid to me. I'll kill him today. The old man with the floating saber shouted with a sharp killing intent. All right, I'll leave him to you. The elder at the 8th level of the spiritual god realm who had attacked earlier nodded and retreated with the other 2 people. They formed a huge encirclement, surrounding Lu Ming and his companion in the middle and blocking all of Lu Ming's escape routes. Buzz. The saber trembled as it was held by the old man. His eyes were filled with excitement and he said with a ferocious smile, "Lu Ming, remember, the one who killed you is Xianxia." Buzz. The saber slashed down and the saber power filled the air. A vast and terrifying saber radiance slashed towards Lu Ming. The third bloodline appeared above Lu Ming's head. A wisp of energy surged into Lu Ming's body, turning his long black hair blood red. At the same time, the third bloodline squirmed and transformed into a long spear. Buzz. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and swept it out, colliding with the saber gleam. Boom. The terrifying sound of the explosion spread thousands of miles away. Lu Ming's body trembled and he could not help but retreat. The 7th level spiritual god realm's combat strength is indeed terrifying. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. His combat strength at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm had completely surpassed Lu Ming. Die. So what if you're a heaven's favorite whose name shakes the world? So what if he was a rare heaven's favorite? You're still going to die in my hands. Xianxia howled, his saber intent growing stronger as he charged at Lu Ming. 9 dragons appeared above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming transformed into the 9 dragons. With the power of his third bloodline, he launched a violent attack and fought Xianxia. Xianxia also used his bloodline fusion. Xianxia's bloodline was a 5th level divine level saber. Under the activation of his 7th level spiritual god cultivation, it was incomparably powerful. Lu Ming was completely suppressed. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had been exchanged and several saber wounds had appeared on the 9 dragons' body. This person's combat strength is truly astonishing. With his cultivation at the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm, he was actually able to fight with Xianxia for such a long time. It's simply unbelievable. An elder at the side said. Even though he was about to kill Lu Ming, he could not help but exclaim. In the spiritual god realm, it would be more difficult to fight across levels as one advanced. To be able to fight so many moves with a 7th level spiritual god realm expert with a cultivation of the 3rd level spiritual god realm was truly too shocking. It was simply inconceivable. They had lived for thousands of years, but this was the first time they had seen such a thing. This kid's talent is truly heaven-defying. In the divine wilderness continent, other than Long Chen, no one is his match. In time he will become a terrifying and invincible emperor. Unfortunately, this kid is too lawless. Only death awaits him. The other elder said. His voice was cold but his eyes were filled with surprise. Brat, die. Xianxia roared, his battle prowess growing even more violent. After exchanging dozens of moves, he still could not kill Lu Ming. He felt very embarrassed and the killing intent in his heart grew stronger. Old man, you've cultivated for thousands of years and only have this little combat power. If I were you, I would have killed myself. Lu Ming spoke sarcastically, but he was rapidly thinking of a way to escape. The surroundings were sealed off by 3 powerhouses. It was too difficult to break through. The main thing was that the 8th level of the spiritual god realm was too powerful. If there were 4 7th level spiritual god realm existences, Lu Ming would have full confidence in breaking through with the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. However, with 2 8th level spiritual god realm existences, the chances of Lu Ming breaking through were very small. Brat, you think you're a genius? A dead genius is no genius. Let me tell you, after I kill you today, I'll go after Xianxia. If you want to leave, dream on. Xianxia coldly shouted, his attacks becoming even more violent. Boom. Lu Ming's eyes were bloodshot as he bellowed, You still want to kill little Qing? That lowly beast should have died long ago. This time I'll take care of him as well. Xianxia sneered. You all deserve to die, kill. Kill, kill. Lu Ming let out a furious roar. His 3rd blood meridian trembled and wisps of energy surged towards Lu Ming, filling his heart with endless killing intent. Lu Ming's killing intent was already frighteningly intense when Xianxia said that they were going to kill Xianxia. Coupled with the power of his 3rd bloodline, there was only endless killing intent in his mind. Kid, stop. You can't use too much of your bloodline's power. Otherwise you'll become a puppet that only knows how to kill. Dandan called out to Lu Ming, allowing him to barely retain a trace of clarity. At this moment, Lu Ming's body seemed to be filled with infinite power. The 9 dragons emitted a thick blood-red color. Buzz. The 9 dragons swiped their claws at Xianxia. Not good, this strength. Xianxia's eyes widened in shock. In an instant he felt the power in Lu Ming's body increase explosively, especially his killing intent. It was extremely terrifying, as if he wanted to kill all the living creatures in the world. It made his heart turn cold and he shivered. The claws of the 9 dragons clawed at him and he seemed to be suffocating. Xianxia let out a hysterical roar and launched his most powerful attack to collide with the 9 dragons' dragon claws. Chapter 1136. 1136. Danden's main body. Bang! Xianxia's body was sent flying as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was enveloped by endless killing intent and could not exert his full strength at all. In addition, Lu Ming had borrowed more power from the 3rd bloodline. With a full-force attack he had injured Xianxia. Then the 9 dragons let out a long roar and collapsed. However, in the light of the collapse of the 9 dragons, a huge stone tablet rushed out and bloomed with light. The bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel. As soon as the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline was unleashed, it grew rapidly to the size of a mountain. The prison-suppressing steel was also filled with a thick blood-red light, which pressed down on Xianxia with an immense force. Help! Xianxia shrieked in fear as he felt the terrifying killing intent and all-suppressing aura from the prison-suppressing steel. Stop! At the side, the other 3 experts shouted and rushed toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming did not care and continued to suppress Xianxia. No! Xianxia roared and used all his strength to resist. However, his current injuries had greatly reduced his combat strength, so how could he resist? As the prison-suppressing steel pressed down, Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood vessels in his body burst, and in the next moment his entire body exploded with a bang. Xianxia, a 7th-level spiritual god realm expert, was killed by Lu Ming on the spot. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, the other 3 attacks hit the prison-suppressing steel at the same time, sending it flying. It shook violently and almost collapsed. Kill, kill, kill. The prison-suppressing steel shook and Lu Ming's cold and emotionless voice kept coming out of it. The blood-red light filled the air. We can't let this kid live. An elder in the 8th level of the spiritual god realm spoke, his heart filled with shock. A 3rd-level spiritual god realm martial artist was actually able to kill a 7th-level spiritual god realm expert. It was too shocking and he had never heard of it. He felt a chill in his heart and was filled with the desire to kill Lu Ming. 2 of them were at the 8th level of the spiritual god realm, while the other was at the 7th level. Their bodies emitted a terrifying aura that locked onto Lu Ming. All of you will die today. Lu Ming's cold voice was heard. He wanted to borrow more power from the 3rd bloodline to kill these people. Lu Ming, you can't continue to borrow the power of your bloodline. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for you to maintain your consciousness. Danden shouted. Kill, these people must be killed. Lu Ming shouted. At this moment, there was only a trace of clarity left in his mind. It was as if he would be devoured and drowned by endless killing intent at any moment. However, it was obviously not enough to kill an 8th-level spiritual god. He needed to borrow more power. However, once he borrowed more power, it would be difficult for Lu Ming to maintain the peace in his heart. He would definitely be devoured by the endless killing intent. But at this point, was there any other way? Lu Ming could only risk his life. Forget it, forget it. I'll risk my life for once. Boy, there's no need to continue borrowing power. Danden heaved long sighs and flew away from Lu Ming toward the 3 experts. You 3 brats, you can die without regrets if you can witness my true power today. Danden said. At this moment her body emitted a brilliant light, and a terrifying aura emanated from her body. This aura was high and mighty as if it was the master of the world, overlooking the endless lives of the world. It also seemed like the entire world. He was the world and the world was him. In the light, Danden's body grew at a terrifying speed. Finally, It turned into a divine turtle that was as tall as the sky and larger than a mountain. This is... The three old men were shocked. They felt a fatal threat from the giant divine turtle. Die. A voice came out of the giant divine turtle's mouth. The giant turtle grabbed at the 7th level spiritual god realm expert. The 7th level spiritual god realm expert wanted to dodge, but he realized that he couldn't move his body. He was imprisoned there as if he was locked in a world. No. Die. He roared. He watched as the huge claw slammed down and his entire body exploded. Not good, let's go. The remaining 2 8th level spiritual god realm experts roared in horror. They wanted to escape, but their bodies seemed to have sunk into quagmire, and it was extremely difficult for them to move. Kill. Kill. The giant tortoise spat out the word. 2 beams of light shot out from its mouth and pierced through the 2 elders in the 8th level of the spiritual god realm, killing them. The 2 8th level spiritual god realm experts had died just like that. Even though Lu Ming was filled with endless killing intent, he was still dumbfounded. After killing the 3 experts, the giant turtle rapidly shrank and turned back into a small turtle. It lay in the air weakly and shouted, "What a loss, what a loss. I've accumulated so much energy for so long and it's almost all used up in a short while. Lu Ming, you must stay with me, stay with me." Dandan shouted and floated weakly to Lu Ming. Let's go. Lu Ming's mind barely had a trace of clarity. At this moment he waved his hand and stored Dandan and the 2 8th level spiritual god realm experts' corpses into the mountain and river diagram. His body moved and he left the place. The great disturbance here would definitely alert the experts in the city, so they had to leave as soon as possible. Lu Ming turned into a ray of blood-red light and traversed the vast land. Soon he appeared 1,000,000 miles away. He found a hidden place and entered the mountain and river diagram. As soon as he entered the mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming sat cross-legged under the path understanding ancient tree. He closed his eyes and tried his best to resist the endless killing intent. The endless killing intent seemed to be able to drown Lu Ming at any time, turning him into a killing machine. The blood light on his body was shining, but slowly, it faded back into the 3rd bloodline. He sat there for half a month. Half a month later, the power of the 3rd bloodline was completely retracted into the 3rd bloodline and back to Lu Ming's spine. At the same time, he dispelled the endless killing intent in his heart. At this moment, Lu Ming finally opened his eyes. There was no longer any killing intent in his eyes, only clarity. Who? Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. It was really a close call this time. He was almost devoured by the killing intent in the 3rd bloodline. The 3rd bloodline was a double-edged sword. One had to be extremely careful when using it. If one's cultivation wasn't high enough and they borrowed too much power, they would be drowned in endless killing intent. This time it was fortunate that Dandan had made a move at the end. Otherwise he would have to borrow even more power. If that had happened, Lu Ming would very likely have been drowned by endless killing intent and become a killing puppet. At the thought of Dandan, Lu Ming looked to the side and happened to see Dandan lying there, gnawing on a stalk of spiritual medicine, looking very weak. Seeing that Lu Ming had woken up, Dandan's back claw kicked and landed on Lu Ming's shoulder, shouting, "Lu Ming, I've suffered a great loss this time. I've lost a lot of vitality. You have to give me the spirit herbs. Otherwise I won't let you off." "All right, in the future, as long as I don't need any spirit herbs, I'll give them to you." Lu Ming smiled. He waved his hand and a pile of spiritual herbs appeared. Dandan's eyes lit up and she swallowed all the spirit herbs in one gulp, leaving them behind to eat slowly. "Brat, at least you still have some conscience." Dandan muttered a few words and then put on a smug look and said, "How is it? I'm invincible, right?" Chapter 1137. 1137 Chapter 1137 Bloodline Advancement. It is indeed very powerful. This time Lu Ming was full of admiration. Dandan could actually transform into such a huge turtle. It was extremely terrifying and could kill an 8th level spiritual god in seconds. Lu Ming was really shocked. "Don't make a fuss. Let me tell you, if it wasn't for the fact that this lord's strength is far from recovered, it wouldn't be just that little bit of strength. I'm the divine turtle of the world, the head of the top 10 war beasts. If I'm at my peak, I'll be as large as a world in my true form. Even a martial emperor can be blown to death with a single breath, let alone a mere 8th-level spiritual god realm martial artist. Dandan was proud of himself. He felt very comfortable when he saw Lu Ming's expression of admiration. Could it be that you've surpassed the emperor level at your peak? Lu Ming asked curiously. At this point, Lu Ming naturally believed that this was a rebirth of a super expert. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to have such means. Of course. Which one of the top 10 battle beasts isn't invincible? Martial emperors are nothing. Take your 9 dragons bloodline as an example. If the 9 dragons were at their peak, they could devour the sun and the moon. Even the sun and the moon in the sky would be devoured by them. What martial emperors? They could devour a whole area with one bite. Dandan's face was full of confidence, then she sighed and said, "Other than me, I wonder if any of the top 10 battle beasts have survived. That battle back then. AI." At the end of her sentence, Dandan sighed. Lu Ming pricked up his ears and listened carefully. Now with Dandan's recovery, his memory seemed to have recovered a lot. He might even be able to hear some secrets from him that no one knew. Dandan cast a glance at Lu Ming and said, "Sai, I'm too weak. I need a good rest. And NBSP." After saying that, he ran away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming was speechless. Then he moved and appeared on another mountain peak. The 2 8th-level spiritual god realm elders' corpses were still lying there. A spirit god's corpse would not rot even after a few years or even decades. Unfortunately, my true qi and blood qi have already dissipated. Lu Ming sensed it and sighed slightly. He felt that it was a waste. However, the blood essence should still be there. Even if a year has passed since the death of an 8th-level spiritual god realm expert, the blood essence should still be there. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The 9-dragon bloodline emerged and the devouring power burst forth. A total of 18 blood essence pearls that looked like blood-red pearls flew out and were devoured by the 9 dragons. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and began to refine them. The blood essence and power of the 2 8th-level spiritual god realm martial artists were astonishingly rich. Lu Ming began to refine them with all his might. Around the 9-dragon bloodline, there were 7 golden chakra, which were extremely dazzling. As the power of blood essence was refined and integrated, the 7 golden chakras shone more and more brightly. After a moment, there was a sudden buzz and another pale golden chakra appeared. The 8th golden chakra. The 9-dragon bloodline had advanced by another level, advancing to the divine level rank 8 bloodline. The bloodline of the 9 dragons roared and its body rapidly grew in size and length. It was twice as large as before and it was even more powerful and mighty. Collect. With a single thought, the 9-dragon bloodline shrank rapidly, turning into a ray of blood-red light that seeped into Lu Ming's spine. As expected, there's an extra dragon energy. Wait, this dragon energy is so strong. Lu Ming sensed a little and his eyes lit up. The advancement of the 9-dragon bloodline also gave birth to one more dragon energy. However, Lu Ming felt that the 8th dragon energy was very powerful, comparable to the sum of the previous 7 dragon energies. In fact, Lu Ming had already discovered before this that each dragon energy would be stronger than the previous one. However, the extent of the strength was limited and not too exaggerated. However, the 8th dragon energy was much stronger than the 7th. An 8th-level divine level bloodline is indeed extraordinary. No wonder only those who have awakened an 8th-level divine level bloodline can be called second-grade prodigies in the central continent. A 7th-level divine level bloodline is much weaker than an 8th-level divine level bloodline. Lu Ming pondered in his heart and a smile appeared on his face. The stronger his dragon power was, the stronger his combat power would be when he used it. Lu Ming was looking forward to what kind of changes would happen when his 9-dragon bloodline advanced to the highest level, the 9th level of the divine level. How strong would his dragon energy be? There was a huge difference between a level 9 divine level expert and a level 8 divine level expert. The difference between a heaven's favorite of a big shot and a second-grade heaven's favorite could be seen. If the Nine Dragons bloodline and the prison-suppressing Steel bloodline were both promoted to divine level 9, how powerful would Lu Ming's combat strength be? If Lu Ming were to unleash all his dragon power now, he would definitely be able to defeat the other powerful prodigies like Dark Child and the three-headed Hellhound easily and quickly. After that, Lu Ming kept the 2 8th-level spiritual god realm elders' storage rings. Then with a wave of his hand, flames spread out and turned the 2 elders' corpses into ashes. Who sent people to kill me? Lu Ming furrowed his brows in deep thought. At first he thought that it was Xianxia who had sent people to kill him. However, those people said that they were going to kill Xianxia after killing him. This made Lu Ming speculate that it was not Xianxia. If Xianxia wanted to kill Xianxia, he would have done so long ago. Why would he wait until now? Lu Ming guessed that it was someone else who had sent someone. Could it be Xianxia? However, does Xianxia have such great power to mobilize an 8th-level spiritual god realm expert? Lu Ming pondered. There were more than 10 princes under Xianxia. Xianxia's talent was average, so he might not have that much power. There's probably someone else helping Xianxia. Could it be Xianxiu? This was because only these 2 people wanted Lu Ming dead the most. At the same time, Xianxia had previously sent someone to assassinate Xianxia. Therefore he was the most likely to be the one. Xianxia. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. This person was someone Lu Ming had to kill. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming exited the mountain and river diagram and continued in the direction of the depths of the Abyss Demon Realm. This time Lu Ming slowed down. Along the way he encountered many Masha clansmen who attacked him. They were all in the Spirit Embryo Realm. There were those in the 7th, 8th and 9th level of the Spirit Embryo Realm, but Lu Ming easily killed them all. However, not a single point appeared on the Jade Token. Did Xianxia lie to me? A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he continued to fly. A day later, Lu Ming had no idea how far he had traveled. A city appeared in front of him. From a distance there were people on the city. It was a human race martial artist, not a Mo Sha. This should be a gathering place for humans. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he flew toward the city. If there were people, they could ask them about Xianxia. As Lu Ming approached, the people in the city noticed him and looked at him coldly. It's the human race. On the city wall, someone muttered, his eyes bright. Who are you? Someone on the city wall asked. I've just entered the Abyss Demon territory. Please let me in. Lu Ming said. I'm new. The eyes of the person on the city wall brightened. Since you're a human, come in. Lu Ming nodded. He flew up the city wall and headed into the city. This city wasn't big and there were even fewer people on the ground. At a glance, other than the more than 100 people on the surrounding city walls, there were less than 200 people in the city. All of them were sitting cross-legged on the top of various buildings, as if they were cultivating or meditating. Chapter 1138. 1138 Chapter 1138 Scam. As soon as Lu Ming flew into the city, many pairs of eyes looked at him. He's a newcomer. It's not the time for the royal family to send people to hunt down the Mo Sha clan yet. It seems that this person has offended the royal family and was exiled here. He's so young. I'm afraid he's a heaven's favorite from some force. He must have a lot of money on him. Leave this person to me. I need raw gemstones. He said. Bullshit, who doesn't need raw gemstones? This kid is mine. Voices rang out all around as they stared at Lu Ming with burning eyes. Naturally, Lu Ming heard these voices as well. He furrowed his brows and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. It's mine. A burly figure rushed out with an angry roar. He raised his hand and slammed it down on Lu Ming. The space trembled continuously and a powerful force surged toward Lu Ming. This was a first-level spiritual god realm expert. You're looking for death. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he struck out with his palm. His palm was like a heavenly blade, cutting into the man's palm. With a cracking sound, the man's palm bone was broken by Lu Ming. He screamed and retreated frantically, looking at Lu Ming in horror. This person has some skill. Let's attack together. Kill. Someone shouted and 7 to 8 figures pounced on Lu Ming. These 7 to 8 figures were actually all spiritual god realm experts. Some were at the first level of the spiritual god realm, while others were at the second level. The highest one was at the third level of the spiritual god realm. The 8 of them attacked at the same time and the momentum was extremely shocking. All kinds of attacks covered Lu Ming's entire body. If it were an ordinary third-level spiritual god realm martial artist, he would have been injured or even suppressed under the siege of so many experts. However, how could Lu Ming be compared to an ordinary third-level spiritual god? Activating the prison suppression heaven art, he struck out 8 palms in a row. Bang, bang, bang. There were 8 explosions followed by the sound of bones breaking and a series of screams. The 8 figures spat out blood and fell back, heavily crashing into the surrounding buildings. Regardless of whether it was the first level, second level, or even the third level spiritual god realm expert, they would all end up the same. Lu Ming had shown mercy. Otherwise they would have all died in one move. Everyone in the surroundings gasped and looked at Lu Ming in shock. It was too terrifying. With just one move he had severely injured all 8 experts, including the third level spiritual god realm. What kind of combat strength was this? Moreover, he looked so young, which was even more unbelievable. Could it be a heaven's favorite of the big shots outside? Someone said with a trembling voice, causing everyone to shiver. At this moment no one dared to make a move. Although there were several hundred people in this city, it was impossible for all of them to be at the spirit god realm. In fact, most of them were at the spirit embryo realm, and there were only a dozen or so people at the spirit god realm. Lu Ming's cold gaze swept across the surroundings. When those people met Lu Ming's gaze, their hearts trembled and they did not dare to look directly into his eyes. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared above the third-level spiritual god realm expert. He was an old man with white hair and a thin body. He looked at Lu Ming in horror. Lu Ming's palm contained a terrifying power, but it did not explode. He had a feeling that if it had, he would have been dead. "Young hero, please spare my life." This old man was momentarily confused. The old man begged for mercy. "Tell me, why did you attack me the moment I entered?" Lu Ming asked coldly. "Well, we were forced to do this." "Young hero, you must have just entered the demon realm of Tartarus, right? Let me explain it to you in detail." The thin old man sighed and began to explain in detail. As it turned out, these people had offended the royal family, or they were people who belonged to the ancient Saint dynasty. Because of their mistakes, they had been exiled to the Abyss demon realm and were forced to kill the Wuxia clan to atone for their sins. However, there were countless members of the Wuxia clan in the demon realm of Tartarus, and they were everywhere. It was very dangerous. As for human warriors, they absorbed and refined the demonic qi very slowly in the Abyss demon territory. As time went by, the raw stones they brought would be used up. If they refined the demonic qi too slowly, it would be very disadvantageous for them when they fought the Devil Clan. Sometimes it wasn't them who hunted the Devil Clan, but the Devil Clan who hunted them instead. They had no choice but to gather together and build a city to resist the Devil Clan. This was also the reason why Lu Ming could see this small city. And what was the most precious thing to the people of the Abyss demon realm? Of course, the raw gemstones were the most precious. Therefore, when they saw that Lu Ming had just entered the Abyss demon realm, they were naturally greedy and wanted to take his raw gemstones. To put it bluntly, they were just a group of pitiful people. "All of you can leave now, I won't make things difficult for you." Lu Ming waved his hand and dismissed the few people who had attacked, leaving only the old man behind. The skinny old man had the highest cultivation level among them, so he should be the leader. "Young hero, do you have any other orders?" The skinny old man looked at Lu Ming, feeling a little uneasy. To be honest, he had lived for so many years, but he had never seen such a terrifying young expert. "Let me ask you, the reason why the royal family banished you here and ordered you to hunt down the Mo clan was to obtain points, right? Once you have enough points they will let you go, right?" Lu Ming asked. "That's right, that's indeed the case. However, the points are just a scam." The skinny old man gritted his teeth. A scam? What was going on? Why didn't I get any points from killing the devil clan? Lu Ming asked. Young hero, the royal family told you, how many points do you need to get out? The skinny old man asked. 10,000. Lu Ming said. 10,000. The skinny old man's eyes suddenly widened. He gasped and his face was full of disbelief. Lu Ming frowned, waiting for the elder to continue. Young hero, in my opinion the imperial family has no intention of letting you out. They want to lock you up here for the rest of your life. The old man said with a bitter smile. What do you mean? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Young hero, you still don't know how to get points, right? Let me tell you, killing a demon clan below the spiritual god realm doesn't give you any points. You can only get points by killing a spiritual god powerhouse or above. Killing a first-level spiritual god will earn you 1 point. Killing a second-level spiritual god will earn you 2 points. Killing a third-level spiritual god will earn you 3 points, and so on. Killing a 9th-level spiritual god will earn you 9 points. Killing a perfected spiritual god will earn you 10 points. Killing a supreme being from the Masha clan will earn you 100 points, and killing an emperor-level Masha will earn you 10,000 points. The skinny old man explained. Damn it. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He understood that he had been tricked. Xianxia, a dignified sage emperor, had actually lied to him. According to this point conversion, how could he possibly obtain 10,000 points? Killing a first-level spiritual god from the Masha clan was only worth 1 point, while killing a perfected spiritual god was only worth 10 points. Even a supreme being from the Masha clan only had 100 points. This meant that he would have to kill 100 supreme beings in order to accumulate 10,000 points. Also, an emperor-level Masha would give 10,000 points, but killing an emperor-level Masha. Let's not even talk about whether there was an emperor realm Masha clan in the Abyss Demon territory. Even if there was one, Xianxia might not be able to do it himself, so how could Lu Ming? Chapter 1139. 1139 News of Xianxia. Perhaps Lu Ming would never be able to obtain 10,000 points in his entire life. They wanted to lock Lu Ming up in the Abyss Demon territory for the rest of his life. What a ruthless and brilliant method. Lu Ming's body exuded a cold, killing intent, causing the thin elder to shiver. We'll talk about everything after we find little Qing. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief and retracted his murderous intent. Senior, do you know the whereabouts of the 16th princess, Xianxia? In the end, Lu Ming asked the question that he wanted to ask the most. The demon realm of Tartarus was too big and it was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. This old man had been here for many years, so he might know something. The 16th princess? Are you talking about the princess with the royal bloodline? The skinny old man said. Not bad. I have some impression of her. The 16th princess was exiled to the Abyss Demon territory 3 years ago. When she first came here, her cultivation was still weak, so she stayed in the periphery of the Abyss Demon territory for a while. Later she stayed in the city for a whole year. I'm quite familiar with her. Sigh, it's a pity that the royal family treated such a rare and proud daughter of heaven like that. What do you want from her? The skinny old man said. He let out a long sigh as if he was feeling sorry for Xianxia. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. I'm her friend. Senior, do you know where she is now? I don't know. The skinny elder shook his head. The royal family asked the 16th princess to have the same amount of points as you. She asked for 10,000 points. That's why she left this place and went deep into the Abyss Demon realm after her cultivation improved. Gotcha. The old man's words made Lu Ming clench his fists tightly. The killing intent in his heart could no longer be suppressed and burst out. Lu Ming's heart was very uncomfortable. His killing intent towards the royal family, Xianxia and Xianxia, was extremely strong. They were going to lock Xianxia up in the Abyss Demon territory for the rest of his life. Especially 3 years ago, when Xianxia's cultivation base was only at the spiritual ocean tier, they had locked him up in the Abyss Demon domain. One could imagine how much he had suffered and encountered danger in the past few years. At the thought of this, Lu Ming's heart was in pain. But now Xianxia had already entered the depths of the demon realm. Where was he? Lu Ming's thoughts drifted and he only calmed down after a long time. Senior, you can take these raw gemstones. Lu Ming gave the skinny old man a storage ring, which contained tens of thousands of raw stones. Then he soared into the sky and left the city, heading toward the depths of abyss demon territory. There were also days and nights in the demon realm of Tartarus. During the day there was a dark sun hanging in the sky. At night there was a blood moon in the sky. Moreover, when the blood moon was in the sky, the demonic chi between heaven and earth would be extremely dense. At that time the fiend clan and demonic beasts would be stronger while the human clan would be suppressed. The blood moon hung high in the sky, and the demonic chi was vast and mighty. However, it did not affect Lu Ming much. The 9-dragon bloodline burst out, and the rolling demonic chi was devoured and refined into essential core in a flash. Lu Ming flew at high speed, deep into the abyss demon territory. There would definitely be more human warriors in the abyss demon territory. There must be other places where humans gathered in the depths of the abyss demon territory. Lu Ming planned to find out more about the human gathering place. Whoosh! Whoosh! A sharp sound pierced through the air. A few black figures whizzed over and charged toward Lu Ming. The 3 fiend clan members were all extremely ferocious. They held bone spikes in their hands and charged at Lu Ming at a terrifying speed. Their auras were also very powerful. These were 3 first-level spiritual god realm demons. The blood moon hung high in the sky. It was extremely dangerous to walk in the abyss demon territory, because many of the Masha clan would move out and demons would dance in chaos. Roar! The 9 dragons roared and the devouring power enveloped the 3 fiends. They couldn't move at all and their eyes were filled with fear. Then the 9 dragons devoured the energy and blood essence of the 3 demons, turning them into 3 dried corpses. The 9 dragons had advanced to the 8th level of the divine level, and their devouring power had undoubtedly become even stronger. After killing the 3 first-level spiritual god realm demons, the jade token finally changed. A number appeared on it, 3. Lu Ming sneered coldly. Killing a first-level spiritual god realm demonic Sha clan member would only earn him 1 point. Compared to the terrifying 10,000 points, what was the use? Lu Ming continued to move toward the depths of the abyss demon territory. In a short while, the blood essence of the 3 first-level spiritual gods was completely refined by Lu Ming. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, the energy and blood essence of the first-level spiritual god realm were naturally of no use to him. In this way, Lu Ming advanced for 3 consecutive days. Along the way he encountered more than a dozen attacks. There were attacks from the devil clan and the demonic beasts here, but there weren't many that were above the spirit god realm. Most of the attacks he encountered were from the spirit embryo realm. In 3 days Lu Ming had crossed thousands of mountains and rivers. Die! The human race! Kill him! A sharp voice rang out in front of him. Lu Ming could tell that it was the voice of the Masha clan. Following that, a series of rumbling sounds came from ahead. It was clear that an intense battle had taken place. Lu Ming did not hesitate and flew toward the source of the sound. It had been 3 days and they were finally going to meet humans again. On a mountain range, 7 or 8 Mo Sha clansmen were attacking a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's cultivation was extremely profound. He was at the 4th level of the spiritual god realm, and he was fighting against 7 or 8 of the fiend clan. However, the 7 or 8 demons were all experts. The weakest among them was at the 2nd level of the spiritual god realm. The others were at the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm and one was at the 4th level. The large man was at a disadvantage with so many of the fiend clan members joining forces. He could only block and not fight back. Break! The burly man fought back with all his might, killing a 2nd level spiritual god realm Masha clansman with a single blow of his axe. However, his back was also slashed by a 4th level spiritual god realm Masha clansman's bone spur, causing blood to flow out. He mustered up all his strength and broke out of the encirclement, fleeing forward. Behind him, the other Mo Sha clan members were chasing after him. The direction that the middle-aged burly man was running in was Lu Ming's direction. The middle-aged man saw Lu Ming after flying for a distance. Little brother, let's go. The middle-aged man shouted. However, Lu Ming stood in the air, motionless. Little brother, let's go. There are experts from the devil clan behind us. Seeing that Lu Ming did not move, the middle-aged man shouted again anxiously. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a faint smile. This middle-aged man was kind enough to remind him to leave. If it were an ordinary person, he would have used Lu Ming as a shield to buy himself some time. It's just a few Mo clansmen, there's no need to escape. With a smile, Lu Ming's 9 dragons bloodline emerged and the devouring power erupted with a loud bang, enveloping the entire Moxia clan. Then, under the middle-aged man's horrified gaze, the bodies of the rest of the Moxia clan quickly withered, except for the 4th-level spiritual god realm. In the end, they lost their vitality and turned into mummies. Whoosh! With a snap of Lu Ming's fingers, a ray of spear radiance flew out and killed the 4th-level spiritual god realm Moxia clan member. His blood, essence and energy were also devoured by the 9 dragons. Chapter 1140. 1140 Kill them all. This. The middle-aged man's eyes widened and he was stunned. 7 spiritual god realm Moxia clansmen, with the highest being at the 4th level of the spiritual god realm, were killed by Lu Ming in an instant. The middle-aged man suspected that he was dreaming. Moreover, Lu Ming looked so young. His combat strength was simply unimaginable. Big brother, it's settled. Lu Ming smiled and kept the 9 dragons bloodline. He split a part of his attention to begin refining. Well, you're amazing, you're really amazing. I'm impressed. The middle-aged man stuttered and sighed. Lu Ming smiled and did not say much. I'm Zhou Xian. What's your name, little brother? The middle-aged man said. Lu Ming. Lu Ming answered. Brother Lu, I have something important to do. I can't accompany you anymore. Little brother, you have to be careful. After Zhou Xian finished speaking, he was about to fly in a direction. Big brother Du, what do you want? Maybe Lu Ming can be of help. Lu Ming stopped Zhou Xian. It was not easy for them to meet another human warrior. Lu Ming was just about to ask him about Xianxia. How could he let Zhou Xian leave so easily? The human clan's gathering place I'm at is being attacked by the devil clan. I received the news and wanted to rush back to help, but I didn't expect to be blocked by the devil clan here. Zhou Xian sighed and was slightly anxious. A gathering place of the human race? I'll go with you. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. All right, with little brother's help we might be saved. Zhou Xian's eyes also lit up. Lu Ming's combat strength was unfathomable and extremely powerful. He had the intention to ask Lu Ming for help, but Lu Ming had just saved his life and asked him to take the risk with him. He was too embarrassed to ask. Now that Lu Ming had taken the initiative to ask, he was naturally overjoyed. At that moment, Zhou Xian led the way while Lu Ming followed Zhou Xian. They flew at top speed towards the north. After flying for hundreds of thousands of miles, he heard heaven-suppressing battle cries. In the distance, a fortress made of a strange metal could be seen. Around the fortress, an intense battle was taking place. There were over 1,000 of them surrounding the fortress. Among them there were many existences with powerful auras. Lu Ming used his spiritual senses to scan and discovered that there were dozens of spiritual god-level Moxia clan members. The rest were advanced-stage spiritual embryo Moxia clan members. There were only a few people in the fortress, about 20 or so, and all of them were spirit god powerhouses. They were fighting against the devil clan, but they were clearly at a disadvantage. Human, go to hell. With a shrill scream, one of the Mo clansmen had a particularly powerful aura. He held a black and sharp bone spur in each hand, and his body was like a lightning bolt as he charged toward a human expert. The human expert had a cultivation of the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. However, he was unable to put up any resistance against the devil clan. The bone spike pierced through his glabella, and he was killed without even being able to let out a miserable cry. Peak 5th level spiritual god realm. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that this person from the demonic Xia clan had a cultivation at the peak of the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. He was the strongest existence in the demonic Xia clan. As for the human martial artists, the strongest was only at the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. Damn it, kill. When Zhou Xian saw this, he shouted and charged forward with his battle axe. Another one is here to die. The 5th level spiritual god realm fiend clansman's eyes were cold as he swept his gaze at Zhou Xian. He sneered and his demonic chi rolled. He flapped his pair of spikes and pounced toward Lu Ming like lightning. A battle axe floated above Zhou Xian's head. It was Zhou Xian's bloodline, a 4th level divine level bloodline. Zhou Xian transformed into a battle axe and slashed at his opponent. Ding, 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 ding. 2 crisp sounds rang out. The battle axe that Zhou Xian had transformed into was sent flying far away. Die! The devil clan member shrieked. The bone spike in his hand was thin and long, but it was extremely hard and sharp. It seemed to be able to pierce through everything as it stabbed towards Zhou Xian. Buzz, buzz. 2 teeth-numbing sounds rang out as the bone spikes of the Mo Sha clan pierced through the battle axe Zhou Xian had transformed into. An angry roar came from the battle axe. The battle axe trembled and dispersed, turning back into Zhou Xian's figure. His face was pale as he retreated quickly. Die! The devil clansman's eyes were cold. The bone spur pierced through the air, aiming for Zhou Xian's forehead. Right at this moment, a palm that was like a blade suddenly appeared and slashed at the bone spike. A terrifying power erupted, and the bone spike was broken into dozens of pieces with a clang. The palm blade cut horizontally and struck the shoulder of the demon Sha. Bang! The devil clansman's shoulder exploded, and he was sent flying like a cannonball, killing a few spirit embryo realm devil clansmen. Roar! The 9 dragons roared and the devouring power burst forth, enveloping the Masha clansmen. The energy and blood essence of the spirit embryo realm demons were instantly devoured, turning them into dried corpses. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd level spiritual god realm demons screamed in horror and turned into mummies under the devouring power. The human warriors were all stunned. As for the remaining Mo Sha clansmen, they roared madly and wanted to escape. However, under the terrifying devouring power, they felt as if they were stuck in a quagmire and could not move at all. Kill! Lu Ming rushed past them and cut down all the Masha clan members as if he was cutting grass. Buzz! The 5th level spiritual god realm Masha clansman was only injured but not dead. He flapped his wings and turned into a demonic light trying to escape. He knew that a top human expert had come, and that one move had severely injured him. If he didn't escape, he would die. However, he was shocked to find that he could not escape at all. Lu Ming's figure was like a flickering light and a passing shadow. He caught up with the 5th level spiritual god realm Masha clan in an instant and appeared behind him. Let's die together. Torrential rain massacre. Seeing that they couldn't escape, the devil clansman let out an angry roar. His demonic chi soared into the sky and he spread his wings. His entire body began to spin in the air. Its wings were like 2 sabers that cut through the air, bringing with them a storm of attacks. It was like a terrifying tornado that could destroy everything as it swept towards Lu Ming. 2 streams of dragon power burst forth in Lu Ming's body. He then executed the prison-suppressing heaven technique and struck down with his palm. This palm strike was like a heavenly blade, possessing the power to suppress everything. Boom! The storm of attacks from the Masha clan collapsed instantly. The palm blade landed on the body of the Masha clan, killing him. All his energy and blood essence were devoured by Lu Ming. In the castle, the humans' eyes were wide open as if they had yet to react. Brother Lu Ming, thank you for saving me again. Otherwise, sigh. Zhou Xian walked over to thank Lu Ming, his voice full of emotion. If not for Lu Ming, he would have been dead. At this time, the human warriors in the castle finally reacted and flew over to thank him. They were even more shocked when they saw that Lu Ming had such combat abilities at such a young age. I've heard that there are many heaven's favorites in the outside world. The 5 magnates are the most powerful ones among the young generation. But in my opinion, Brother Lu, I'm afraid you're even stronger than the 5 magnates. An old man with white hair sighed. Every year some people would be exiled here by the royal family. They had stayed in the demon realm for a long time, so they knew some things about the outside world. Chapter 1141. 1141 Chapter 1141 Devil Tablet Mountain. Lu Ming said that he did not dare to and then chatted with everyone for a while. Through their conversation, Lu Ming learned that these people without exception had offended the royal family or the powerful figures of the ancient Saint dynasty. There were even experts from the overlord forces among them. They might not know each other in the outside world, but they were very united in the Abyss Demon realm. If they didn't work together in the Abyss Demon territory, they would eventually be defeated by the Fiend clan and buried here. Similarly, the Imperial family had set points for them. As long as they could complete it, they would be let out. However, the height of the points made people despair. However, they were all experts of the spiritual god realm and could live for 5,000 years. They were not willing to be locked up in the Abyss Demon territory for the rest of their lives. Therefore, they held on to the hope that they could accumulate enough points and leave this place. Therefore, they would constantly hunt down the Devil Clan, and in turn the Devil Clan would kill them. That was why the Devil Clan had attacked the city today. In reality, it was common for the Fiend Clan to attack cities. However, the Fiend Clan that had come today was slightly stronger and there were a lot more of them. "Little brother Lu, let's have a chat in the castle," Zhou Xian invited. "No need, but I do have a question that I would like to consult with all the seniors." Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, "What question? There's no harm in just saying it." "As long as I know, I'll definitely tell you." The others chimed in. "Dear seniors, have you seen the 16th princess?" Lu Ming asked. "The 16th princess? Are you talking about the 16th princess who has the bloodline of the royal family?" "I've not seen her, but I've heard that she's in the demon realm of Tartarus." Zhou Xian pondered for a moment and said. Many others also shook their heads. "I've met Princess 16 once." Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat when he heard the voice. It was the white-haired old woman. "Senior, when was it? Where have you seen it before?" Lu Ming asked anxiously. "About a few months ago, about a few million miles away from here. I talked to the 16th princess and she said she wanted to go to the Devil Tablet Mountain." The old woman replied. "What? The Devil Tablet Mountain?" The others all gasped. Lu Ming's heart tightened and he said, "The Devil Tablet Mountain? Is it very dangerous?" "It is indeed dangerous, brother Lu. The Devil Tablet Mountain is a forbidden area in the 9 Serenities Devil Domain. Many powerful Devil Clan members have entered it, but they all died there. Humans are no exception. There's no exit." Zhou Xian sighed. "There's no exit." Lu Ming started to feel anxious. Why would Xianxia go to such a dangerous place? "Seniors, do you have a map to the Devil Tablet Mountain?" Lu Ming said. "Brother Lu, you want to go to the Devil Tablet Mountain? It's really dangerous there. Although the inside of the Devil Tablet Mountain is extremely dangerous, there are many powerful Mo clan members around the mountain. They cultivate in the outer area of the mountain and hope to get some opportunities. Therefore, the outer area of the mountain is also very dangerous. Little brother, you must be careful." The white-haired old woman persuaded. "Thank you, seniors, but Lu Ming must go to the Devil Tablet Mountain." Lu Ming's tone was firm. Now that he knew of Xianxia's whereabouts and that he might even be in danger, he had to go even if it meant going through mountains of daggers and seas of flames. Seeing Lu Ming's firm attitude, Zhou Xian, the white-haired old OU, and the rest heaved a long sigh and did not try to persuade him anymore. In the end, the white-haired old OU took out a map and gave it to Lu Ming. The map was very rough, but it roughly depicted the terrain and location of some parts of the Abyss Demon territory. On it was the general route of the 9 Nether Demon Tablet Mountain. "Thank you, senior." Lu Ming will take his leave. Lu Ming kept the map and bade everyone farewell. He did not want to delay any further. Lu Ming turned into a ray of light, passing through the night sky and heading in the direction of the Devil Tablet Mountain at top speed. On the way, Lu Ming cast the illusionary breath technique and darkened his aura, making it somewhat similar to the aura of the Masha clan. Indeed, it saved him a lot of trouble along the way. The number of Masha clan members who attacked him was greatly reduced. Lu Ming's speed was very fast. He was hurrying along. A few months ago, Xianxia went to the Devil Tablet Mountain. He should have been there by now. The Devil Tablet Mountain was so dangerous. How was Xianxia doing? At the thought of this, Lu Ming's heart was burning with anxiety. He could not wait to rush to Xianxia's side. The Devil's Tablet Mountain was in the depths of the Abyss Demon territory. It was very far from the castle where Zhou Xian and the rest were. At Lu Ming's speed, it took him 5 days to reach the area where the Devil's Tablet Mountain was. That's... Lu Ming stood high in the sky and looked into the distance. He was a little shocked. This area was filled with mountains. There were all sorts of strange plants growing in the mountain range. However, there was a mountain peak that stood out among the mountains. Could be seen at a glance even from a great distance. It was because the mountain peak was too majestic. It was like a group of cranes standing among the mountains. It was high up in the sky and no one knew how high it was. The mountain was shrouded in black mist, and it was impossible to see the specific situation of the mountain peak. Is that the Devil Tablet Mountain? Lu Ming pondered in his heart, his eyes filled with shock and doubt. Ever since he got close to this place, he felt that the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel in his body was emitting a hot aura, as if it was about to appear from his spine. What's going on? Why did the Devil Tablet Mountain cause the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline to change? Lu Ming could not understand. Let's go. With a thought, Lu Ming flew toward the huge mountain that was filled with black mist. As they got closer, they could feel the magnificence of the giant mountain even more. The other peaks were also considered majestic and tall, but when compared to this peak they were far inferior. The change in the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline also became more intense. What? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He felt a strong fluctuation in front of him. It was not just one but several. Each of them contained a powerful demonic might, and there were experts from the Mo Sha clan. Lu Ming restrained his aura to the extreme and flew forward. That human girl has obtained a treasure in the Devil Tablet Mountain. We cannot let that treasure fall into the hands of the human race. Let's attack together and kill her. Let's go together. That human girl has been surrounded and can't escape. She must die today. The treasures of the Devil Tablet Mountain belong to our Devil clan. A few shriveled and unpleasant sounds rang out as a few figures flew past in front of him. They were all from the demonic Sha clan, and their auras were very strong. With a quick glance, Lu Ming discovered that a few of them were at the 6th level of the spiritual god realm. Could the person they're talking about be Little Qing? Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed and he followed the 3 demons from a distance. Boom. Boom. Chi-chi. Not long after, a violent roar came from the front, as well as the sound of sharp weapons piercing through the air. The battle was still ongoing. This made Lu Ming's heart relax a little. In front of them, a few Mo Sha clansmen increased their speed and flew over like lightning. They flew over a few mountains and joined the battle while roaring. Not good. Using the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, Lu Ming's figure crossed the last few hundred miles in an instant and arrived at the battlefield. In front of them, more than a dozen powerful demons were attacking a human woman. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat when he saw the woman. The woman was wearing a long black dress. Her beauty was unparalleled. Who else could it be but Xianxia? Chapter 1142. 1142 Chapter 1142 Meeting Xianxia again. Who else could the beautiful lady in front of him be other than Xianxia, whom Lu Ming had been thinking about day and night? It had been more than 3 years since Lu Ming and Xianxia parted ways in 9 Dragons. After not seeing him for 3 years, Xianxia had matured a little, but he had also lost some weight. His face and eyes were very cold. At this moment, Xianxia's body was filled with demonic qi. He gently pressed his palms and a terrifying force field spread out in a radius of 100 miles, destroying everything. At the same time, there was a beautiful woman sitting on top of Xianxia's head. She was surrounded by demonic power and demonic qi. She sat cross-legged on a black lotus and kept striking out with her palms to block the attacks from all directions. This was Xianxia's bloodline, the 3rd bloodline. It was very similar to his 2nd bloodline, but there were 9 golden chakra rings around his body. Divine level 9th rank bloodline, Moreover, Xianxia's cultivation had also entered the third level of the spiritual god realm. There were 11 people attacking Xianxia. The 11 fiend clan members were all at the 6th level of the spiritual god realm. Each of them held a bone spike in their hands and attacked Xianxia fiercely. Xianxia's fearsome force field covered an area of 100 miles. The speed of the fiends was greatly affected. Even though Xianxia focused on defense, he was still at a disadvantage. If this continued, defeat was imminent. Little girl, hand over the demonic statue and I can leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, you will end up in a miserable state. This human girl is really a national beauty. Even I'm tempted by her. After I capture her, I'll let her have a taste of my power. A series of unpleasant and ear-piercing sounds rang out. You're looking for death. At that moment, the killing intent in Lu Ming's heart exploded. In his body, the 8 dragon powers suddenly burst out, filling his body with an extremely powerful strength. Lu Ming took a step forward and charged into Xianxia's force field like a black spear. He activated the prison suppressing heaven technique and threw a punch at one of the demons. This devil clansman had never thought that someone would attack him at this time. He reacted and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Bang! Lu Ming's punch landed directly on the back of the Wuxia clansman. A terrifying force exploded, piercing a large hole in the Wuxia clansman's body and killing him in one blow. When Xianxia heard the commotion, he thought that more reinforcements from the fiend clan had arrived, so he instinctively looked in their direction. When she saw Lu Ming's figure, her delicate body trembled and her eyes were filled with disbelief. At this moment, her gaze was completely focused on Lu Ming. She could not move her eyes away. Buzz! A sharp sound was heard as it approached Xianxia. Be careful! Lu Ming was shocked and furious. He rushed towards Xianxia at top speed. At this moment, one of the demons seized the opportunity to attack Xianxia. After Lu Ming's shout, Xianxia finally reacted. He activated his force field and retreated quickly. However, he was still a step too late. His shoulder was pierced by the sharp bone spur of the fiend clan. A small wound appeared and blood flowed out. You're looking for death. Lu Ming let out a long howl as his third bloodline emerged. A trace of energy surged into Lu Ming's body, causing his hair and eyes to turn blood red. Kill! His third bloodline turned into a combat sword. Lu Ming held the blood-colored combat sword in his hand and used the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps to appear in front of the sneak-attacking fiend clan member. He slashed out with his sword and a sword light burst forth, directly splitting the 6th-level spiritual god realm expert into 2. Lu Ming. Xianxia did not care about his injuries. His eyes were still fixed on Lu Ming. He did not want to look away. She was afraid. She was afraid that all of this was just an illusion, a dream. Once she looked away, everything in front of her would disappear. She had already lost count of how many times she had had such a dream. Little Qing, I'm here. Lu Ming reached out and held Xianxia's small hand. Xianxia's hand was cold. The heat from Lu Ming's palm was transmitted to Xianxia's small hand. Xianxia's body trembled and tears welled up in his big eyes. Lu Ming, really? Is it really you? I'm not dreaming? Xianxia looked at Lu Ming in a daze. His little hand clutched Lu Ming's big hand tightly, as if he was afraid that Lu Ming would disappear if he let go. It's really me. Let's kill these fiend clan members first. Lu Ming said gently, then scanned his surroundings. Lu Ming's sudden appearance and his lightning-fast killing of 2 of the Wuxia clan's experts shocked the other Wuxia clan members. They retreated far away and did not attack for a while. He's also a human at the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. Just now he launched a surprise attack and killed the 2 of us. There's nothing to be afraid of. If we join forces, it's enough to kill them. One of the Mo Sha clansmen said, his eyes cold. That's right, let's attack together and kill. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. The remaining 9 demons attacked at the same time. The bone spikes in their palms pierced through the air and shot toward Lu Ming and Xianxia. Sky Devil Force Field. Xianxia finally collected his thoughts. With a shout, he pressed his palm and a terrifying force field exploded. After 3 years, Xianxia had awakened his third bloodline and his cultivation had reached the third level of the spiritual god realm. Her force field seemed to have made a breakthrough and become even more terrifying. The demonic energy field enveloped the area. At the same time, there was a terrifying destructive power in the energy field, which greatly reduced the speed of the Masha clan. However, Lu Ming was not affected at all. This intent. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He realized that Xianxia's intent realm was more powerful than before. It was a terrifying demonic intent realm. Without much time to think, Lu Ming stepped forward. His killing intent was like a tide as he charged towards the Masha clan. He realized that the 8th dragon power was indeed powerful. Now that all 8 dragon powers were unleashed, his combat power was even stronger than before. Buzz. Lu Ming appeared in front of one of the Masha clansmen. His cold killing intent enveloped him, causing the Masha clansman to shudder. Whoosh! The blood-red sword light slashed toward the fiend clansman. The terrifying power shocked the fiend clansman, and he hurriedly blocked it with his bone spur. The bone spur was broken with a clang. With a flash of sword light, the arm of the demon Shah was cut off. The Masha clansman was horrified. He wanted to escape, but Lu Ming's second sword attack was launched. Puchi! Blood spurted out and a head flew high into the air. A 6th-level spiritual god realm demonic Shah clan member was killed in an instant. If Lu Ming were to deal with a 6th-level spiritual god realm demonic Shah clan alone, it would not be so easy to kill him without a sneak attack. It would most likely take some effort. However, with Xianxia's help, killing a 6th-level spiritual god realm Mo Shah was a piece of cake. Buzz. After killing the one from the Masha clan, Lu Ming went on to kill another. At this moment, the two of them seemed to have returned to the past, back to the time when they were adventuring together in the East Continent. At that time, the two of them had also cooperated like this. The cooperation between the two of them was already very tacit. Chapter 1143. 1143 Chapter 1143 You finally came. Lotus Sword Kill. Die. Xianxia shouted. Black lotus flowers appeared around her. The petals formed a black lotus sword in the sky and attacked the fiend clan. Each of the lotus swords was terrifyingly powerful. With intent lingering around them, they cut through the sky and directly cut open a hideous hole in the space. The fiend clan members could only divert their attention to block the lotus swords, and their combat strength was once again affected. Puchi. Lu Ming rushed over and killed another Masha clan member in less than 2 moves. Not good. The cooperation between these two is too terrifying. Some of the Mo Shah clansmen cried out in fear. Lu Ming and Xianxia's cooperation was terrifyingly powerful. It was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Their combat strength had increased by several times. The Devil clan retreated. What are you afraid of? Let's attack together. At this moment, an ear-piercing sound was heard. Not far away, a terrifying sharp light flew over, emitting a powerful aura. 7th-level spiritual god realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This was a 7th-level spiritual god realm demon. When they discovered that a 7th-level spiritual god realm fiend had appeared, the other fiend clan's confidence increased greatly. The 7th level of the spiritual god realm was much more powerful than the 6th level. Kill. Kill. The Masha clan tried their best to break through the force field and charged toward Lu Ming. Whoosh. The 7th-level spiritual god realm fiend immediately charged at Xianxia. He could already tell that Xianxia had too much influence in the group battle. It would be much easier to deal with Lu Ming after dealing with Xianxia. The 7th-level spiritual god realm Masha clansmen charged into the heavenly demonic force field, emitting a demonic shriek as they collided with the force field, bringing with them a series of flames. However, he still broke through the force field and charged towards Xianxia. Xianxia waved his hands and the black lotus sword flew towards his opponent, but it was also deflected by his opponent's bone spurs. Kill. At this moment, Lu Ming's figure moved and appeared in front of the 7th-level spiritual god realm Masha clansman. He slashed out with his blood-red combat sword and collided with the other party's bone spur. With a ding, Lu Ming and the other party retreated at the same time. The Masha clansman was taken aback. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. He was only at the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm, but he could actually force him to retreat. Roar. The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming combined his bloodline and transformed into 9 dragons. The 9 dragons roared and their devouring power burst forth. Together with Xianxia's force field, they enveloped the Masha. At the same time he used the 9 dragons' step and charged toward the devil clan. On the other side, Xianxia also used bloodline fusion and turned into a magnificent otherworldly demon. His demonic power was vast and his force field was even stronger. He pressed down with his jade-like hand and a black jade-like palm print pressed toward the fiend. Boom. Boom. Facing the joint attack of the two, the 7th-level spiritual god realm Masha clan was forced to retreat and spit out large mouthfuls of blood. Prison guard kill. With the 9 dragon steps, every inch of his body was able to unleash the strangle hell heaven technique. The dragon claws swiped down and the dragon tail swept down. It was extremely terrifying. Moreover, Lu Ming had once comprehended a true dragon combat technique from the myriad elephant jade wall of the Xianxia Academy. When they worked together they were even more powerful. Bang! Blood kept spurting out of the mouth of the devil clansman. His last wing was torn off by the 9 dragons' claws. Then the sky demon that Xianxia had turned into slammed his palm on the chest of the fiend, almost splitting him into pieces. Although he didn't die, he was half dead. No. Run. The devil clansman roared and wanted to escape. At this moment he was extremely frightened. He had never expected that 2 ants at the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm would be so powerful. The 2 of them had joined forces and actually beat him, a 7th-level spiritual god realm existence, to the point where he had no power to fight back. However, it was too late for him to escape now. Bang! The 9 dragons' dragon claws swiped down and smashed into the head of the devil clansman, piercing through his head. A 7th-level spiritual god realm martial artist died. Run! The hearts of the remaining Mo Sha clansmen almost stopped beating. This was too terrifying. An expert in the 7th level of the spiritual god realm had died just like that. It had only been a few moves. All of you stay. The 9 dragons roared and the devouring power spread rapidly, engulfing the rest of the devil clan. At the same time, Xianxia's demonic force field expanded and enveloped all the demons. Roar. With the 9 dragon steps, he instantly appeared in front of one of the Masha clansmen. With a swipe of his claws he killed the man. The sky demon that Xianxia had transformed into also stepped forward and slapped down with her jade-like palm. One of the fiend clan members was torn apart. With the 2 of them working together, killing a 6th-level spiritual god realm demonic Sha was as easy as chopping vegetables. No matter how much the fiend demons roared, it was useless. They were all killed. In less than a minute, the remaining demons were all killed, and their blood essence and energy were all devoured by the 9 dragons. At that moment, the 9 dragons shrunk rapidly and turned back into Lu Ming. Xianxia also kept his blood meridian. The 2 of them stood in the air and looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with longing for each other. Lu Ming! Xianxia exclaimed. After the battle, Xianxia was finally sure that everything was real and not a dream. Lu Ming had really come to the Abyss Demon territory and she had really seen him. At the same time, the 2 of them walked toward each other. They were very close to each other and they stared at each other. Xianxia couldn't hold back the tears in his eyes anymore. They flowed down his cheeks. Little Qing. Lu Ming reached out and wiped away the tears on Xianxia's face. Lu Ming, you're finally here. Xianxia pounced into Lu Ming's arms. Lu Ming hugged Xianxia tightly as if he wanted to pull Xianxia into his body and never separate. Little Qing, let's leave this place first. Lu Ming said. A great battle had just taken place here, so who knew when the devil clan would come again? Xianxia nodded. Lu Ming held Xianxia's hand and randomly chose a direction to fly in. After traveling more than 100,000 miles, Lu Ming found a hidden place and the two of them entered the mountain and river diagram. An estate world treasure. Xianxia blinked his eyes. Okay, little Qing, you should heal first. Lu Ming asked in concern. Xianxia's shoulder had been stabbed just now and it was not a light injury. Xianxia nodded, sat down cross-legged and began to heal. Half a day later, Xianxia's injuries were completely healed. On a mountain peak in the mountain and river diagram, the two of them sat side by side. Xianxia's head was on Lu Ming's shoulder as they chatted about their experiences during this period of time. The two of them had not seen each other for more than 3 years and had too many things to say. Lu Ming told him about his experiences over the past few years. Xianxia's heart was in turmoil. Every time he heard that Lu Ming was in danger, Xianxia would exclaim softly and worry for Lu Ming. At this moment, Xianxia had completely turned into a little woman. She leaned on Lu Ming's shoulder and hugged his arm. She would not talk back to Lu Ming, but she would also shout and want to step on him. He just wanted to listen to Lu Ming quietly. That was enough. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.